Chapter 3757. With the Blood Ancestor and dozens of sovereign divine weapons, they didn't have to worry about encountering any danger. It was no exaggeration to say that. Right now, in the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure, only the Primal Chaos God King and the 9 Great Devil Kings could threaten Qin Fei Yang and company. As for the sovereign divine weapons of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, it would be fine if they didn't come out, but if they dared to come out and attack them, it would simply be a gift for them. Time flew by. Half a year passed. Wake up, we've arrived at the Black Mountain Canyon. On this day, the Blood Ancestor's voice sounded. Qin Fei Yang and the others opened their eyes one after another and scanned the area below. Below them was a boundless expanse of mountains and rivers that were covered in desolation, and it seemed extremely desolate. Moreover, space was suffused with a horrifying aura. It's just ahead. Daifuku had already stopped. The Blood Ancestor pointed ahead and said. Qin Fei Yang and the others stood up and walked to the Blood Ancestor's side. Looking at the ground in front of them, they saw a large canyon in front of them. Numerous valleys of different sizes crisscrossed each other. From afar, it looked like a huge maze. What was even stranger was that the entire canyon, whether it was the soil or the rocks, was pitch black. Legend has it that there was an inheritance of the ultimate law of darkness here. This inheritance was fused with the Dark Demon King. The name Dark Demon King was born because of this. The illusory demon orb's voice sounded in the Blood Ancestor's body. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed and asked, then, are there any other inheritances, such as the inheritance of the strongest law? The inheritance of the strongest law? The illusory demon orb was slightly taken aback and said, then stop dreaming. Even in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, this item is as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. It's hard to see. But it's not impossible. Didn't Little Rabbit obtain the inheritance of the strongest law back then? The Blood Ancestor smiled. Of course there are. But it all depends on luck. The illusory demon orb said. Little Rabbit obtained the inheritance of the strongest law. Qin Fei Yang and the others were surprised. The Blood Ancestor looked at Qin Fei Yang and the mad scientist in shock and asked, you've already called it brother, but you still don't know? The Feather Emperor mentioned it last time, but Little Rabbit interrupted. Qin Fei Yang said, it seems that the relationship between the two of you hasn't reached the point where you can truly open your hearts. Even this ancestor is envious of this little rabbit's luck. The Blood Ancestor sighed. Indeed. To be able to obtain the legacy of an ultimate law is truly a blessing. Qin Fei Yang nodded. Wrong. The Blood Ancestor shook his head. Wrong. Qin Fei Yang was taken aback. Yes, you're wrong. It's not a legacy of one ultimate law, but 2. Said the Blood Ancestor. What? 2? Qin Fei Yang and the others looked at each other. That's right. An ultimate profound inheritance of 2 supreme laws. Don't you think its luck is heaven-defying? The Blood Ancestor was powerless. The corners of Qin Fei Yang and the others' mouths twitched. This was more than heaven-defying, this was simply a lucky guy. Madman suddenly turned to look at the white-eyed wolf and asked, when you fell in the canyon, did you encounter a law miniature or law inheritance? Do you still need to ask? If I did, I would have already given it to you. The white-eyed wolf pouted. A stingy guy like you would give it to us? Madman's face was full of disdain as he shook his head and sighed. It seems that these things are really hard to come by. The Raging Flame Magic Sword suddenly said, if you really have the ability, then go find the Divine King of Primal Chaos. As far as this sovereign knows, he has several ultimate profound inheritances that have yet to be fused. How many? Really? The white-eyed wolf asked. Is there a need to lie to you about this? The Raging Flame Magic Sword smiled in disdain. The white-eyed wolf's eyes suddenly flickered. Behave yourself. Princess Huafeng pulled the white-eyed wolf's clothes and whispered. I know. The white-eyed wolf smiled. Madman curiously said, the magic sword even has an ultimate profound inheritance, then it must also have ordinary laws. Of course, of course. As long as you have the ability to snatch it, I guarantee that it will benefit you for the rest of your lives. The Raging Flame Magic Sword's words carried an irresistible temptation. Seeing Qin Feiyang's group of 3 pondering, the blood ancestor's face was full of helplessness. It really was as the saying went, knowing that there is a tiger in the mountain, but still heading to the tiger's mountain. Don't think about it. Even the 9 demon kings can't deal with it, let alone the divine king of primal chaos. Although treasures are good, you need to be alive to enjoy them. He had to cut off those unrealistic thoughts in the 3's minds, otherwise, something big would happen sooner or later. Qin Feiyang's group of 3 looked at each other and couldn't help but bitterly smile. That's right. Compared to the divine king of primal chaos's strength, their current strength was nothing. Decisive. They erased those thoughts in their minds. No matter what, they couldn't do something that would send them to their deaths. Daifuku scanned the Black Mountain Canyon and said, "Strange, isn't this Black Mountain Canyon a bit too peaceful? Don't tell me they have already left." The gathering point of the Kirin clan was here, but now there wasn't even a shadow to be seen. And there weren't any skeletons either. It's impossible for them to leave. Even if they leave, they will be like the Feng people, leaving 1 or 2 people here to wait for the other clansmen. However, I hope that when they see us, they won't be like the dragons and the Feng people, attacking us without saying a word. That's very hurtful. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Hurtful? Daifuku was speechless. Entering the Heavenly Bell divine treasure this time was originally to deal with you, and looking for divine objects was just secondary. Don't be too optimistic, be mentally prepared. After the blood ancestor finished speaking, he let Daifuku enter the Black Mountain Canyon. He didn't hide his aura. If there were really people in the canyon, they would definitely be able to sense their aura immediately. However, when they searched the entire canyon, they didn't see any clansmen of the Kirin clan. What's going on? The group of people couldn't help but frown. Madman asked, "Heavenly Star Godsword, are you sure that the gathering point of the Kirin clan is here?" "Of course I'm sure. How can you remember wrongly?" The Heavenly Star Godsword's voice sounded with a trace of displeasure. He actually doubted its words. "But why isn't there anyone?" Madman released his divine sense again, covering the entire canyon in all directions, but he still didn't find any traces of people. "The clansmen of the Kirin clan have all gathered here so quickly. That's not right." Qi Yefeng, Qi Xiong, and a reclusive old antique of the Kirin clan had already died in their hands, and the Heavenly Star Godsword had also submitted to them. Therefore, without waiting for these 3 people and the Heavenly Star Godsword, the rest of the Kirin clan would definitely not leave the Black Mountain Canyon like this. Because they didn't know that the 3 of them were already dead, and the Heavenly Star Godsword had submitted to them. If they didn't know, then they would definitely keep waiting. There should be other reasons for this. Qin Feiyang said, "Let's split up and see if there are any clues." "All right." Everyone nodded. Qin Feiyang and Madman were together, the White-Eyed Wolf and Princess Huafeng were together, and the Blood Ancestor and Daifuku were together. They split into 3 teams and flew in 3 directions. I didn't find any traces of battle along the way. It shouldn't be like any danger. A moment later. In the west. Qin Feiyang and Madman flew to the edge of the Black Mountain Canyon and scanned the ground below with furrowed brows. If there's danger, there's no need to fight. Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked at the ground outside the canyon. They might have encountered some danger and fled in panic. But the strength of the Kirin clan couldn't be underestimated. Even if the Heavenly Star Godsword submitted to him, there were still 9 sovereign divine weapons. In addition, there was also a group of reclusive old antiques. With such a lineup, even if they encountered the sovereign divine weapon of the Skybell divine treasure, or the purple gold skeleton, or even the skeleton condensed from human flesh, they wouldn't be able to escape. Unless it was one of the 9 demon kings, the divine king of primal chaos. "Come over quickly, I found a word here." Suddenly, the White-Eyed Wolf shouted. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and Madman hurriedly used the space-time step and ghost steps to rush to the east. Because the White-Eyed Wolf's voice came from the east of the canyon. When Qin Feiyang and Madman arrived, the Blood Ancestor had already left with Daifuku. After all, the Blood Ancestor had the supreme profundity of the law of time, instant time. The 4 of them were in front of a giant mountain, staring at the cliff as if they were looking for something. Qin Feiyang and Madman flew over and landed beside the four of them, looking at the cliff. The cliff was broken, and there was not a single blade of grass, but there was a word. East. What does it mean? Madman was suspicious. This handwriting is very messy, it seems to have been written in a hurry. Princess Huafeng frowned and said thoughtfully, but halfway through, she said in surprise, no, this is Qi Xiaoyun's handwriting. Qi Xiaoyun's handwriting? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. We seem to have seen his handwriting before. The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Yes. When we went to the tea house back then, he left a letter. Qin Feiyang nodded. After recalling for a while, he compared the words on the letter with the words on the cliff in front of him. The two were somewhat similar. However, in contrast, the words on the cliff were even more messy. Qi Xiaoyun left it. East. Qin Feiyang looked up to the east and frowned. Could it be that they fled to the east? How do you know that they fled to the east? Daifuku was suspicious. It's very simple. If they went to the east by themselves, they would definitely leave someone here to guard. But now, there's no one here. And the handwriting is so messy, it's obvious that they wrote it in a hurry. If I'm not mistaken, they must be in danger. It's just that I'm not sure if they fled to the east or not. If not, then we'll be wasting time looking in this direction. Qin Feiyang frowned. Even if it's a waste of time, we still have to look. As you said, the Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, and the others are definitely in danger. The white-eyed wolf's face was full of worry. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the heavenly star god sword appeared. He asked, can you contact the other sovereign divine weapons of the Qilin clan? No. Because we haven't established a mind contract with each other. The heavenly star god sword said. Why? Aren't you all the sovereign divine weapons of the Qilin clan? Is there a gap? Qin Feiyang frowned. Although we are all the sovereign divine weapons of the Qilin clan, you also know that there are 10 major clans in the Qilin clan. It's not uncommon for the clans to fight and scheme against each other. And we, the sovereign divine weapons, each serve a clan, so there has always been a situation of competition between us. The heavenly star god sword explained. Sigh. Can't these 3 clans learn from us? Everyone is harmonious and loving each other. Isn't it good for them? Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. We, the Feng people, are a bit better. There are only 2 factions. Princess Huafeng said with a guilty conscience. The madman mercilessly said, that's because you, the Feng people, only have the Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix clans. Otherwise, you would be the same as the Dragons and Qilin clans. Princess Huafeng smiled awkwardly. No matter what, we have to find them. The life and death of the Fire Qilin and Tan Wu cannot be ignored. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands, looked at the heavenly star god sword, and said, our speed is too slow. Now we can only trouble you to lead us to track them. It's a small matter. After saying that, the heavenly star god sword swept up Qin Feiyang and the others, turned into a stream of light, and rushed to the east like lightning. The white-eyed wolf suddenly said, Little Qin Zi, can't you and the Fire Qilin sense each other? Try now and see if you can sense its location. No. This kind of connection can only be made between us at a close distance. Qin Feiyang shook his head, but he also closed his eyes and tried. The result was that it really didn't work. Chapter 3758. After 3 full days of tracking, they didn't find any traces of battle along the way. This made Qin Feiyang and the others very puzzled. What kind of crisis did the Kirin clan encounter? If there were traces of battle, it would make sense. They must have encountered a strong enemy, but the current situation was a bit hard to figure out. Wait. Suddenly, Blood Ancestor spoke. What is it? The heavenly star god sword stopped and asked suspiciously. Along the way, Blood Ancestor had been using his divine sense to search the ground below. At this moment, he landed in front of a giant mountain not far away. On the rock wall, there were 2 words, southeast. Southeast. Qin Feiyang and the others also walked over. When they saw these 2 words, they couldn't help but be stunned. It was still the words left behind by Qi Xiaoyun. And it was quite messy. It seems that they have changed direction. Madman raised his head and looked towards the southeast, his brows tightly knitted. There's nothing to ponder about. Continue tracking. Qin Feiyang said. Even if he pondered now, he wouldn't be able to figure out anything, so there was no need to waste time here. Shua, the heavenly star god sword, led a group of people and turned towards the southeast. After a few more days of tracking, they found 2 words on a piece of gravel. South. What's the situation? The more they looked, the more puzzled they became. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at Blood Ancestor and asked, "The exit of the Heavenly Bell Divine Treasure seems to be in the west." That's right. Wan Feng Mountain Range in the west. Blood Ancestor nodded. West. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked towards the west. Soon, he turned his head and looked towards the south with a thoughtful look in his eyes. No one disturbed him. A moment passed. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he looked at the heavenly star god sword and asked, "The Kirin clan should also know the location of the exit, right?" "Yes." The heavenly star god sword replied. Initially, their escape route was to the east, which happens to be the opposite direction of the exit. Logically speaking, if they really want to escape, they should escape towards the west. Qin Feiyang thought. That's right. The exit is in the west. No matter who it is, they will definitely choose to escape towards the west. After all, there's still a glimmer of hope to reach the exit. But if you run in the opposite direction, even if you can escape with your life, it will take a lot of time. Madman nodded. So what you're saying is that they might have gone around to the west? Princess Huafeng asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang looked to the west again. No one would be stupid enough to run in the opposite direction of the exit. But why do we have to go around? Can't we just escape to the west? The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. That's why I said you didn't use your brain. They are running for their lives, not sightseeing. When he was running for his life at the beginning, he must have been thinking of escaping first. I'll think of the next step after we escape. It's possible that the danger they encountered at that time was in the west. That's why they fled to the east. After they were temporarily out of danger, they changed their route. Qin Feiyang said. Sister Feng, is that so? The white-eyed wolf looked at Princess Huafeng. How would I know? Princess Huafeng smiled bitterly. Things that hadn't been confirmed were just guesses. I believe in Qin Feiyang's judgment. Because their route has been changing, and it's changing in sequence. You all know the sequence of the directions. First, it's north, then northeast, east, southeast, south, southwest, west, and northwest. Their escape route was originally due east, followed by southeast, and now it's due south. So if their escape route changes to southwest again, they will definitely take a big detour and escape to the west. The Blood Ancestor said. Daifuku asked, in that case, we don't have to continue chasing them like this, right? Should we just rush to the exit of the Sky Bell Divine Treasury? No. What if they get trapped along the way? Or maybe they encounter an accident along the way. Moreover, the Sky Bell Divine Treasury is so big. Even if they are in the same direction, the distance will be very far. So the best way is to follow the marks they left behind. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Hearing this, the heavenly star god sword brought the group of people and turned towards the south. Several days later, the temperature gradually dropped. A glacier entered their line of sight. A glacier. Looking at the glacier in front of them, Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but be stunned. Why would a glacier appear? I've never been here before. The Blood Ancestor shook his head. Do you know where this is? Qin Feiyang asked the Raging Flames magic sword. I don't know. The Raging Flames magic sword replied indifferently. You still don't know? Qin Feiyang frowned. I'm not the ruler of the Skybell Divine Treasury. How can I know every place? Let's talk about it later. The terrain and illusions of the Skybell Divine Treasury will change because of the appearance of a certain person or the birth of a certain law. For example, the place where you met the Queen of Flames. It was originally a very ordinary place, but because the Queen of Flames was cultivating in seclusion there, it turned into a volcano. The Raging Flames magic sword explained. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Suddenly, The madman, who was scanning the glacier, seemed to have discovered something. His pupils shrank slightly, and then he took a step forward and entered the glacier. Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned and hurriedly followed. The moment they entered the glacier, a bone-piercing cold current immediately shrouded them. Several breaths later, the madman stopped above a giant peak and scanned the glacier below. His expression suddenly changed greatly. Qin Feiyang and the others looked down and their pupils shrank. They saw that there were a large number of broken limbs on the glacier below. Fresh blood could be seen everywhere. The fresh blood and severed limbs had all been frozen under the layer of ice. And they weren't human corpses. From the appearance, they were killins. Yes, they must be the corpses of the killins. The blood ancestor raised his hand and a wisp of divine power fell and blasted open the ice. The moment the ice shattered and the broken limbs and blood were revealed, the aura of the killins immediately surged out. It is indeed the aura of a Qilin. The madman's eyes darkened. It could be seen that the killins were indeed being hunted down. Continue. Qin Feiyang became more and more worried. The corpses of killins were not a good sign. The heavenly star magic sword led a group of people and flew into the depths of the glacier. Along the way, there were corpses of killins. Moreover, gradually, they also found a lot of purple gold skeletons, golden skeletons, and blood-colored skeletons. Could it be that they were being hunted down by skeletons? But that didn't make sense. The killins had so many reclusive old antiques and sovereign divine weapons. Even the purple gold skeletons couldn't threaten them, because the purple gold skeletons were only comparable to the super powerhouses of the human race, and their strength was comparable to the patriarchs of the various races. Soon, when they reached the central area of the glacier, their faces sank again. Below the glacier, there was actually a complete old man sealed in ice. There was a bloody hole between his eyebrows and his entire body was dripping with blood. Qin Feiyang and the others had some impression of this old man. He was a reclusive old antique of the Qilin clan. This was the first time they had seen a complete corpse. A group of people landed in front of the old man. Princess Huafeng used the law of fire to melt the ice on his body, and the old man immediately fell to the ground. Qin Feiyang released his divine sense to check, and found that he had long since died. How did he die? The madman asked. His soul was shattered. Qin Feiyang looked at the bloody hole between the old man's eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect that after tracking for so long, all I saw were corpses." The white-eyed wolf shook his head. Qin Feiyang retracted his divine sense and looked ahead. "I don't care about these people at all, I'm just worried about the fire Qilin, Tan Wu, and the hell godhound." The madman and the white-eyed wolf heard this and their faces were also filled with worry. If even these reclusive old antiques had unfortunately lost their lives, then wouldn't the fire Qilin, Tan Wu, and the hell godhound be in even more danger? Who is chasing after them? The 9 demon kings? Daifuku was surprised. I don't think so. If it was the 9 demon kings, then they wouldn't have been able to escape for so long. The blood ancestor shook his head. That makes sense. Daifuku nodded. With the strength of the 9 demon kings, it was too easy to kill the people of the Qilin clan. It could even be said that it was a massacre. No matter who it is, if anything happens to the fire Qilin and Tan Wu, I won't let them off. The madman snorted coldly. Continue tracking. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered with a cold light as he looked at the heavenly star god sword. Next, they encountered some more corpses on the glacier, all of which belonged to the Qilin clan. One could imagine. There had been a fierce battle here. Just as they were about to leave the glacier, Qin Feiyang and the others found another corpse. This corpse was torn apart and looked relatively intact. But this person's face was very unfamiliar. It was a middle-aged man. He was more than 2 meters tall and was extremely strong. Qin Feiyang and the others landed beside the corpse, their brows tightly knitted together. They had indeed never seen him before. And he wasn't a Qilin, but a real human. Daifuku looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang, blood ancestor, and the madman and asked, "Do you know him?" There were very few humans who entered the Skybell Divine Treasure this time. Apart from Qin Feiyang, blood ancestor, the madman, and Li Feng, There seemed to be only Yun Xiang and the masked Azura. I don't know him. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He had seen all the people who entered the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. As for the masked Azura, although he had never seen his true appearance, the body of this corpse clearly didn't match with the masked Azura. So, if he's not from the Sky Cloud realm, then could it be? Suddenly, Daifuku's gaze trembled. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "It seems that there's no mistake. This person should be a skeleton that condensed flesh and blood." White-Eyed Wolf said, "His corpse is here. The person who chased after the Qilin clan should be him. It can't be just him. He should be just one of them. He might have been killed by a reclusive old antique of the Qilin clan or a sovereign divine weapon. It seems that even if it wasn't the primal chaos divine king and the 9 demon kings, the crisis the Qilin clan is facing this time isn't optimistic." Qin Feiyang speculated. "Speaking of which, we were careless. The primal chaos divine king and the 10 demon kings aren't the only skeletons that condensed flesh and blood from the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Moreover, they aren't the only skeletons that have mastered the ultimate mysteries." Blood Ancestor sighed. Chapter 3759. They had always associated this matter with the 9 demon kings and completely ignored the other skeletons in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. In fact, apart from the Divine King of Primal Chaos and the 9 Demon Kings, there were still many terrifying existences hidden in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Raging Flame's magic sword, apart from the Divine King of Primal Chaos and the 10 Demon Kings, are there any other undead who have mastered the ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws? Qin Feiyang asked. Of course. And there are quite a few of them. It's just that it's usually hard to see them. Although their strength can't be compared to the Divine King of Primal Chaos and the 10 Demon Kings, each of them has their own sovereign divine weapon. They're also extremely difficult opponents for you. The Raging Flame's magic sword said. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other when they heard this, and their eyes darkened. It seemed that they had really underestimated the danger of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Judging from the current situation, it indeed had nothing to do with the Divine King of Primal Chaos and the 9 Demon Kings. It was other undead who were chasing after the Kirin clan. And among these undead, there were some who had mastered the ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. There should be more than one. Because if there were only 1 or 2 of them, they wouldn't be able to threaten the Kirin clan. It's probably the Kirin clan who provoked them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so relentless. The Raging Flame's magic sword sneered. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. These undead who have mastered the ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws usually hide somewhere and cultivate in seclusion. They rarely move around outside. Even if someone breaks into their territory, most of them will choose to ignore it. After all, with their strength, they disdain to attack the weak. So, if you didn't provoke them, they wouldn't chase after a person like this. The Raging Flame's magic sword chuckled with a sense of schadenfreude. But you can't blame us. Our purpose in coming to the Sky Bell Divine Treasure is to find divine objects and fortunes. If you really want to blame someone, you have to blame the person who opened the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. If he didn't open the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, would we have come in? The Blood Ancestor snorted coldly. There are many words, many of which have their own reasons. In short, the strong are respected. But your strength is really nothing much in the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure. The blazing magic sword did not bother to hide its mockery. That's only for now. It's not certain who will be stronger in the future. The Blood Ancestor clenched his hands. If he had not been schemed against by Dragon King and the other 2 back then, he would have been much more powerful now. Then I shall wait and see. The Inferno magic sword cackled. Go. The Blood Ancestor looked at the Heavenly Star God's word. Whoosh. The Heavenly Star God's sword brought a few people out of the glacier like lightning and entered the plains outside. Outside the glacier was a vast plain. The plains were also filled with devastation, and the traces of battle were clearly visible. Furthermore, a lot of bloodstains could be seen on the ground. Although the bloodstains had not dried up, the fluctuations of battle had long since disappeared. It was clear that the battle here had been going on for a very long time. As for blood, with their current cultivation, their blood would not dry up without special illusions. 2 days later. They followed the traces of battle and finally crossed the entire plain. When they arrived at the edge of the plain, they saw 2 words. And these 2 words were written on the plain below, formed by sword marks. If one did not look carefully, they would think that it was a crack left by a battle. After a group of people carefully observed, they found that it was the word southwest. As we expected, they fled to the southwest. Then their destination must be the exit of the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure in the west. The group continued to track. After leaving the plain, they did not encounter any more traces of battle. They should be temporarily out of danger. How many people were left in the Chilean clan? Although the Chilean clan only had a total of 20 people, the broken corpses on the glacier were too messy, and it was impossible to distinguish the exact number. At this moment, west, in the sky above a mountain, a fiery red longsword was carrying 2 people and 2 beasts, fleeing frantically. This longsword was like fire, and there seemed to be a fire Chilean circling around it. This was the sovereign divine weapon of the Fire Chilean clan's patriarch, Chi Ji, the Chilean divine sword. The 2 people and 2 beasts were Chi Xiaoyun, Tan Wu, Fire Chilean, and Hell God Hound. At this moment, the 4 of them were in an extremely sorry state with missing arms and legs. Even the Chilean divine sword was full of cracks. Their faces were extremely gloomy. And right behind them, there was also a sovereign divine weapon. It was a black battle axe with a black tiger engraved on it. The axe blade flickered with a shocking cold light. At this moment, this black battle axe was leading more than a dozen people and a group of skeletons, crazily chasing after Chi Xiaoyun and the others. There were men and women, old and young among the dozen people, and each of them was emitting a terrifying aura. This was especially true for the 3 men and 2 women in the lead. The power of laws lingering around them were all supreme laws, and in terms of strength, they had all reached the level of ultimate profundity. As for the skeletons, there were at least 200 to 300 of them. Among them, most of them were blood-colored and golden skeletons, and a small number of them were purple-gold skeletons. There were no exceptions. Whether it was the dozen people or the skeletons, they stared at Chi Xiaoyun and the others who were fleeing in front of them with a ferocious glint in their eyes. It's been half a year, and you're still chasing after us. Are you done yet? The Hell Divine Hound turned to look at the dozen or so people and skeletons behind them and couldn't help but roar angrily. Tan Wu said in a deep voice, "Looks like they won't give up until they kill us this time. We won't fight anymore. The ancestors and elders risked their lives to fight for a way out for us. We can't let any more sacrifices be made," said Chi Xiaoyun. Chi Xiaoyun muttered, his eyes filled with sorrow. Not only had the ancestors and elders died in battle, but even the sovereign divine weapons had been severely damaged. Take the Chilean divine sword for example. It couldn't display its peak strength at all. The danger of the Skybell divine treasure was far beyond their imagination. Then where should we run to? The Hell Divine Hound roared. What else can we do apart from running? Now, we can only hope to meet the dragons and the Feng people. At that time, we might have a glimmer of hope if we join forces with them. Chi Xiaoyun shook his head. Meet them? Mph, it's good that we don't hit them when they're down. I, on the other hand, hope to meet Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf. Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf are much more reliable than the Feng people and the dragons. The Hell Divine Hound sneered. True. Chi Xiaoyun blanked out for a moment before nodding with a smile. No matter what. We all have to survive. The Fire Chilean glanced at the dozen or so people and skeletons behind them and said in a deep voice. That's right. None of us left our souls outside to protect ourselves. If we die here, everything will be over. Chi Xiaoyun nodded. If these words were heard by others, they would definitely be shocked. They actually didn't leave their souls in the Chilean sacred ground. This was an act of staking everything on a single throw. If they died, everything would be over. End of this chapter. Chapter 3760. A few days later. An old man in an ordinary robe stood above a broken piece of land. His eyes were filled with grief, anger, and worry. This old man was the white-bearded old man. Below him was a battlefield. The flesh and blood of killings dyed the ground red. There were fire killings, wood killings, ink killings, there were also many skeletons. What the hell is going on? The casualties are so heavy. Xiaoyun, nothing must happen to you. Otherwise, how am I going to explain it to your father when I return? The white-bearded old man whispered and was about to rush west. But at this moment, the white-bearded old man seemed to have sensed something. He looked behind him and immediately swooped down, hiding in a mountain not far away. Whoosh! A while later, a group of people rushed over like lightning. It was the heavenly sword god, Qin Feiyang, and the others. Another battlefield. And the corpses of Killins. When they arrived above the battlefield and looked at the blood-dyed ground below, their eyes were filled with shock. I'm afraid the Killins are almost all dead. Princess Huafeng sighed deeply and turned to look at Qin Feiyang and the others. She comforted them. Actually, you don't have to be so nervous. The Fire Qilin and Tan Wu will definitely leave their souls in the Qilin sacred land. That's right. The white-eyed wolf slapped his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman. They will leave their souls in the Qilin sacred land. What are we worried about? You're wrong. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Wrong. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. You've known Tan Wu and the others for so long. Don't you know their personalities? They are the same as us. No matter where they go, they will not leave their souls behind in advance to save their lives. Qin Feiyang said. This, the white-eyed wolf's expression stiffened. With a fluke mentality, he said, today is different. They are now in the Qilin sacred land. The other Killins have left their souls in the Qilin sacred land, so they are no exception. A person's personality is innate. It won't change no matter where it is. I don't know about the others, but I believe that the Fire Qilin and Tan Wu definitely didn't leave their divine souls outside. This is the reason why I'm so worried. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Sigh. The white-eyed wolf sighed. If that was the case, then the situation was not good. Madman suddenly pointed at the ground in front of them and exclaimed, Look, there's another word on the ground. Qin Feiyang and the others fixed their eyes on it. It was the character Shi, which was also formed by sword marks. That's right. They are heading for the exit of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, the white-eyed wolf said. Hurry up and catch up. Maybe we'll find them soon, Madman urged. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded, My friends, please wait a moment. Qin Feiyang and the others were slightly stunned. Wasn't this the voice of the white-bearded old man? They hurriedly looked towards the source of the sound and saw the white-bearded old man hesitantly flying out from the mountains towards them. It's really him? Madman blanked out for a bit before he hurriedly went over and asked, Where's the Fire Qilin and Tan Wu? Qin Feiyang and the others hurriedly went over as well. I don't know either. The white-bearded old man shook his head. Aren't you with them? Why don't you know? The white-eyed wolf frowned. The white-bearded old man glanced at them and sighed, I'm not with them. When I arrived at the Black Mountain Valley, they were already gone. I followed the marks left behind by Xiaoyun all the way here. I see. Everyone nodded in realization. But I didn't expect to meet you here. They should have followed the marks here, right? The white-bearded old man asked. Yes. I didn't expect to meet you either. Qin Feiyang smiled. The white-bearded old man said, Is it for the Holy Qilin, Tan Wu, and the Hellhound? Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. The white-bearded old man pleaded, If that's the case, bring me along. I'm too slow. Sure. Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked at the Star God sword and said, Let's go. Whoosh. The Star God sword swept up the few of them and flew toward the west like lightning. The white-bearded old man glanced at the Star God sword. In fact, he knew what had happened without asking. It must have been subdued by Qin Feiyang. However, he still couldn't help but want to confirm it with Qin Feiyang personally. He asked, Young friend, the Star God sword, back then, I accidentally met Qi Yefeng, Qi Xiong, and an old antique of your Qilin race, so I killed them and subdued the Star God sword. Similarly, I'm also aware of the alliance between the three races. But, you don't have to feel awkward because of this. I have a good impression of you. Moreover, you are not a Qilin. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The white-bearded old man looked ashamed. He glanced at Princess Huafeng and asked, "What's your relationship with the Feng people now?" "The Feng people and the dragons are all dead," Qin Feiyang said. "They're all dead." The white-bearded old man was shocked. "That's right. The only one left of the dragons is Long Chen. The only ones left of the Feng people are Princess Huafeng and Daifuku," Qin Feiyang said. "You did all of this?" The white-bearded old man was bewildered. "More or less." Qin Feiyang nodded. The white-bearded old man's pupils constricted, and he asked, "Then what is your purpose in coming to the Black Mountain Canyon to find us? Don't you already have an answer in your heart?" Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. The white-bearded old man's heart trembled. As expected, they were also here to get rid of their Qilin race. "But now it seems that I don't need to do anything." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Sigh." The white-bearded old man sighed. Who would have thought that after scheming for so long, the three races would end up with Qin Feiyang crushing their plans without causing even a ripple? "No matter what, I still hope that you can show mercy to Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun has no ill intentions toward you," said Qin Yun. The white-bearded old man looked at Qin Feiyang's group with a pleading gaze. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Don't worry. I won't touch him. After all, I still miss his ancient dragon god tea." "Thank you. I have another piece of bad news. You need to be mentally prepared." The white-bearded old man smiled and said in a deep voice. "What's the bad news?" Qin Feiyang asked doubtfully. What could be worse than the three races working together to kill them? The white-bearded old man said, "Xiaoyun, the Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, and the Hellhound did not leave their souls in the Qilin sacred ground." "What?" The white-eyed wolf's expression changed. Was it really as little Qin Zi had expected? "I wouldn't dare to joke about this," said the white-bearded old man. Before entering the Skybell Divine Treasury, both Qizhi and the Qilin Master had asked them to leave their souls behind to protect themselves. "But none of them listened," said the white-bearded old man. The white-bearded old man sighed. Blood Ancestor Cruel chuckled, "Truly a few audacious juniors who don't know the difference between life and death. However, your ancestor does admire their courage." "Oh." The white-bearded old man looked at the Blood Ancestor. After taking a closer look, his pupils shrunk as he cried out in alarm, "You seem to be, you know me?" The Blood Ancestor looked at the white-bearded old man in astonishment. "You sure are forgetful," said the white-bearded old man. "Back then, when you attacked the Qilin sacred ground, I nearly died at your hands. But that's not surprising. Back then, I was just a nobody. Even if I stood in a crowd, you wouldn't even spare me a glance." The white-bearded old man shook his head. "Oh." The Blood Ancestor studied the white-bearded old man suspiciously. "Do you still remember the white jade Qilin who chased you out of the Qilin sacred ground?" asked the white-bearded old man. "White jade Qilin?" The Blood Ancestor was slightly taken aback. He tried to recall for a moment before a look of realization appeared on his face. "So, it's you." "Yes." The white-bearded old man nodded. "I didn't expect you to still be alive." The Blood Ancestor was surprised. The white-bearded old man shook his head and said, "Back then, when you saw me yelling at you, you attacked me out of anger and almost died. In the end, the Qilin Master saved me. That's what you asked for. But I do have some impression of you. Because you're a white jade Qilin. A white jade Qilin is quite rare in this world," said the Blood Ancestor. The white-bearded old man smiled bitterly. He didn't know if he should feel honored to be remembered by a big shot like the Blood Ancestor. Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but feel surprised when they heard this conversation. They didn't expect the Blood Ancestor to have such a relationship with the white-bearded old man. The Blood Ancestor said indifferently, "It seems that Qin Feiyang respects you. Let's forget about the past, but I advise you to leave the Qilin clan as soon as possible." The white-bearded old man was startled. "You should know what the Qilin Master did to me, the Human Emperor, and the Feather Emperor back then. We can't just let this matter go." The Blood Ancestor's eyes flashed with killing intent. The white-bearded old man pondered for a while and nodded. "I understand, but I won't leave the Qilin clan. As for what will happen in the end, it will depend on fate. You're quite loyal to the Chilean clan. The blood ancestor sneered. The white-bearded old man laughed hoarsely and said, not to the Chilean clan, but to the Chilean master. How can I forget his kindness? Up to you. The blood ancestor waved his hand indifferently. Not to mention back then, even now, the white-bearded old man was just an ant-like existence in his eyes and was not worth mentioning. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Feiyang respected the white-bearded old man, he wouldn't have bothered to waste his breath. The white-bearded old man smiled and glanced at Princess Huafeng. Suddenly, he found that Princess Huafeng and the white-eyed wolf were holding hands and seemed to be very close. Wait, who was this person? He didn't see the white-eyed wolf's human form either. Moreover, the mark between the white-eyed wolf's eyebrows was also hidden. However, the aura of the white-eyed wolf hadn't changed much, which made the white-bearded old man feel a little familiar. What are you looking at? You're already so old. Haven't you seen others in love? The white-eyed wolf stared at him. Sorry. The white-bearded old man smiled apologetically and then came back to his senses. He looked forward, but the suspicion in his eyes didn't disappear. Wait. This was the aura of the golden-winged wolf king. How could it be him? He was actually with the princess of the Fire Phoenix clan? At this moment, the white-bearded old man's heart was in turmoil. This wasn't a trivial matter, because there would be a lot of variables in the future if these two were together. Chapter 3761. The dangers of the Skybell Divine Treasury were everywhere. Although fortune could be found everywhere, if one wanted to obtain it, one had to have the means to do so. Under the lead of the Star God Sword, Qin Feiyang and the others had been tracking them for a month. But after a month, they still hadn't caught up to Qi Shaoyun's group. It wasn't just Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. The white-bearded old man was also getting more and more anxious. Fortunately, they could find the marks left behind by Qi Shaoyun every once in a while. Otherwise, they would have thought that Qi Shaoyun's group had died. Don't worry, said the white-bearded old man. Along the way, the two sides have clashed more than once. After such a fierce battle, the people and sovereign weapons of both sides must have been injured. After being injured, they won't be able to move at full speed. So, with the speed of the Star God Sword, it's only a matter of time before we catch up to them. The white-bearded old man comforted. He could clearly sense Qin Feiyang's current agitated state of mind. Makes sense. The Star God Sword is naturally faster than them when it's at its peak. The blood ancestor nodded. Sigh. How good would it be if we could open a space-time passage or a space-time divine tool? The white-bearded old man sighed worriedly. After entering a huge mountain, Qin Feiyang and the others saw the word west formed by numerous sword marks on the ground. This mark isn't just guiding us. It's also a signal for help. Daifuku sighed. Qi Shaoyun's group had no idea that Qin Feiyang and the others were tracking them. They also didn't know if they would be able to escape alive. However, they didn't give up. Instead, they left marks along the way. If they really met someone familiar with them and recognized their handwriting, they might be able to follow the marks and come to their rescue. Although the probability of that happening in the Skybell Divine Treasury was very low, there was still a trace of hope. Clang. In the sky above a mountain range. Under Qi Shaoyun's command, the Chilean sword released numerous sword qi that swept toward the ground. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, leaving behind another mark. I hope this mark can really bring us hope. The Fire Chilean sighed. We can't rely on others to save us. We have to think of a way to get rid of them. Tan Wu shook his head and swept his gaze over the mountains and rivers, his gaze flickering indeterminately. Behind, more than a dozen people and a group of skeletons were filled with killing intent. He can really escape, a black-robed old man said with a cold look in his eyes. Escape? If they continue to flee like this, only death awaits them. This voice came from the black battle axe, and there was a strong sense of ridicule in its words. What do you mean? The black-robed old man raised his head and looked at the black battle axe. The Yin-Yang Lake is just ahead. There's a sovereign divine weapon in the Yin-Yang Lake called the Yin-Yang Mirror. In the early years, this sovereign had several encounters with it. Previously, This sovereign had secretly contacted it and asked it to help intercept it. The Black Axe sneered. Well done. The black-robed old man was overjoyed when he heard that. He raised his head and looked at Qi Shaoyun's group again, his eyes filled with disdain. Qi Shaoyun and the others had no idea that danger was approaching them. They continued running forward. Just as Qin Feiyang and the others had expected, their target was the exit of the Sky Bell Divine Treasury. Perhaps they could meet their clansmen and allies at the exit. The so-called allies were naturally the Foam People and the Dragons. In any case, whether it was the Foam People, the Dragons, the Land of Buried Gods, the Heavenly Cloud Ocean, or Qin Feiyang and the others, as long as they could meet them, they would be able to help them. Why did they say that? Because they had the Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, and the Hellhound. Although the Qilin race was on opposing sides with the Land of Buried Gods and the Heavenly Cloud Ocean, because of the relationship between the Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, the Hellhound, and Qin Feiyang and the others, the people of the Land of Buried Gods and the Heavenly Cloud Ocean would definitely help them. Therefore, for them, no matter which faction they encountered, they would be able to temporarily solve their urgent problem. Half a day passed. A lake appeared in front of them. The lake was vast and boundless, like a vast ocean. Strangely, half of the lake water was white and half black. That's the Yin-Yang Lake. The Black Axe laughed sinisterly. When the black-robed old man and the others heard that, killing intent surged in their eyes. This lake is a little strange. Qi Shaoyun stared at the Yin-Yang Lake and frowned. Indeed. It's too strange. Tan Wu nodded. We'd better go around it. The infernal divine hound also had a bad premonition. Boom. But just as they were about to go around the lake, a terrifying divine might erupted from behind them. They turned their heads and instantly paled. The black-robed old man and the other four in the lead all erupted with an astonishing power of law. The black-robed old man's entire body was filled with an aura of death. As the black-robed old man waved his hand, a huge object appeared in the void above him. It was the ultimate profundity of the law of death, the 18 layers of hell. At the same time, above the heads of the 2 men and 2 women, ultimate profundities of supreme laws manifested one after another. They were the law of destruction, the law of karma, the law of devour, and the law of space-time. Kill. As the black-robed old man laughed sinisterly, the 5 ultimate profundities instantly shattered the void and the earth, bombarding the mountains and rivers on both sides of Qi Shaoyun and the others. That's right. Their target was not Qi Shaoyun and the others. Instead, they were blocking their path, not giving them a chance to go around the Yin-Yang Lake. Damn it! The Hellhound roared. Left with no choice, the Qilin sword could only bring the group toward the Yin-Yang Lake. Boom! The moment they arrived above the Yin-Yang Lake, a terrifying divine might erupted from the bottom of the lake. What? The 2 men and 2 beasts' expressions changed. The next moment, the lake water surged, creating huge waves that blotted out the sky. An ancient mirror the size of a palm flew out of the lake water, carrying with it a surging divine might as it appeared before Tan Wu and the others. This ancient mirror was also strange. Half of it was black, and the other half was white. The 2 divine lights intertwined, emitting a destructive aura. A sovereign divine weapon. The 2 men and 2 beasts looked at the yin-yang mirror with pale faces. Clearly, this sovereign divine weapon was here to help stop them. They did not expect this to be the territory of a sovereign divine weapon. At the same time, at the peak of a huge mountain on the left bank of the lake, 2 figures stood side by side. One of them was wearing a long black robe. His figure was tall and straight, and his skin was like jade. His dark eyes were like a vast ocean, unfathomable. The other person was an old man wearing a long green robe. His hands were behind his back, and his old face was filled with kindness and kindness. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would definitely recognize that this young man was one of the disciples of the purple-gold divine dragon, Yun Xiang. The green-robed old man was also a reclusive old antique in the land of buried gods. Why is it Qi Shaoyun, the Qilin saint, Tan Wu, and the hellhound of the Qilin clan? Yun Xiang was suspicious. They seem to be being chased. The green-robed old man muttered. His gaze shifted to the black-robed old man and his group, and his pupils immediately constricted. There were actually so many skeletons following these people. There was only one explanation for this situation. The black-robed old man and more than a dozen people were undead that had condensed flesh and blood. Otherwise, who could command these skeletons? Where are the others from the Qilin clan? Why are there only 4 of them? Yun Xiang was suspicious. Did you see the profundities of the laws that the 5 of them had activated? The green-robed old man asked. Yes. Yun Xiang nodded. Those are the ultimate profundities of the strongest laws, and they have a sovereign divine weapon with them. As I expected, the others of the Qilin clan are most likely dead. The green-robed old man said in a deep voice. Yun Xiang was slightly taken aback, and immediately a gloating expression appeared on his face. He said with a smile, "This is what they deserve. The Qilin clan indeed deserves it. Wait for the Qilin saint, Tan Wu, and the hellhound of the Qilin clan. We can't just ignore them." The green-robed old man shook his head. Why? Yun Xiang frowned. The green-robed old man said, "Because Lord Feather Emperor has told us that they are Qin Feiyang's best friends." They are Qin Feiyang's friends? Why didn't I know about this? Yun Xiang was stunned. As soon as they came to the Sky Cloud realm, they entered the Qilin sacred ground and never showed their faces outside. Do you still remember when Qin Feiyang and the others broke into the Qilin sacred ground last time? They went to look for the fire Qilin, Tan Wu, the infernal divine hound, and the divine beast uncle they mentioned. And these people have a relationship with Lord Feather Emperor. Back then, Lord Feather Emperor helped them in the lower realm. The green-robed old man said. I see. Yun Xiang nodded and said with a frown, "So, we can't just watch them die?" Of course not. Besides, we came here to find an opportunity to subdue the yin-yang mirror. However, the current situation doesn't seem optimistic. The green-robed old man glanced at the yin-yang mirror, the black axe, the black-robed old man, and the hundreds of skeletons. He couldn't help but frown. At the same time, the hearts of Qi Shaoyun and the others sank to the bottom. They didn't expect that the black-robed old man and the others had helpers. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Charge out. Tan Wu shivered and roared at Qi Shaoyun. Qi Shaoyun recovered from his shock, and a trace of madness appeared in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, 8 more sovereign weapons appeared. What? Apart from the celestial sword, the other 9 sovereign weapons are all with them? In that case, the Qilin clansmen have more or less gathered together. Yun Xiang was astonished. But this also shows that the other Qilin clansmen have indeed met with misfortune. Otherwise, Qi Shaoyun wouldn't be the only one with all the sovereign weapons. The axe is definitely not the only sovereign weapon among these undead. Looks like we need to rethink our plan, said the green-robed old man. That's right. If there were only the black axe, the black-robed old man, and the others, even if they had grasped the profundity of the laws, they wouldn't be able to defeat Qi Shaoyun's 9 sovereign weapons. They wouldn't be able to kill Qi Shaoyun and the others. End of this chapter. Chapter 3762. In the blink of an eye. As soon as the 8 sovereign weapons appeared, they immediately attacked the yin-yang mirror together with the Qilin sword. Just like the Qilin sword, the 8 sovereign weapons had suffered different degrees of damage. Evidently, this was the result of several clashes with the black-robed old man's group. So many sovereign weapons. When the yin-yang mirror saw this, it couldn't help but be shocked. Although the Qilin sword and the other 8 sovereign weapons had suffered heavy injuries, the number was still shocking. Moreover, although the 9 sovereign weapons could not unleash their full strength, their power was still not to be underestimated. Even the undamaged yin-yang mirror did not dare to face them head-on. Decisive. It retreated rapidly. A black and white divine radiance appeared on the mirror, forming 2 shield walls in front of it. Boom. With a loud bang, the 9 sovereign weapons smashed the 2 shield walls into pieces. Terrifying. The yin-yang mirror was shocked. Old friend, don't be afraid. We're here to help you. The black axe roared and attacked Qi Shaoyun's group together with the black-robed old man. The other 2 men and 2 women looked at each other, and a terrifying sovereign's aura erupted from their bodies. Then, with a loud clang, 4 sovereign weapons appeared. The 2 men and 2 women immediately took out their respective sovereign weapons and attacked Qi Xiaoyun's group. They really have more than one sovereign weapon. Yun Xiang's eyes trembled. 5 peerless experts who had mastered ultimate intents, 5 ruler weapons, and a few hundred skeletons were enough to compete with a forbidden area on their side. These 4 sovereign weapons are also injured to different degrees. It seems like they have fought more than once with the Qilin clan. What is the reason for these undead to be so crazy about Qi Xiaoyun's group? The green-robed old man frowned. So, should we help or not? Yun Xiang asked. If it was up to him, he would not help. With their current strength, it was impossible for them to defeat the Qilin clan. The green-robed old man hesitated. We have to help. Suddenly, a voice sounded. A beam of divine light shot out from Yun Xiang's body. It was the horsetail whisk. Before entering the Skybell divine treasure, Qin Feiyang had given the horsetail whisk and the blood dragon blade to Yun Xiang and the masked Azura. The horsetail whisk had followed Yun Xiang. But, Yun Xiang looked up at the horsetail whisk with a hesitant expression. What are you thinking about? Fire Qilin and the others are Qin Feiyang's friends. And they're not just ordinary friends. They're brothers who would die for each other. Considering the safety of you and the masked Shura, Qin Feiyang didn't hesitate to let me and the blood dragon blade follow you and protect you. Now that his friends are in trouble, you're starting to retreat. If you are such a person, I will leave immediately, the horsetail whisk said. When Yun Xiang heard this, he immediately felt ashamed. As the disciple of the purple gold divine dragon, you should show your courage and boldness instead of running away when you're in trouble. In short, you can't let down Qin Feiyang's trust in you, the horsetail whisk said. Who? Yun Xiang took a deep breath, looked at the horsetail whisk, and sincerely apologized. I'm sorry. I was a bit of a bastard this time. I will definitely change in the future. The horsetail whisk smiled in relief. Yun Xiang looked up at the sky above the Yin-Yang Lake. The battle between Qi Xiaoyun and the black-robed old man had already begun. The various sovereign divine weapons clashed violently. The terrifying shockwaves of the battle flooded the surroundings. The Yin-Yang Lake was collapsing, and the surrounding mountains and rivers were also destroyed. However, Qi Xiaoyun and the others were at an absolute disadvantage. This was because the other side already had 5 supreme experts and 5 sovereign divine weapons. Now, they also had the Yin-Yang Mirror, a peak sovereign divine weapon. If no one helped, Qi Xiaoyun and the others would definitely die. Yun Xiang turned to look at the remaining 9 undead and the hundreds of skeletons. The 9 souls did not participate in the battle. They should only have comprehended the ultimate profundity of ordinary laws. But if the battle really starts, they will be a big problem. Yun Xiang's eyes flickered. That's right. Although the ultimate profundity of ordinary laws cannot fight against a sovereign divine weapon, they can still provide assistance. The green-robed old man nodded. Then let's deal with them first before going all out. Yun Xiang's eyes flashed with killing intent. All right. The green-robed old man said. Let's go. Yun Xiang waved his hand, and the horsetail whisk immediately swept towards the 9 dead spirits and the group of skeletons in front of them. Of course. They all retracted their auras to avoid being discovered by the other party. Looks like today is the day we die. But even if we die, we will make them pay. Kill. The Hell God Hound's killing intent surged to the sky. It seemed to have transformed into a human-shaped beast. Holding a sovereign divine weapon, it charged toward the black-robed old man's ultimate profundity, the 18 layers of hell. Boom. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The void collapsed. A destructive aura surged in all directions. The heavily damaged sovereign divine weapon failed to shatter the 18 layers of hell. Instead, the Hell God Hound and the sovereign divine weapon in its hand were sent flying. The Hell God Hound's body cracked and was almost torn apart. Blood stained the sky. The cracks on the sovereign divine weapon in its hand grew bigger and bigger. Qi Xiaoyun, the Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, the Qilin sword, and the other sovereign divine weapons were the same. The situation was critical. Boom. But at this moment, a terrifying divine aura suddenly erupted from the back of the battlefield. This aura, Tan Wu and the others were stunned and immediately turned their heads in surprise. Because they were very familiar with this aura. It was Qin Fei Yang's horsetail whisk. Yun Xiang? But when they turned their heads, they found that it was not Qin Fei Yang. What was going on? Why was the horsetail whisk in Yun Xiang's hands? The black-robed old man and the others were also stunned. When they came back to their senses, they turned around one after another. When they saw Yun Xiang, the green-robed old man, and the horsetail whisk attacking those skeletons, their eyes immediately burned with rage. "How dare you?" one of the middle-aged women roared. "Let's see if I dare or not," Yun Xiang sneered. He grabbed the horsetail whisk and charged toward the 9 people. At the same time, the green-robed old man waved his hand. A law of wood roared out and charged toward the hundreds of skeletons. Ultimate profound meaning. The hundreds of skeletons were shocked and immediately began to flee. Even the purple-gold skeletons were only super strong. How could they block a terrifying powerhouse who had mastered the ultimate profound meaning? Even if it was just the law of wood, even if it was just an ordinary law power, its strength and power were enough to kill them instantly. The 9 undead spirits who had condensed their bodies were also shocked when they saw Yun Xiang and the horsetail whisk charging over. They naturally didn't take Yun Xiang's strength seriously. After all, they who had condensed their bodies had mastered the ultimate profound meaning. Although it wasn't the ultimate profound meaning of the strongest law, it was still easy for them to kill Yun Xiang. However, the horsetail whisk was a sovereign divine weapon, and it wasn't something they could offend. They made a prompt decision and fled in all directions. However, would Yun Xiang and the horsetail whisk give them the chance? Would the green-robed old man give those skeletons a chance to escape? Obviously not. As the 2 of them and the horsetail whisk attacked, the 9 people and the group of skeletons died one after another. "You're courting death." The black-robed old man was furious. The 18 levels of hell turned in the air and charged toward the horsetail whisk with the power to destroy the world. "You're the ones courting death." The horsetail whisk pushed Yun Xiang back and erupted with a shocking power to meet the 18 levels of hell. Ultimate profound meaning, plant soldiers. The green-robed old man raised his hand and waved. A terrifying aura surged out in all directions like a tide. Although there weren't many flowers and trees in the Skybell Divine Treasure, it wasn't that there weren't any. At this moment, the weeds and trees in a radius of hundreds of millions of miles were uprooted. They were originally very ordinary weeds and trees, but at this moment, every leaf and every blade of grass was emitting a dazzling divine light. They were like divine weapons, emitting a terrifying sharpness. "Kill." The green-robed old man waved his hand again, and the weeds and leaves that filled the sky immediately shattered the sky and charged toward the center of the battlefield. That's right. His goal wasn't the 18 levels of hell. With the horsetail whisk strength, it was enough to fight the 18 levels of hell. The green-robed old man's goal was to help Tan Wu and the others. As those plants and trees charged over, they were like divine weapons colliding with the sovereign divine weapons like the yin-yang mirror. Dazzling sparks burst out, as well as deafening metal sound. The black-robed old man and the other 4 were also drowned by the plants and trees. Even though they were terrifying, bloody wounds quickly appeared on their bodies. Every plant and tree is an enemy. It really lives up to its name, Yun Xiang muttered. If this was in the sky cloud realm, the lethality of this ultimate meaning would be doubled. Because the sky cloud realm was full of plants and trees, a mere ultimate meaning of an ordinary law dares to cause trouble here? The yin-yang mirror and the other 6 sovereign divine weapons were furious. Terrifying divine power surged out, and the plants that filled the sky immediately shattered. As expected. The ultimate meaning of a sovereign divine weapon and the strongest law is not something an ordinary law can compare to. However, I'm not here to fight. The green-robed old man whispered and decisively brought Yun Xiang out of the battlefield. Standing in the distance, the law of wood surged out. Following closely, a miraculous scene appeared. On the ground in front of the 2 of them, a small sprout emerged from the soil. It was like a sprout of a small sapling. Ultimate meaning, spring-withered tree. As the green-robed old man muttered to himself, the small sprout rapidly grew. In less than 3 breaths, it had grown into a towering tree. That's right. This was a towering tree that was as tall as the sky. The entire tree was luxuriant and lush with green leaves. Every single leaf was emitting a hazy divine light. With the appearance of this towering tree, a majestic vitality suddenly emerged between heaven and earth. This vitality was beyond imagination. The originally desolate mountains and rivers in the surroundings were rapidly growing with flowers and trees. In just a few blinks of an eye, hundreds of millions of miles of land had become an oasis full of vitality. The mountains and rivers were beautiful, incomparably beautiful. This is the ultimate meaning of the law of wood, spring withered tree. Yunxiang was astonished. Isn't this too outrageous? Chapter 3763. These flowers, plants, and trees are all real. So, even if it's a barren place, it won't affect me from unlocking the ultimate profundity of the law of wood. The old man in green said with a smile. Yunxiang asked curiously, so, the ultimate profundity of the law of wood is actually paving the way for the ultimate profundity? Yes. Of course. The ultimate profundity of the law of wood also has another ability. It's healing. Although it's not as good as the law of life, it's many times better than the divine life pill. And it's also useful for divine weapons. The old man in green explained. You mean that the sovereign divine weapons can absorb this vitality to repair their bodies? Yunxiang was surprised. Yes. The old man in green nodded. As he waved his hand, bursts of green life energy surged toward the Qilin sword and the other divine weapons like a tidal wave. At the same time, countless plants rose into the air, flashing with divine light as they charged toward the center of the battlefield. What he needed to do was to interfere with the black-robed old man and the other 4, as well as their sovereign divine weapons. In addition, he needed to provide an endless stream of vitality for the sovereign divine weapons so that they could repair their bodies while fighting. What a huge amount of vitality. For us, it's like rain from the sky. Azure Dragon, thank you. The Qilin sword's voice sounded. Obviously. The Qilin sword was no stranger to the old man in green. You're welcome. The old man in green chuckled. We have no way out of this battle. Let's kill. The Qilin sword roared. With the horsetail whisk joining the battlefield and the old man in green assisting, they finally saw hope. Boom. The battle became more and more intense. The horsetail whisk shattered the black-robed old man's 18 levels of hell and rushed toward Tan Wu, Qi Shaoyun, the fire Qilin, and the infernal divine hound. Then, under the protection of the divine power, the 2 men and 2 beasts rushed to the side of Yunxiang and the old man in green. You came at the right time. Thank you. Tan Wu looked gratefully at Yunxiang and Qi Shaoyun. You're welcome. Actually, we've been here for a long time. Yunxiang smiled. He's been here for a long time. Tan Wu, Qi Shaoyun, the fire Qilin, and the hellhound exchanged glances, suspicion rising in their eyes. Yes. We discovered the yin-yang mirror some time ago and fought with it. We wanted to subdue it, but we only have the horsetail whisk, which is the sovereign divine weapon. We can't subdue it. So, we've been hiding nearby, looking for an opportunity. But I never thought that I would meet you. What's going on with you guys? Why are they chasing after you? Yunxiang was suspicious. It's a long story. We've been chased by them for more than half a year. Tan Wu shook his head and sighed. What? We've been chasing you for so long. You didn't dig up their ancestral graves, did you? Yunxiang and the old man looked at each other. Tan Wu, Qi Shaoyun, the fire Qilin, and the hellhound smiled bitterly. Let's talk about it later. Tan Wu waved his hand and looked at the 2 of them, asking, Did you guys encounter Qin Feiyang? No. The 2 shook their heads. No. Then why is the horsetail whisk with you? Tan Wu was stunned and looked at the 2 of them in confusion. Yunxiang said, Before we entered the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure, Qin Feiyang handed the horsetail whisk and blood dragon blade to me and senior brother for us to use for self-defense. I see. I thought Qin Feiyang was also nearby. It seems that our situation hasn't changed. Tan Wu was worried again. The other party had 6 sovereign divine weapons and 5 experts who had mastered ultimate profundities of supreme laws. On their side, even with the horsetail whisk, they only had 10 sovereign divine weapons. There was still a gap in numbers. Although the old man in green was assisting them, it didn't affect the overall situation much. If this continued, they would lose sooner or later. The old man in green and Yunxiang couldn't help but frown when they heard this. The hellhound suddenly asked, "What about the others in the land of buried gods? They should be at the rendezvous point now," Yunxiang said. "Is the rendezvous point so far away?" Tan Wu hurriedly asked. If it wasn't far, they could go find reinforcements. Sovereign divine weapons like the horsetail whisk could buy them a lot of time if they really went all out. "I don't know if it's far." Yunxiang shook his head and turned to look at the old man in green. The old man in green smiled bitterly and said, "If it wasn't far, I would have gone to find them long ago. I wouldn't have stayed here to help. The rendezvous point in the land of buried gods is at least 2 years away from here." 2 years. Tan Wu, Qi Shaoyun, Fire Qilin, and the hellhound heard this and fell into a helpless state. Even if the horsetail whisk and the other sovereign divine weapons fought with their lives, they couldn't delay for so long. What should they do? If this continued, they would definitely be in trouble. "Let's find an opportunity to escape," Yunxiang said in a deep voice. Hearing this, no one objected. The hellhound looked at the old man in green and Yunxiang and said, "Then let's go to the rendezvous point in the land of buried gods." "No." Tan Wu immediately shook his head. "Why?" The hellhound was puzzled. "Can't you grow a brain? Haven't you learned your lesson? What if another sovereign divine weapon they know comes to stop us? Won't we die then? That's why we can't just run around like that," Tan Wu said in a deep voice. If it wasn't for the yin-yang mirror, he wouldn't have objected. However, the appearance of the yin-yang mirror was like a bolt from the blue, enlightening him. If they continued running like this, they wouldn't be able to escape death sooner or later. "Then where can we go now? Because we don't know which direction has a sovereign divine weapon and which doesn't." The hellhound frowned. Tan Wu's eyes flashed. He sneered and said, "No, there's a direction where a sovereign divine weapon won't stop us." "Which direction?" The hellhound, Fire Qilin, the old man in green, and Yunxiang all looked at him suspiciously. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked toward the east. He looked at Tan Wu and asked, "You're talking about the direction we came from, right?" "That's right. We've been running for our lives, so we know the route like the back of our hands. We definitely won't encounter a sovereign divine weapon along the way." Tan Wu nodded. "After running for so long, we're going back the way we came?" The hellhound was astonished. "What else can we do? It's better than running into another sovereign divine weapon and losing our lives, right? Moreover, we've left marks along the way. Someone might be following the marks to find us. For us, this is the safest and most appropriate method. If you have a better idea, feel free to share it. We can discuss it together." "Let's discuss it," said Tan Wu. They exchanged glances. Indeed, there was no safer method than this. If they continued running toward the exit of the Skybell Divine Treasury or the gathering point in the land of buried gods, the dangers they would encounter along the way would be unpredictable. Tan Wu said in a deep voice, "If no one objects, we'll take a gamble and return the way we came." "Same here. Perhaps Qi Yefeng is looking for us with the Skystar Sword. So long as the Skystar Sword arrives, we'll have a chance to turn the tables." Qi Shaoyun nodded. "Looks like the marks we left along the way have won us some hope." The Fire Qilin smiled. "That's right. When Qi Yefeng and Qi Xiongxiong arrive at the Black Mountain Canyon and see that we're not here, they'll definitely follow the marks to find us. There's no time to lose. Inform Horsetail Whisk and the others immediately. Don't make any unnecessary casualties. Retreat," the hellhound urged. "Horsetail Whisk, Qilin Divine Sword, don't fight. Get rid of them and follow us." Yunxiang and Qi Shaoyun roared almost at the same time. Clang, clang. Hearing the roars of the two, Horsetail Whisk and the other sovereign divine weapons did not hesitate. Because they believed in Yunxiang and the others. Since they had already called for retreat, they must have thought of a way out. And now, they did not dare to hesitate. Because if the 5 of them and the 6 sovereign divine weapons reacted and desperately tried to stop them, it would be harder to get rid of them than to reach the heavens. So, they immediately attacked without holding back, shaking off their opponents and quickly gathered together. They turned around and attacked the black axe in front of them. The black axe's expression changed. How could they still dare to stand in the way of 10 sovereigns' divine weapons? It hurriedly dodged to the side. Then, the horsetail whisk and the other sovereign divine weapons rushed toward Yunxiang and the others without looking back. What's going on? The black-robed old man, the 6 sovereign divine weapons, and the 6 sovereign divine weapons were caught off guard by this sudden change. They thought that with the help of the horsetail whisk, the sovereign divine weapons would definitely fight them to the death. They did not expect that they would suddenly run away. When they came back to their senses, the 5 of them and the 5 sovereign divine weapons chased after them furiously. The yin-yang mirror was silent for a while before it also chased after them. Yin-yang mirror, what are you doing? In response, the black axe was surprised. A few days ago, those 2 humans were already plotting against me. They wanted me to submit to them, but they couldn't do anything to me. I thought they had already left, but I didn't expect them to still be nearby. The yin-yang mirror snorted. So that's how it is. Fine, let's work together and kill them. The black axe sneered. The yin-yang mirror also sneered. It swept up the 5 of them and the 5 sovereign divine weapons and chased after them. It was similar to the horsetail whisk, so its speed was much faster than the black axe and the 5 sovereign divine weapons. At the same time, when the horsetail whisk and the other sovereign divine weapons swept over Tan Wu and the others, the horsetail whisk immediately swept everyone up and escaped without looking back. Isn't this the direction we escaped in? The Kailin sword was stunned. Yes. We are going back the way we came. Yunxiang nodded and told Tan Wu about his concerns. Hearing this, the sovereign divine weapons fell silent. This concern could not be ignored. If he were to flee in a different direction and run into other sovereign-level divine weapons, he would be in dire straits. And there might be hope if they went back the way they came. Chapter 3764. Therefore, what happened next was the initial scene. Tan Wu and the rest fled frantically in front while the black-robed old man and the rest followed closely behind. The only difference was, now, there was the horsetail whisk, Yunxiang, the green-robed old man and the yin-yang mirror. More than a month passed in a flash. Still chasing? Let's just perish together with them. Yunxiang roared angrily. Perish together? Tan Wu was slightly stunned and hurriedly shook his head. We don't have the guts. Didn't you all leave your souls outside? What are you afraid of? Yunxiang was suspicious. We didn't. Tan Wu shook his head. What? You guys didn't either? Yunxiang was stunned. Tan Wu was stunned and said in surprise, from what you said, you didn't either. Senior brother and I didn't. Yunxiang smiled bitterly. TSK, 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 your courage is commendable. Tan Wu was rather surprised by this. He thought that they were the only ones who did not leave their souls behind to save their lives, but he did not expect that there was actually Yunxiang. As for Qin Feiyang and the rest, needless to say, they would definitely not leave their souls outside. Senior, what about you? Tan Wu looked at the green-robed old man again. I'm not as courageous as you young people. The green-robed old man shook his head and smiled. You're too kind. We purely want to try our luck and see if we can find a chance to enter an epiphany state. Tan Wu hurriedly waved his hands. Splitting one's soul, no matter how good the opportunity was, would never be able to enter an epiphany. No one in the world did not want to have an epiphany, because epiphany was the most direct and fastest way to increase one's strength. It could be said that, even the legacy could not compare to epiphany. But if one wanted to enter an epiphany state, one naturally had to bear the corresponding risks. For example, now, even if they perished together, the green-robed old man did not care. Anyway, he would not really die. But Tan Wu and the rest did not have the guts. Because once they died, it would be the end. Epiphany, it sounds simple, but in reality, sigh. It's difficult. Yunxiang sighed deeply. He naturally had the same plan. Wealth comes from danger. However, after being in the heavens burial divine treasury for so many years, he had never experienced an epiphany. Enlightenment was not only faster than inheritance, but it was also harder to obtain. However, as long as he successfully entered an epiphany, he would definitely gain something. So now, let's not make unnecessary sacrifices. We haven't reached the end of the road yet. There's no need to risk our lives against them. After Tan Wu finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at the mountains and rivers ahead. His gaze appeared extremely firm. There would definitely be a turn for the better. Suddenly, a hint of bewilderment crept into his eyes. There seemed to be a faint aura coming from the front. It was very faint, almost negligible. But at this time, Tan Wu caught it clearly. That was right. There was indeed an aura. But it was too far away, so he couldn't tell what kind of aura it was. Be careful. Tan Wu transmitted his voice. What is it? Yun Xiang and the others were bewildered. Obviously. He still hadn't sensed that aura. Someone is coming from the front. Tan Wu thought to himself. Someone's coming? The group of people was shocked. They quickly sensed it carefully. Soon, a trace of bewilderment appeared on their faces. There was really a faint aura coming from the front. Could it be the helpers called by these undead? The Hell Godhound's face was extremely gloomy. But it could also be our reinforcements. Tan Wu's eyes flickered. If it was reinforcements, it would naturally be to part the dark clouds and see the sun. But if it was an enemy, they were equivalent to being surrounded. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. It was a dead end. At the same time, Fire Chelene raised its head and looked ahead in bewilderment. Why was there an inexplicable sense of familiarity that was calling it? It felt as if it had met before. Wait a minute. It was him. Fire Chelene's gaze trembled, and a figure appeared in its mind. At this time, Yun Xiang asked, should we change our route first and observe the situation first, or should we just go over and take a gamble? Go straight over, Fire Chelene said without hesitation. Everyone looked at Fire Chelene in surprise and found that there was a long-lost smile in Fire Chelene's eyes. What was going on? The marks we left behind are indeed effective. No. It should be Tan Wu. You made a very right decision. Fire Chelene looked at Tan Wu and said with a smile. You mean, the person who came is our reinforcements? Tan Wu asked. Yes, it's our old friend. Fire Chelene chuckled. Old friend? Tan Wu and the Hell Godhound were stunned, and a figure appeared in their minds at the same time. Their expressions suddenly became excited. Stop. Suddenly, Tan Wu waved his hand. The horsetail whisk immediately braked and stopped in the void. He asked in surprise, what are you doing? What are you doing? Since it's an old friend who came to help, of course we have to start a decisive counterattack. Otherwise, if these undead see that it's our old friend, they will definitely choose to escape. Tan Wu was like a wise man, his eyes glowing with a shrewd light. That's right. The 6 sovereign divine weapons, the yin-yang mirror, are the greatest fortune given to us by the Sky Bell divine treasure. Chelene divine sword, kill. Qi Shaoyun heard this and decisively gave the order. Clang. 9 sovereign divine weapons appeared. Since that's the case, we have to stall them with all our might. We can't let them escape. The horsetail whisk roared and immediately charged toward the black-robed old man and his group with the 9 sovereign divine weapons. What's going on? Seeing this scene, the 5 of them were surprised. They actually took the initiative to attack. Were these people sick in the head? Looks like they know that they can't escape from our pursuit and are ready to fight to the death with us. The yin-yang mirror sneered and directly faced the horsetail whisk. The black-robed old man and the other 4 sovereign divine weapons also erupted with a terrifying aura. They activated their ultimate profundity and charged toward the 9 sovereign divine weapons. A bloody battle began, but this time was different. Because of the horsetail whisk, they saw hope, and their fighting spirit was unprecedentedly high. It's the aura of the celestial sword. Suddenly, the voice of the celestial sword rang in the minds of Yun Xiang and the others. Celestial sword. Qi Shaoyun was slightly taken aback, and a trace of joy appeared in his eyes. There's also Qin Feiyang, Madman, Golden-Winged Wolf King, Princess Huafeng, Daifuku, the white-bearded old man. The Horsetail Whisk's voice also rang in their minds, constantly saying one name after another. Tan Wu and the others were overjoyed when they heard these names. Finally, there was a turning point. Wait. Suddenly, another surprised voice came from the Horsetail Whisk. What's wrong? Tan Wu and the others looked at it suspiciously. There's another aura. It seems very unfamiliar, but also somewhat familiar. Li Feng? The Horsetail Whisk muttered secretly. It knew Li Feng's aura, but it didn't know the aura of the blood ancestor. Because back in the Sky Palace, although Li Feng didn't show up and directly opened a space-time tunnel to escape, the Horsetail Whisk had sensed his aura at that time. At this moment, there was an aura beside Qin Feiyang that was very similar to Li Feng's aura. But there seemed to be a fundamental difference. Until now, the black-robed old man, the yin-yang mirror, and the other sovereign divine weapons finally sensed the aura that was rapidly approaching. Could it be their companions? Not good. It might be dangerous. Otherwise, these sovereign divine weapons wouldn't be so excited. One of the women said in a deep voice. Then what should we do? The other party has the aura of a sovereign divine weapon. It's even possible that they have more than one sovereign divine weapon, a middle-aged man said. Retreat for now. The black-robed old man's eyes flickered as he gave the order decisively. But they wanted to retreat, but it wouldn't be so easy. Back then, the Horsetail Whisk and the other sovereign divine weapons were able to smoothly escape from the black-robed old man and the others because they were caught off guard. But now, the Horsetail Whisk and the other sovereign divine weapons had already expected such a result, so they naturally went all out to entangle the 5 people and the 6 sovereign divine weapons. At the same time, in the sky above a mountain range, a group of people was moving as fast as lightning. It was Qin Feiyang and the others. Just as the fire Qilin sensed Qin Feiyang also sensed the fire Qilin's aura. His eyes trembled, and he hurriedly looked up. What's wrong? This scene immediately attracted the attention of the Blood Tribe and the others. This familiar feeling, it can't be wrong. It's the fire Qilin. They're just ahead, Qin Feiyang said, his expression full of excitement. As long as the fire Qilin wasn't dead, that was better than anything else. The white-eyed wolf and the others immediately looked up, their eyes full of excitement. Boom. A while later, terrifying battle waves could be felt from the front. The Qilin sword, and the Horsetail Whisk. The Horsetail Whisk is also here. That means Yun Xiang is also with the Qilin clan? The madman was surprised. Don't forget the main point. Their opponents seem to have 6 sovereign divine weapons and 5 ultimate profundities of supreme laws. The blood ancestor said in a deep voice. Without waiting for Qin Feiyang and the others to speak, the heavenly star divine sword said, "Don't rush me, this is already my maximum speed." When Qin Feiyang and the others heard this, they couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. Indeed, the heavenly star divine sword had been tracking at its maximum speed, and it couldn't be faster than now. Although it already knew that Tan Wu and the others were facing a crisis at this moment, it could only endure for the time being. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he said in a low voice, "Sword of the Grim Reaper, hide your aura and come out." Swish. Except for the ancient castle, all the sovereign divine weapons appeared one after another. Qin Feiyang said, "I'll have to trouble you to surround the battlefield from all directions. Don't let a single person escape." Understood. The divine weapons of the sovereigns responded and immediately dispersed, silently moving to the sides. About 100 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang and the others were finally able to see the situation of the battlefield. Looking at those familiar figures, a joyful smile crept onto their faces. Qin Feiyang, madman. Haha, I've finally waited for you guys. Tan Wu started laughing loudly from afar. Qi Xiaoyun and the others were also overjoyed. The pursuit that had lasted for more than half a year could finally be announced. Chapter 3765. At the same time, the black-robed old man and his companions also looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, the mad scientist, Daifuku, the white-bearded old man, and Princess Huafeng. They automatically ignored them and looked at the blood ancestor and the heavenly star sword. Their pupils suddenly shrank. Although the blood ancestor didn't reveal any powerful aura, he could clearly give them a strong sense of danger. "Should we retreat?" the woman asked. "The situation is not good. Retreat first," the black-robed old man said. Boom. The 5 of them and the 6 sovereign divine weapons tried their best to break out. However, the horsetail whisk and the other sovereign divine weapons were even crazier. They were completely disregarding their lives. In short, if you want to escape today, you have to step on our bodies. "Damn it. Get out of my way," the black-robed old man roared. The 5 of them activated their ultimate intent and desperately attacked the horsetail whisk and the other sovereign divine weapons with the yin-yang mirror. "Ignore them. Leave these sovereign divine weapons behind," the horsetail whisk shouted. The other party outnumbered them. The black-robed old man and his companions were equivalent to 5 sovereign divine weapons. If they really went all out, it would be difficult for them to stop them. Therefore, instead of letting them all escape, it was better to abandon the 5 of them and focus on intercepting the 6 sovereign divine weapons. This was because the 6 sovereign divine weapons were the most important. The Chilean divine sword and the other 9 sovereign divine weapons also had the same intention as the horsetail whisk. They immediately abandoned the black-robed old man and his companions and tightly surrounded the 5 sovereign divine weapons. "They are almost here. What should we do?" The burly man glanced back at Qin Feiyang and the others anxiously. "Let's go." The black-robed old man gritted his teeth and chose to abandon the 6 sovereign divine weapons and escape alone. The 4 sovereigns exchanged glances, then glanced at the yin-yang mirror and the other 6 sovereigns' divine weapons surrounded by the horsetail whisk. They gritted their teeth and flew away with the black-robed old man without looking back. "Bastard! How dare you leave us alone? The other party only has 1 sovereign divine weapon. What are you afraid of?" The black battle axe immediately roared. However, the 5 of them turned a deaf ear to him and disappeared at lightning speed. They ran away just like that. Seeing this scene, Tan Wu and the rest all had dumbfounded faces. Staying here to wait for death? But it doesn't matter. Without the help of sovereign weapons, their speed can't compare to ours. We'll chase after them later. Yun Xiang regained his senses and sneered. Shua. The heavenly star divine sword finally brought Qin Feiyang and the rest and landed beside Tan Wu and the rest. Go help them. Qin Feiyang looked at the heavenly star god sword. Clang. The heavenly star divine sword rushed into the battlefield and attacked the 6 sovereigns' divine weapons. A trace of suspicion appeared on Qi Shaoyun's face when he saw this. Why was the divine heavens' command? Master's master? Qi Shaoyun's master was the white-bearded old man. There. Where were Qi Why? Where were they? Where they? Wolf of them. They king black god. He god die king s him? The black battle axe and the other sovereign divine weapons were furious. Since you know their character is bad, why don't you give up resisting? Do you really want to die? The horsetail whisk shouted. Now, you only have one choice, and that is to submit to us. The heavenly divine sword said. Just you. Even if you can destroy us, we can also make you pay a heavy price. The black battle axe sneered. Is that so? The blood ancestor sneered. He took a step forward, and the 18 layers of hell appeared in the sky, emitting a monstrous aura. At the same time, the illusory devil orb appeared, and the sovereign's aura roared in all directions. What? Not only the 6 sovereign divine weapons, but even Qi Shaoyun and the others were shocked. You are the blood ancestor? Tan Wu was surprised. That's right. The blood ancestor nodded. So it's you. No wonder the horsetail whisk said there was a familiar aura. Tan Wu was enlightened. Blood ancestor, Qi Shaoyun and Yun Xiang also looked at the blood ancestor's back in disbelief. Although they had never seen the blood ancestor in person, they had heard of the blood ancestor's name from their elders. It was passed down from generation to generation. He was one of the leaders of the human race. He was brothers with the human emperor and the feather emperor. He was on par with the Dragon King, Feng Hu, and the Chilean Master. They didn't expect that this great demon was still alive and had mastered the ultimate profundity of the law of death. How terrifying! The azure-robed old man was also extremely excited. If you don't submit, I'll beat you until you do. The blood ancestor was incomparably domineering as the 18 layers of hell pressed down. The illusory demon orb also fully awakened and crazily charged into the battlefield. No wonder I felt a sense of danger. It turns out that he has also mastered the ultimate profundity of the law of death. In the distance, the black-robed old man hid in a mountain and stared at the blood ancestor and the illusory demon orb from afar, his eyes full of fear. Fortunately, he had escaped in advance. Otherwise, he would have been doomed. Looks like we really can't attack anymore, the woman said in a deep voice. They were hiding in this place now because they were hoping for a fluke. If Qin Fei Yang and the others only had the heavenly star godsword, they would still be able to barely put up a fight. But now, another blood ancestor and the illusory demon orb had appeared. If they attacked again, they would definitely die in the end. The black-robed old man sighed. Although it's a pity to lose the yin-yang mirror, there's no other way. Staying alive is more important. Let's go. Let them off easy. Humph. Impossible. We can go find the primal chaos divine king and the 10 demon kings and ask them to help us. The woman snorted. That's right. No matter how strong these people are, can they be stronger than the primal chaos divine king and the 10 demon kings? Just wait, it'll be your end soon. The burly man nodded in agreement. He stared at Qin Fei Yang and the others with a cold glint in his eyes and decisively turned to leave. Where do you think you're going? But at this moment, following a cold laugh, a terrifying godly aura burst out from the mountain behind him. It was the sword of the Grim Reaper. What? The 5 of them changed color. Yun Xiang and the others also sensed the aura of the sword of the Grim Reaper and immediately looked up. Brother Qin, what's going on? I've already arranged for the other sovereign divine weapons to quietly move out and seal off the entire battlefield. Qin Fei Yang smiled faintly. I see. Everyone was enlightened. As expected of Qin Fei Yang, he had already thought that the 5 of them might escape. Tan Wu asked, but the sword of the Grim Reaper doesn't seem to be enough to stop them, right? Of course it can't be just the sword of Thanatos. Qin Fei Yang smiled mysteriously. You dare to intercept us all by yourself? You're courting death. The 5 of them came back to their senses, and killing intent surged in their eyes. They all activated their ultimate techniques and charged toward the sword of the Grim Reaper. Who said his alone? Accompanied by a cold laugh, the nearby Ice Phoenix sword and White Dragon sword erupted with monstrous power and charged toward them like lightning. The 5 of them were stunned. There were actually 3 sovereign divine weapons. Boom. However, that was not the end. Several more bursts of divine might burst out. The Black Dragon Mirror, the Red Longsword, the Golden Dragon Spear, the Silver Moon Divine Sword, the Golden Sun Divine Sword, the Edgeless Heavy Sword, and the Cauldron of All Creation also charged out from the mountains on both sides. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached the sword of the Grim Reaper. Boom. 10 sovereign divine weapons charged toward the 5 ultimate techniques. The 5 ultimate techniques collapsed on the spot. Looking at the 10 sovereign divine weapons, the 5 of them fell into despair. What kind of joke was this? There were actually 10 sovereign divine weapons. Weren't you very arrogant? Come. Continue to taunt us. The Golden Sun Divine Sword sneered. The 5 of them trembled, and their faces turned ashen. They had never imagined that they would encounter such a ruthless person who had brought more than 10 sovereign divine weapons with him. You don't dare to? Then we'll start being arrogant. Beat them up. The Golden Sun Divine Sword laughed loudly. The 10 sovereign divine weapons immediately swarmed forward, and screams resounded through the sky. We submit. At the same time, the yin-yang mirror and the other sovereign divine weapons paled when they saw this scene. They hurriedly shouted at the blood ancestor and the other sovereign divine weapons. You want to submit now? Do you think it's that easy? The blood ancestor sneered as he led a group of sovereign divine weapons to attack them. Excluding the blood ancestor, There were as many as 12 sovereign divine weapons attacking them. Moreover, the illusory devil orb and star god sword were both in peak condition. One could only imagine. The 6 sovereign weapons, including the yin-yang mirror, would meet a tragic end. Ice Phoenix sword, White Dragon sword, Golden Dragon spear, Black Dragon mirror, what's going on? Qi Shaoyun was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Yun Xiang, the azure-robed old man, Tan Wu, the hellhound, and the fire Qilin were also confused. Weren't these the sovereign divine weapons of the Feng people and dragons? Why were they helping Qin Feiyang now? Shaoyun. The current Qin Feiyang is no longer weaker than the Qilin race. No. His current foundation is even stronger than the Qilin race. The white-bearded old man sighed. You mean these sovereign divine weapons have all submitted to him? Qi Shaoyun was shocked and asked secretly. That's right. Even the Star God sword has submitted to him. Moreover, he has subdued several sovereign divine weapons in the Skybell divine treasury. Take a look for yourself. All the sovereign divine weapons that you have never seen before were subdued by him here. The white-bearded old man transmitted. Qi Shaoyun looked at the sovereign divine weapons. The Myriad Cauldron, Gold Sun Divine Sword, Silver Moon Divine Sword, and Edgeless Heavy Sword were all new to him. There was also the Blood Ancestors' illusory Devil Orb. Was this Qin Feiyang's current foundation? He had indeed surpassed the Qilin race. Brother Qin, what's going on? Tan Wu and the Hellhound walked to Qin Feiyang's side, their faces full of curiosity. Before Qin Feiyang could speak, the white-eyed wolf grinned and said, Are you stupid? Isn't this obvious? Chem. The man and the dog looked at the white-eyed wolf. The hellhound raised his brow and said, Who are you? Do you know who this king is? How dare you be so arrogant before this king? The white-eyed wolf blanked out slightly before a trace of mockery appeared in his eyes. He asked, Then do you know who this big brother is? Do you know the price of being arrogant before this big brother? Big brother? The hellhound blanked out for a moment before sizing up the white-eyed wolf. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura from the white-eyed wolf, and his pupils shrunk. Chapter 3766. Tan Wu was also sizing up the white-eyed wolf, and asked with some uncertainty, Are you the white-eyed wolf? Although there was the aura of the white-eyed wolf, he had never seen the appearance of the white-eyed wolf before, so he was a little uncertain for a moment. Moreover, he also knew. The white-eyed wolf had always been resistant to transforming into a human form. The white-eyed wolf stroked his chin and said proudly, Besides brother, who else do you think can be as handsome as brother? Shameless. Princess Huafeng secretly despised him. Tan Wu and the hellhound looked at each other. It was actually this scammer. It was simply unprecedented. Not only did he transform into a human form, but he was also complacent because of his handsome appearance. Was this the personality of the white-eyed wolf? Suddenly, they found that the white-eyed wolf and Princess Huafeng were clasping hands, and immediately understood that they were in love. No wonder. So it's Brother Wolf. I'm sorry. This little brother has eyes but can't see. I didn't recognize your true appearance. Your appearance is really handsome, super invincible in the universe. The infernal divine hound immediately changed its arrogant attitude and began to flatter him. You have good taste. The white-eyed wolf patted the hellhound's head. Hey. The hellhound glanced at the Princess Huafeng next to him, and went to the white-eyed wolf's side, and said with a sneaky smile, Not bad, Brother Wolf, you actually captured such a great beauty. Of course. Don't you know who I am? The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. Then tell me, who are you? Princess Huafeng stared at him, and the hand hidden below fiercely pinched the flesh of the white-eyed wolf's waist. The white-eyed wolf grimaced in pain and hurriedly said, Who can I be? I'm your little follower. If you tell me to go east, I won't dare to go west. Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment. Was this another typical henpecked husband? Congratulations. Qi Shaoyun calmed himself down and smiled at Princess Huafeng. Thank you, big brother Shaoyun. Princess Huafeng let go of the white-eyed wolf. She blushed and lowered her head, looking shy and happy. Qi Shaoyun smiled and looked at white-eyed wolf. Brother Wolf King, You must treat Wu well. She is a good girl. Do I need you to tell me that? The white-eyed wolf snorted. What's with your attitude? They are congratulating us. Can you be more polite? Princess Huafeng was displeased. Okay. I'm being polite. White-eyed wolf nodded helplessly. He stepped forward and put his arm around Qi Shaoyun's shoulder. He grinned and said, Brother, don't worry. I'll definitely invite you to my wedding in the future. Qi Shaoyun stared blankly for a moment before he smiled. It's a deal then. It's a deal. After saying that, White-eyed Wolf looked at the 6 sovereign divine weapons and the black-robed old man's group of 5. He asked, How do you want to deal with them? Big Brother Wolf, of course. You don't know. We have been hunted by them for almost half a year. The infernal divine hound immediately said. Okay. I'll leave them to you later. White-eyed Wolf nodded. Thank you, Big Brother. You are really my brother. The infernal divine hound pounced on White-eyed Wolf and licked him with his tongue. Fuck. You're disgusting. White-eyed Wolf kicked the infernal divine hound away with a look of disgust. Don't talk about it. The originally heavy atmosphere was lightened by the infernal divine hound and White-eyed Wolf's words. I'm fine. Qin Feiyang walked up to the Fire Chelin and asked with concern. The Fire Chelin shook his head and said with a smile, Fortunately, I met you guys. If not for them, it would be really difficult to get rid of their pursuit. Brother Qin, did you follow the marks we left behind to find us? Tan Wu asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Tan Wu and nodded. Tan Wu and the Fire Chelin looked at each other and smiled. They had left the marks with the mentality of being lucky, but they didn't expect that it would really save their lives. Have you guys been fighting here all this time? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. No. The Fire Chelin shook his head and briefly explained Tan Wu's concerns and suggestion. If Tan Wu hadn't suggested returning the way they came, they wouldn't have met Qin Feiyang and the others now. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he couldn't help but look at Tan Wu again. As expected, Uncle Yuan didn't misjudge. Tan Wu was a rare talent. Why are you looking at me like that? I just chose a slightly safer route through analyzing the current situation. I didn't expect to meet you guys. Tan Wu chuckled. Qin Feiyang smiled and turned to nod at Yun Xiang. Then, he looked at the old man in green and cupped his hands. Junior Qin Feiyang greets Senior. No need to be so polite. The old man in green waved his hand and looked at Qin Feiyang with kind eyes. His eyes were full of admiration and a trace of relief. When Qin Feiyang heard the old man's voice, he was slightly stunned. This voice was a little familiar. After pondering for a while, he immediately revealed a look of realization. He had heard this voice in the land of buried gods. When the Skybell Divine Treasure appeared, the Little Rabbit, Feather Emperor, and Dragon King went to Skycloud Island to check the situation. At that time, a voice came from the depths of the land of buried gods, telling them to leave the land of buried gods quickly and ordered to seal the land of buried gods. The owner of this voice was the old man in front of him. Thinking about it, he should also be a reclusive old antique. Whoosh. At this time, the battle finally came to an end. In fact, it was a slaughter. The Qilin clan had 9 sovereign divine weapons. On Qin Feiyang's side, apart from the ancient castle, they had all the sovereign divine weapons, the Blood Ancestor, and the illusory demon orb. How could the black-robed old man and the 6 sovereign divine weapons and the yin-yang mirror stop such a huge lineup? The Blood Ancestor, the Sword of the Grim Reaper, and the other sovereign divine weapons landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. The 5 of them were already covered in wounds and dripping with blood. Each of them was like a dead dog, lying weakly on the ground. The 6 sovereign divine weapons were also shattered, and they looked extremely miserable. Bastards, are you still going to chase us? The Hell God Hound immediately ran up to them and beat them up. Qi Shaoyun, Tan Wu, and the Fire Chelin looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Their life of escape was finally over. Greetings, Lord Blood Ancestor. The azure-robed old man looked at the 5 of them and the 6 sovereign divine weapons. He walked up to the Blood Ancestor and bowed respectfully, his expression extremely emotional. The blood ancestor lowered his head and looked at the azure-robed old man. After a long time, he sighed and stretched out his hand to help the azure-robed old man up. It's been hard on you all these years. The azure-robed old man's heart ached when he heard that. He couldn't help but tear up. Elder Qing, you know him? Yun Xiang asked suspiciously. Of course I know him. We once followed the blood ancestor, the human emperor, and the feather emperor to protect the human race and conquer the divine kingdom. The azure-robed old man nodded. As he spoke, he seemed to recall the hot-blooded scenes from back then. His entire face glowed. Yun Xiang suddenly understood. He bowed and said, Junior Yun Xiang greets Lord Blood Ancestor. Good, good, good. I heard that you are the disciple of the Princess of the Divine Kingdom. That means we are family. There is no need to be so polite. The Blood Ancestor nodded and smiled. Looking at the Blood Ancestor's amiable face, Yun Xiang was quite surprised. Wasn't the Blood Ancestor rumored to be a great devil? Why didn't he look like one now? Damn it, his bones are so hard. I can't even chew them. At this time, the infernal divine hound returned to Tan Wu's side. Do you really want to bite them? Tan Wu shook his head and laughed. Nonsense. After chasing us for so long, I really want to eat their flesh and drink their blood. But because they are all undead, I feel a little uncomfortable and can't eat them. The infernal divine hound shook his head, his face full of disdain. Hearing this, the black-robed old man and the others trembled with anger. At this point, was there a need to humiliate them like this? If you can't eat them, then I won't be polite. The blood ancestor suddenly smiled coldly. A blood-colored vortex appeared between his eyebrows, and a bloody hand stretched out. What the hell? The infernal divine hound was startled and hurriedly hid behind Tan Wu. Is there a need to be so exaggerated? Tan Wu glared at it angrily. The next moment, Qi Shaoyun, the fire Qilin, Tan Wu, the infernal divine hound, Yun Xiang, and the white-bearded old man were all dumbfounded. The bloody hand actually shattered the skulls of the 5 people and directly devoured their souls. After losing their souls, the 5 people fell to the ground, leaving only terrified screams that echoed in the world for a long time. What is this? Tan Wu looked at Qin Feiyang. This is a secret technique that can devour the souls of the undead. Qin Feiyang gave a simple explanation in secret. What? There is actually such a terrifying secret technique in the world. Tan Wu's heart was filled with shock. Sure enough, there was an old saying that there was always someone better. Qi Shaoyun and the others were also shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. Was this the true face of the blood ancestor? It was indeed terrifying. They were almost fooled by the amiable side of him. How could a person who could be called the great devil in this world be a kind person? An undead with a body of flesh and blood is indeed different. The blood ancestor closed his eyes, his face full of enjoyment and intoxication. He could feel that his third type of law had instantly improved by a large margin. Now, he had already mastered 2 ultimate profundities. They were the law of slaughter and the law of death. Judging from the current situation, it seemed that he was not far from breaking through to his third law. At the same time, seeing the 5 people mercilessly killed by the blood ancestor, the yin-yang mirror and the other 6 sovereign divine weapons couldn't help but tremble. Swish. The blood ancestor opened his eyes and looked at the 6 sovereign divine weapons. What are you trying to do? The black axe asked in horror. Now, it wanted to find a hole to hide in. This old man in blood-red clothes was too cruel. The blood ancestor smiled and said, Don't be nervous. I can only devour the souls of the undead. I can't devour you weapon spirits. Heard. The 6 sovereign divine weapons heaved a sigh of relief. The blood ancestor's eyes flashed and he asked with a smile, But do you know who I stole this secret technique from? We don't know. The 6 sovereign divine weapons quickly answered. Tan Wu and the others also looked at the blood ancestor suspiciously. The primal chaos divine king. The blood ancestor said word by word. What? The primal chaos divine king. The 6 sovereign divine weapons were shocked. To actually snatch it from the hands of the primal chaos divine king, this old man's guts have grown. More importantly, He even succeeded in stealing it. One had to know that it was the primal chaos divine king, the strongest existence in the Skybell divine treasure. Even sovereign divine weapons like them had to flee when they saw the primal chaos divine king. How did this old man do it? Chapter 3767. The Blood Ancestor sneered. Think about it. We even dared to snatch something from the divine king of primal chaos. What are your sovereign divine weapons? Qin Fei Yang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. Was this an old devil? He was clearly a sly old devil. He actually used this to scare the 6 sovereign divine weapons. However, it did have some effect on the 6 sovereign divine weapons. How is it? Are you still so arrogant? The Blood Ancestor sneered. No, no. You are all big shots. The Black Axe smiled flatteringly. Ah. Qin Fei Yang and the others were stunned. Were they so easily scared? They really thought too highly of them. The Blood Ancestor turned to Qin Fei Yang, indicating that he would let Qin Fei Yang handle the rest. Qin Fei Yang scanned everyone present, his eyes flickering. How should the 6 sovereign divine weapons be distributed? He couldn't take all of them for himself, right? At this moment, there were 4 forces present: the land of buried gods, the Kirin clan, the Feng people, and the human race. No. It should be 5 forces. Because the Blood Ancestor was one of them. In fact, if the Blood Ancestor was one of them, it would only benefit Qin Fei Yang. Because the Blood Ancestor was also a human and had a good relationship with Qin Fei Yang, the more sovereign divine weapons the Blood Ancestor could get, the better it would be for them and the better it would be for the human race in the future. 5 forces, 6 sovereign divine weapons. How could they divide them equally? Qi Xiaoyun, Yun Xiang, and Princess Huafeng didn't say anything. They all had their own thoughts in their hearts. Yun Xiang and the cyan-robed old man's thoughts were simple. After all, the land of buried gods and the human race were one family. It didn't matter who had the sovereign divine weapons. Moreover, Qin Fei Yang was the descendant of the Feather Emperor. Whether it was for public or private reasons, the land of buried gods couldn't compete with Qin Fei Yang. Most importantly, before entering the land of buried gods, the Feather Emperor had personally ordered everyone in the land of buried gods to listen to Qin Fei Yang's orders unconditionally. What did this mean? This meant that they had to temporarily serve Qin Fei Yang as their master. As for Princess Huafeng, she did want to help the Feng people obtain more Dominator weapons, but she had to consider her relationship with the white-eyed wolf. Anyway, she knew that Qin Fei Yang would not ignore her. As for Yun Xiang and the white-bearded old man, they wanted to argue, but they also knew that the initiative was in Qin Fei Yang's hands. First. Back then, it was because of the appearance of Yun Xiang, the green-robed old man, and the horsetail whisk that they were able to escape from the Yin-Yang Lake. Everyone knew that the horsetail whisk was Qin Fei Yang's earliest sovereign weapon. Yun Xiang was the disciple of the Princess of the Divine Kingdom, while the latter was the subordinate of the Human Emperor, the Feather Emperor, and the Blood Ancestor. They were clearly a family. Secondly, the 9 Dominator weapons of the Kirin clan had all been severely damaged. If Qin Fei Yang chose to turn hostile at this time, the Kirin clan would definitely be wiped out. Even the Dominator weapons like the Kirin sword would not be controlled by Qin Fei Yang. Moreover, Princess Huafeng was obviously on the same side as Qin Fei Yang and the others. If the Feng people and the human race joined forces, the Kirin clan would have no chance of winning. The last point was the Fire Kirin, Tan Wu, and the Hell Godhound. Whether it was the Horsetail Whisk or Qin Fei Yang and the others, they all came to help them because of the Fire Kirin, Tan Wu, and the Hell Godhound. So, their Kirin clan was not qualified to compete at all. Even if Qin Fei Yang did not share it with them, they had nothing to say. How about this? After a long time, Qin Fei Yang finally had an idea. However, this idea had a bit of selfishness. Tell me. Hearing this, everyone looked at him expectantly. 6 Dominator weapons. 2 of them will be given to Tan Wu and the Fire Kirin. As for the remaining 4, the Blood Ancestor, the Land of the Buried Gods, the Feng people, and me, 1 for each of us. Qin Fei Yang said. This Tan Wu and the Fire Kirin were stunned. They were actually given one each? This was completely out of their expectations. And regarding this, Princess Huafeng, the blood ancestor, Yun Xiang, and the old man in green had no objections. However, Qi Xiaoyun and the white-bearded old man looked at each other and couldn't help but frown. This seemed to have nothing to do with their Kirin clan. The Fire Kirin, Tan Wu, and the Hell Godhound were now in the Kirin clan, but everyone knew that their position had always been with Qin Feiyang. If one day, the Kirin clan and Qin Feiyang went to war, the Fire Kirin and the others would definitely not hesitate and directly choose to help Qin Feiyang. Moreover, they even gave the blood ancestor a share. Who didn't know the relationship between the blood ancestor, the human emperor, and the feather emperor? Although it was understandable that they had selfish motives, this selfishness was too strong, it seemed. Although Qin Feiyang had only obtained one sovereign divine weapon, in fact, he had obtained 4 sovereign divine weapons. No. The correct number was 5. Because the land of the buried gods and Qin Feiyang were also one family. In other words, apart from the sovereign divine weapon obtained by the Feng people, all the other sovereign divine weapons had fallen into the hands of the human race. Qin Feiyang looked at the master and disciple duo. He smiled faintly and said, "You two will definitely be dissatisfied with my arrangement. However, I hope that you two can understand me. After all, your 3 races have already formed an alliance and want to eliminate me." "You already know?" Qi Xiaoyun was surprised. "Of course. It was Qi Xiong and Qi Yefeng who told me." Qin Feiyang nodded. Sigh. Qi Xiaoyun sighed. "Let's talk about it later. The Fire Qilin is the holy son of the Qilin race. Putting aside our private matters, he is indeed a member of the Qilin race now. The sovereign divine weapon I gave him is equivalent to the Qilin race's sovereign divine weapon. I believe that. At present, no one can refute this. As for the blood ancestor, not only now, but in the past, we also counted separately because this was his request. If the Qilin race is dissatisfied, you can go and reason with him." Qin Feiyang directly threw the blame to the blood ancestor. "This ancestor really wants to find the Qilin race and have a good talk with you." The blood ancestor looked at Qi Xiaoyun and Qi Xiaoyun with a cold glint in his eyes. Qi Xiaoyun and his disciple looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Reason with the blood ancestor? Wasn't that courting death? Qin Feiyang glanced at everyone and said with a faint smile, "If no one has any objections, choose your favorite sovereign divine weapon and let them swear a blood oath." Princess Huafeng, Yun Xiang, and the cyan-robed old man all shook their heads. "That's it." Qi Xiaoyun shook his head and sighed. "Fine." Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the 6 sovereign divine weapons. Apart from the yin-yang mirror and the black axe, the other 4 sovereign divine weapons were the phoenix bell, the devil slaughtering staff, the frost sparrow sword, and the lightning god's hammer. The phoenix bell was a fiery red bell with numerous lifelike phoenixes engraved on it. The devil slaughtering staff was a 2-meter-long staff. It was completely black and emitted a terrifying aura. The frost sparrow sword looked like it was made of ice. It was 1 meter long and 6 inches wide. Its hilt was shaped like a sparrow and emitted a bone-chilling cold aura. The lightning god's hammer was purple in color and surrounded by lightning. Its destructive power was astonishing. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. I've taken a liking to this phoenix bell. Princess Huafeng glanced at everyone and was the first to step forward and grab the phoenix bell. Then this ancestor will choose this devil slaughtering staff. The blood ancestor snickered. Madman bared his teeth and said, "Ancestor, are you trying to use this devil slaughtering staff to subdue yourself?" Scram. The blood ancestor glared at him. Yun Xiang also stepped forward and said with a smile, "We've long wanted to subdue this yin-yang mirror." After saying that, he grabbed the yin-yang mirror. The Fire Qilin and Tan Wu looked at each other and stepped forward one after another, taking out the black battle axe and the lightning god's hammer. Here. Only the frost sparrow sword was left. "Look, no one likes you. How much of a failure are you?" The white-eyed wolf looked at the frost sparrow sword and sneered. "You'd better not like me either." The frost sparrow sword snorted coldly. "You think you can obtain freedom if we don't like you? In your dreams. Come here obediently. The white-eyed wolf sneered. The frost sparrow sword flew to Qin Feiyang's side with despair. Qin Feiyang, do me a favor. Suddenly, the edgeless heavy sword spoke. What? Qin Feiyang looked at it suspiciously. The edgeless heavy sword said, use this frost sparrow sword to exchange for the void mirror. Why? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Aren't the void mirror and the illusory demon orb already my followers? But now, one of them is following Princess Huafeng, and the other is following that old man, the blood ancestor. How inconvenient would it be for me to order them around in the future? The edgeless heavy sword said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The edgeless heavy sword hadn't forgotten about this. When the void mirror heard this, it immediately ran out of Princess Huafeng's body and shouted, Qin Feiyang, please don't. I get along very well with Princess Huafeng, and I like her very much. If I leave her, I don't want to live anymore. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Princess Huafeng was also speechless. Could it be any more exaggerated? He didn't want to live anymore. It was obvious that he didn't want to be ordered around by the edgeless heavy sword. The edgeless heavy sword said, Qin Feiyang, this is what you promised me. A man has to keep his word. Look, Qin Feiyang looked at Princess Huafeng. Princess Huafeng glanced at the void mirror and smiled. I'm fine with it. Women are indeed heartless. The void mirror immediately cried out. Serves you right. The illusory demon orb was also secretly gloating. But suddenly, the blood ancestor glanced at the illusory demon orb and smiled. You can go with Qin Feiyang too. What? The illusory demon orb was shocked. The blood ancestor said, since you're all followers, of course you have to stay by the edgeless heavy sword side. That way, others can order you around. Damn old man, what have I done to let you down? Why are you tricking me like this? The illusory demon orb immediately roared. Ahem. The blood ancestor coughed and smiled. It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. I knew it. You're not a bastard old man. The illusory demon orb chuckled and heaved a sigh of relief. The edgeless heavy sword snorted coldly. Don't be complacent. Sooner or later, I'll swap with you. Let's see how I deal with you in the future. Afraid of you? The illusory demon orb clamored. All right, arrogant, right? Just wait and see. The edgeless heavy sword sneered. Chapter 3768. When the illusory demon orb heard this, it couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Old man, you won't switch with me, right? What kind of attitude is this? Am I that kind of heartless person? The blood ancestor was dissatisfied. No, definitely not. The illusory demon orb secretly smiled flatteringly. This little old man finally had some conscience. Immediately after, under the guidance of Qin Feiyang and the others, the yin-yang mirror and the other sovereigns all made a blood oath. The frost sparrow sword and the void mirror swapped. Now, the void mirror followed Qin Feiyang, and the frost sparrow sword followed Princess Huafeng. Swear! The yin-yang mirror and the other sovereigns were a little stunned. What was going on? They could be controlled just like that. Hee. You can try and see the power of this blood oath. The illusory demon orb smirked. This blood oath will come true. And even if we are sovereigns, it can directly erase us. The edgeless sword sneered. Come true? The 6 sovereigns were shocked and asked, are you all also controlled by the blood oath? Otherwise, do you think we would follow them? The void mirror snorted. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by following them? The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows and looked at the void mirror with evil intentions. Cough. No. Sorry, I spoke the truth without thinking. I will be more careful next time. The void mirror laughed dryly. The white-eyed wolf's face darkened. Speaking the truth without thinking? He looked at the edgeless sword and said, teach this little follower of yours well and let him know what the right values are. The right values? The edgeless sword was speechless. It didn't find any right values in the white-eyed wolf. As expected, they were all shameless people. The frenzy shook his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. This is going to be interesting. Qin Feiyang deeply agreed. None of these sovereign weapons were normal. They were all immoral scammers. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the Qilin sword and the other sovereign's divine weapons. His eyes flashed and he said, "Surround them." Ah! The sovereign's divine weapons, madmen, and the others were all stunned. What kind of show was this? The edgeless heavy sword activated the cauldron of all creation and the void mirror as he shouted, "You three lackeys, didn't you hear? Hurry up. You're really ordering us around?" The two sovereign divine weapons were indignant, and they rushed forward like lightning, surrounding the Qilin divine sword and the other sovereign divine weapons. The sword of the Thanatos and the other sovereign armaments reacted and charged forward. Illusory demon orb, demon vanquishing staff, you two go as well. The blood ancestor glanced at Qin Feiyang and his eyes flashed. Immediately, the Qilin clan's 9 sovereign divine weapons were surrounded by the other sovereign divine weapons. "Brother Qin, what are you doing?" Qi Shaoyun turned pale with fright, thinking that Qin Feiyang was going to attack them. "Don't panic." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. He looked at the 9 sovereign divine weapons and said, "I need all of you to swear a blood oath. From today onward, you will only be loyal to Qi Shaoyun." What? Qi Shaoyun was stunned. He had thought that Qin Feiyang was going to turn hostile and snatch the sovereign divine weapons away. But in the end, Qin Feiyang wanted all the sovereign divine weapons to be loyal to him. The white-bearded old man was stunned as well. That was too surprising. But for Shaoyun, this was a good thing. Apart from the Qilin divine sword, the other 9 sovereign divine weapons were the sovereign divine weapons of the other 8 clans. The current situation was rather unique. The patriarchs and ancestors of the 8 clans had all died in battle. Otherwise, the 8 sovereign divine weapons wouldn't have listened to Qi Shaoyun. But if they could swear a blood oath, things would be different. In the future, Qi Shaoyun would have full control over all the sovereign divine weapons. At that time, his status in the Qilin clan would change drastically. "Master, don't think of it so simply." Qi Shaoyun sighed. "What do you mean?" The white-bearded old man asked doubtfully. Qi Shaoyun sighed. "Qin Feiyang might seem to be helping us, but he is actually giving us a difficult problem to solve." "What problem?" The more the white-bearded old man listened, the more confused he became. Qi Shaoyun said, "Think about it. Apart from the ancestor, who else can threaten Qin Feiyang? Of course it's the sovereign divine weapons." The white-bearded old man said without hesitation. "Have you thought about our relationship with Qin Feiyang in the future?" Qi Shaoyun asked. The white-bearded old man sank into silence. "The more you gain, the greater the responsibility," said Qi Shaoyun. "If I were to truly obtain the authority to control these sovereign divine weapons, although my position in the Qilin clan would rise with the tide, what if old ancestor insists on waging war with Qin Feiyang in the future? When the time comes, how should I choose?" Qi Shaoyun sighed. The white-bearded old man asked, "Are you saying that Qin Feiyang has given you the authority to declare war?" "That's right. If I gain control of the sovereign divine weapons, I will have the authority to speak in the Qilin clan. In fact, I will even have the authority to make decisions. If the ancestor wants to declare war on Qin Feiyang in the future, he will definitely ask for my opinion. What do you think I should do then? Should I fight or not?" Qi Shaoyun was worried. "I really didn't expect this kid to be so shrewd." The white-bearded old man's pupils shrank as he thought to himself. If he wasn't shrewd, would he have been able to reach where he is today? Qi Shaoyun glanced at Princess Huafeng and transmitted, "If I'm not mistaken, the Feng people are in the same situation now." "That can't be." The white-bearded old man was shocked. All the Feng people's sovereign divine weapons had already sworn a blood oath to serve Princess Huafeng. Otherwise, do you think Qin Feiyang would take care of her just because of her relationship with the golden-winged Wolf King? Qin Feiyang isn't such a generous person. Of course, he's not wrong either. After all, there's a saying that every man for himself and the devil takes the hindmost. But it'll be difficult for us in the future. Qi Shaoyun shook his head. He suddenly felt a heavy burden on his shoulders. Because in the future, one of his decisions would affect the entire Sky Cloud realm. The scene fell silent for a while. "Qin Feiyang, don't go too far." Suddenly, An angry roar sounded. It was one of the sovereign divine weapons of the Chilean clan expressing its dissatisfaction. So what if we bully you? You don't agree? Come, let's compete. Madman laughed. The sovereign divine weapon didn't dare to speak. They more or less knew about Qin Feiyang and Madman's personalities. They were two people who were not afraid of anything. Hurry up and don't waste time. Otherwise, I'll send all of you to hell. Madman sneered. Sigh. The sovereign divine weapons fell silent for a while before sighing. One after another, they swore a blood oath of loyalty to Qi Shaoyun. When Qi Shaoyun saw that, he raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman. He smiled bitterly and said, Brother Qin, Brother Mo, I originally had no intention of fighting for power. But now, I've been forced into a corner by you. Isn't there a saying that goes like this? In the Yangtze River, the new generation replaces the old. The Chilean master is old. It's time for someone to replace him. Looking at the entire Chilean clan, I think you're the only one qualified, said Madman. Qi Shaoyun nodded. Brother Mo, you're putting a lot of pressure on me. What do you think I should do when the old patriarch starts a war with you? Qi Shaoyun said helplessly. That will depend on your choice. In any case, so long as it's your choice, we'll accompany you to the end. Madman chuckled. Qi Shaoyun smiled bitterly. Since this matter is over, let's discuss our next move. After saying that, Qin Feiyang looked at Qi Shaoyun and smiled. By the way, Brother Qi, there's something I might need your help with in the future. What is it? Qi Shaoyun asked doubtfully. Putting aside the grudge between the Chilean clan and the humans, Qin Feiyang had arrived in time to save them. It was time for him to repay this favor. I wonder if you have the primal chaos divine king and the 10 devil kings? Asked Qin Feiyang. Didn't the blood ancestor mention it before? Also, I've heard the Chilean divine sword mention it before. Qi Shaoyun nodded. It's not just seem. They're really strong. We've already fought the Black Flame Devil King and the Queen of Flame. Both times, we barely escaped death. Qin Feiyang said solemnly. What? Qi Shaoyun was shocked. The yin-yang mirror asked in astonishment, what do you mean by that? Didn't the blood ancestor say that you're still fighting the primal chaos divine king? Idiots, he was just scaring you. You really believed him? Said the blood ancestor in disdain. Old bastard, you're a fucking bastard. The sovereigns were furious. Was he treating them like monkeys? The blood ancestor didn't lie to you completely. The secret technique he learned was indeed stolen from the primal chaos divine king's nest. As for the Black Flame Devil King and the Queen of Flame, we did manage to escape death when we fought the Black Flame Devil King, but the Queen of Flame is now dead, said Qin Feiyang. What? The 6 sovereigns were shocked. That's right. Yes, we killed her, although we paid a heavy price. Qin Feiyang nodded. Impossible. With your strength, how could you kill the Queen of Flame? The 6 sovereigns couldn't believe their ears. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a fragment of the flame magic sword appeared. This is, as soon as the 6 sovereign divine weapons saw the Raging Flame's devil sword fragment, their hearts were in turmoil. The flame magic sword said disdainfully, trash like you dare to doubt Qin Feiyang's words. The 6 sovereigns fell silent. If even a fragment of the flame magic sword was left, then the news of the Queen of Flame's death was definitely true. Was this group of people so cruel and brutal? What kind of existence was the Queen of Flame? It was like a dream that she could kill her. Qin Feiyang put away the fragment of the flame magic sword and said, to be honest, one of our companions and 3 sovereigns have fallen into the hands of the Divine King. If possible, I will need your help. No, Qi Shaoyun wanted to agree to repay the favor, but the Chilean sacred sword and the other sovereigns secretly advised him not to provoke the primal chaos Divine King. Thus, he hesitated. Chapter 3, Release at 10. Chapter 3769. Shaoyun, you need to think twice before you act. Although I don't know how strong this Divine King is, since even Qin Feiyang and the others are so afraid of him, he is definitely not an ordinary person. We can't risk the fate of all our sovereign weapons just to help him. The white-bearded old man tried to persuade Qi Shaoyun as well. Qi Shaoyun said, but he has saved us. How can we burn the bridge after crossing it? But, the white-bearded old man frowned. Master, that's enough. I don't want to be a heartless person. Moreover, haven't you always taught me that I must know how to repay kindness? Qi Shaoyun smiled. When the white-bearded old man heard that, he lowered his head in shame. That's right. He had once taught this disciple of his to be a grateful person. But now, this disciple of his was trying to stay out of this matter. How shameful. Fine. You decide. The white-bearded old man did not say anything else. Just as Qin Feiyang had said, the new generation would replace the old. They were indeed old. Sometimes, they should leave the stage to the younger generation. Actually, you don't have to be so worried. We might not necessarily face the Divine King head-on. I'm just saying what if. Besides, I have already talked to the dragons and the Feng people. They will help me when the time comes. Qin Feiyang smiled. The dragons and the Feng people? Qi Shaoyun blanked out. That's right. The dragons Long Chen. Qin Feiyang nodded and pointed at Princess Huafeng. He smiled and said, the Feng people are naturally referring to this princess. Shaoyun, there is something I haven't told you. The dragons and the Feng people have all been wiped out. Only Long Chen, Princess Huafeng, and Daifuku are left. The white-bearded old man transmitted. Qi Shaoyun was alarmed. Is this Qin Feiyang's doing? Yes. The white-bearded old man nodded. Terrifying indeed. Qi Shaoyun smiled bitterly. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, sure. If you need anything, just let me know. Thank you. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and thanked him. Then, he asked, should we go together or go our separate ways? Actually, I think we can travel together and take care of each other. Qi Shaoyun muttered to himself for a while and smiled. Thank you for your kind intentions, Brother Qin. However, I would still like to explore the Heaven Bell Divine Treasury by myself. After all, it wasn't easy for me to come to the Heaven Bell Divine Treasury. I have to temper myself. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and didn't force the issue. He then looked at the Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, and the Hellhound. Now that we have Dominator weapons, we can go shopping alone. Tan Wu chuckled, turned to look at the Fire Qilin, and asked, Fire Qilin, why don't we team up together? Sure. Fire Qilin nodded. You guys, whether it was in the Divine Ruins in the past or the Heavenly Bell Divine Treasure now, you all like to be alone. Am I so unwelcomed by you all? Qin Feiyang felt wronged. He really wanted the Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, and the Hellhound to stay by his side. Tan Wu smiled and said, although it's nice to stay under a big tree, we still want to rely on our own abilities to make a name for ourselves. Fine. As long as you're happy. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, but before we leave, let's establish a soul contract with each of our Dominator weapons. That way, if we encounter any danger, we will be able to call for help in time. That's fine. Tan Wu nodded. Since that's the case, let's establish a soul contract with each of our Dominator weapons as well. In any case, it will be useful in both the Heaven Bell Divine Treasury and the Skycloud Realm. Qi Shaoyun smiled. Everyone nodded. Princess Huafeng also took out all her Dominator weapons. Looking at the Fire Phoenix sword and the other Dominator weapons, the 6 yin-yang mirror felt their scalps go numb. They hadn't expected that this woman had so many Dominator weapons hidden away. What a group of ferocious people. After the soul contract was established, Qi Shaoyun smiled and said, there's one more thing I need to trouble you with, Brother Qin. What is it? Qin Feiyang asked doubtfully. Qi Shaoyun said, ask the Goldwing Wolf King to help me set up a time formation. The Qilin sword and the other Dominator weapons had all suffered heavy injuries. Without a time formation, they wouldn't be able to repair their bodies until they left the Heaven Bell Divine Treasury. Thus, they had to repair their bodies before leaving the Heaven Bell Divine Treasury. Only then would they be able to survive in the Heaven Bell Divine Treasury. No problem. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the Blood Ancestor. He smiled and said, Ancestor, I'll have to trouble you. Chem. Qi Shaoyun looked at the Blood Ancestor. The white-eyed wolf isn't the only one who has grasped the law of time. I'm not willing to give you a time formation for most people. The blood ancestor smiled coldly and waved his hand. A time formation appeared. Thank you, Qi Shaoyun said gratefully. Qi Shaoyun said gratefully. Back then, when the teleportation formation appeared, he had a feeling that it was not 500 years per day, but 1,000 years per day. Then, Qi Shaoyun transformed into a majestic fire qilin. It was more than 10 meters long, and flames surged all over its body. It looked majestic. This was Qi Shaoyun's main body. Shaoyun, what are you doing? The white-bearded old man was surprised. Qi Shaoyun did not answer. He turned to the blood ancestor and said, "Please fix the time formation on my back." "How can I do that?" "Let me do it." "You still need to enter seclusion to comprehend the profundity of the laws," the white-bearded old man hurriedly said. He finally understood what Qi Shaoyun wanted to do. If he placed the time formation on his back, he wouldn't be delayed. No. How can a disciple stand on his master's back? That's not proper. Qi Shaoyun shook his head. But, the white-bearded old man was anxious. That's it. After saying that, Qi Shaoyun looked at the blood ancestor and said, "Please." "Okay." The blood ancestor waved his hand, and the time formation landed on Qi Shaoyun's back. The qilin sword and the other dominator weapons immediately entered the time formation. "Master, come on up." Qi Shaoyun smiled. "You child." The white-bearded old man sighed helplessly and could only step on Qi Shaoyun's back. "Brother Qin, Brother Mo, farewell. Holy Qilin, Tan Wu, Hellhound, take care." Qi Shaoyun looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and smiled. He then left with the white-bearded old man and the 9 dominator weapons. Looking at Qi Shaoyun's back, the blood ancestor nodded and said, "He respects his master and knows how to repay his kindness. This young man is not bad." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Not many people can obtain your praise. Moreover, he's from an opposing faction. I'll be honest. He is indeed a good junior. Looks like that old bastard, the qilin master, has found a good successor," said the blood ancestor. "That's right." Qin Feiyang also agreed with this statement. Otherwise, he wouldn't have placed his bet on Qi Shaoyun. "Damn dog, it's your turn." Tan Wu lowered his head and looked at the hellhound. "You want me to be your mount again? Dream on." The hellhound glared at Tan Wu. "You can't possibly let me do it, right?" Tan Wu frowned. The hellhound nodded and said, "That's not a bad idea. After all, you are my human pet." Scram. Tan Wu's face darkened. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and smiled bitterly. So many years had passed, but the man and the dog hadn't changed at all. They were a pair of living enemies. "Can we not waste time? At most, the next time we obtain an inheritance, the fire qilin and I will take care of you first," Tan Wu said. "Really?" the hellhound asked. "Yes." Tan Wu nodded. "All right, you said it. For the sake of the inheritance, I'll suffer a little." The hellhound looked at the blood ancestor and bared his teeth. "Ancestor, come." "Ancestor?" The blood ancestor was stunned. "If even Qin Feiyang calls you ancestor, then we are definitely no exception." The hellhound smiled. "Sensible." The blood ancestor chuckled and set up a time formation on the hellhound's back. The thunder god hammer and the black battle axe also needed to repair their bodies. Tan Wu and the fire qilin jumped up and landed on the hellhound's back. They smiled and said, "Brother Qin, we'll meet again. Be careful." Qin Feiyang warned. "I know." Tan Wu nodded and patted the hellhound's head. "Damn dog, let's go. If you touch me again, do you believe that I will throw you down?" The hellhound roared and disappeared in the opposite direction of Qi Shaoyun with Tan Wu and the fire qilin without looking back. "Their way of getting along is really a little unique," Princess Huafeng said with a smile. "Get used to it." The white-eyed wolf shook his head. But suddenly, the white-eyed wolf patted his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman. "I haven't asked them yet. Why are those undead chasing after them?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Aren't the yin-yang mirror and the others still here?" "Don't ask me. I don't know either," the yin-yang mirror said. Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. They looked at the devil subduing staff, the phoenix bell, and the frost sparrow sword. The devil's subduing staff said, "They stole an inheritance." An inheritance? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Yes. An inheritance of the ultimate law of destruction. The devil's subduing staff said. This, Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. It was actually an inheritance of the strongest law. No wonder those undead were chasing after them. Then, who has this inheritance now? The white-eyed wolf asked. That Qilin called Qi Shaoyun. The devil's subduing staff said. Fuck. No wonder he left in a hurry. So he was afraid that we would steal his inheritance. The white-eyed wolf cursed. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, although he didn't get a sovereign weapon, he didn't lose out. Lose out my ass. If I had to choose, I would rather choose the ultimate law of destruction than the sovereign weapon. What a sinister fellow. The white-eyed wolf snorted. You can't say that. Even the fire Qilin, Tan Wu, and the hound didn't say anything. I'm sure Qi Shaoyun contributed the most during the fight for this inheritance. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Putting the fire Qilin and Tan Wu aside, if Qi Shaoyun didn't contribute anything, the hound wouldn't have allowed him to leave with the inheritance. This is fate. We also fought with our lives on the line, but we only obtained 2 ordinary laws while they obtained an inheritance of the strongest law. I can only say that they were lucky. The blood ancestor shook his head. Sometimes, luck was something that couldn't be envied. Chapter 3771. Everyone nodded in agreement. Everyone had their own fate and couldn't be forced. The madman looked at the white-eyed wolf and said with a sneaky smile, Brother Wolf, if you had known earlier, would you have snatched it? Nonsense. Who would reason with such a treasure? The white-eyed wolf didn't hide his covetous heart at all. What a pity. The madman shook his head and sighed. The white-eyed wolf had mastered 6 supreme laws. The law of death, the law of causality, the law of space-time, the law of time, the law of destruction, and the law of life. The law of destruction happened to be one of them. To be honest, whether it was Qin Feiyang, the madman, or the Feather Emperor, they were all looking forward to the day when the white-eyed wolf mastered the ultimate mysteries of the 6 supreme laws. Because no one in the world had ever mastered the 6 supreme laws. Generally speaking, 2 or 3 supreme laws were the limit. Just thinking about the ultimate mysteries of the 6 supreme laws made one's scalp tingle. Qin Feiyang suddenly looked at the white-eyed wolf and frowned. Actually, you can also try fusing the law of life and the law of death. Huh! The white-eyed wolf was taken aback. The law of life and death is formed by fusing these 2 laws. If you can succeed, then you can easily crush people like Dragon King in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled. That makes sense. The white-eyed wolf nodded. The blood ancestor shook his head and sighed. It's not that simple. I've been wondering for so many years, but I've only seen Qin Feiyang successfully comprehend the law of life and death. That also proves that the law of life and death does exist. As long as it exists, it can definitely succeed. The white-eyed wolf snorted. The blood ancestor was slightly taken aback. He sized up the white-eyed wolf and mocked, "It seems that you won't turn back until you hit a wall. Suit yourself. Just wait and see." The white-eyed wolf grinned. If little Qinzi could succeed, why couldn't he? He couldn't lose to little Qinzi. This was a matter of dignity. At the same time, Madman also lowered his head and pondered. Needless to say, the white-eyed wolf had 6 ultimate laws. Qin Feiyang had also grasped the karma laws, destruction laws, and life and death laws. The key point was, mastering the laws of life and death was equivalent to mastering the laws of death and the laws of life. In other words, Qin Feiyang now grasped 4 supreme laws of nature, as well as the law of life and death, which surpassed supreme laws of nature. What about him? The laws of death, the laws of space-time, and the laws of destruction. No. He couldn't lose to old Qin and white-eyed wolf. Even if he couldn't surpass them, he should at least be on par with them. However, if they were to be equal, they would have to comprehend the laws of life and death first. To be honest, he had no confidence at all. But just like the white-eyed wolf, if even Qin Feiyang could do it, why couldn't he? No. It must be possible. Madman's eyes flashed. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Old Qin, give me 2 sovereign weapons." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Madman chuckled and said, "This daddy also wants to go for a stroll alone." "You must be crazy." Qin Feiyang was speechless. It wasn't easy for them to reunite, but they had to part ways again. Wasn't this looking for trouble? "You are the one who is crazy." Madman glared at him and sighed. "Actually, what Qi Shaoyun said makes sense. If we don't take the opportunity to temper ourselves, wouldn't this trip to the Skybell Divine Treasury be in vain? Aren't we also tempering ourselves when we are together?" Qin Feiyang was helpless. "How can this be the same? Look, there are so many sovereign weapons. Do we even have the chance to fight?" Madman looked down on him. "In that case, why do you still need 2 sovereign weapons? If you want to go, go ahead." Qin Feiyang snorted. It wasn't that he was stingy, but he was afraid that something would happen to Madman outside. Because in his eyes, Madman was not only a brother who had gone through life and death with him, but also his family. Self-defense, just in case. Madman smiled. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "With a sovereign weapon, you will have a reliance in your heart. You won't be able to stimulate your potential. What's the point of going out like this? After talking for so long, you still won't give it to me? Fine. This daddy is going out alone. Don't come and collect my corpse in the future." Madman snorted and left in a fit of pique. Qin Feiyang was furious. Couldn't he see that Madman didn't want him to take the risk alone? He sighed. "You really want to go?" "Yes." Madman nodded without turning his head. "Fine." Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. He looked at the red sword and horsetail whisk and smiled. "I'll have to trouble you." Since Yun Xiang already had his own sovereign weapon, the horsetail whisk naturally didn't need to follow him. "Okay." The 2 sovereign divine weapons responded and rushed towards Madman. Madman stopped and turned to Qin Feiyang with a smug smile on his face. He provoked, "Just you wait. The next time we meet, this daddy will definitely be stronger than you. Then let's wait and see." Qin Feiyang also issued a provocation. "Hey." Madman bared his teeth, put away the horsetail whisk and red sword, and turned to leave. "Why don't we go together?" Suddenly, the blood ancestor's eyes flashed as he looked at Madman. "What?" Madman was stunned. Qin Feiyang also looked at the blood ancestor in shock. Why were they all leaving? "You don't welcome me?" The blood ancestor smiled. "Of course you do." Madman was overjoyed. With the blood ancestor here, there was a time array. Who would refuse such a good thing? The blood ancestor turned to Qin Feiyang and warned, "Don't be impulsive and run to rescue Li Feng and the others. Before you decide, inform us in advance." Before Qin Feiyang could react, the blood ancestor took the illusory demon orb and the demon subduing staff and rushed to Madman's side. Then, the 2 of them then disappeared into the mountains ahead without looking back. What's going on? Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and was a little confused. Why did they all start to go crazy? When everyone was together, whether it was facing the sovereign weapon of the Skybell Divine Treasure or the 9 Demon Kings and the Divine King of Primal Chaos, they would definitely be more confident. But why did they have to run out alone? What was going on in their minds every day? If that's the case, the white-eyed wolf suddenly spoke. "What do you want now?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "Why such a big reaction?" "I just want to take Sister Feng on a sightseeing tour." The white-eyed wolf was speechless. "Sightseeing tour?" Qin Feiyang's face darkened. "Where were the mountains here? Where was the water?" There were mountains, but they were all bare. What was there to see? "Sister Feng, let's go." The white-eyed wolf grabbed Princess Huafeng and turned around to flee as if he was running for his life. The Fire Phoenix sword and a group of sovereign divine weapons hurriedly followed. "Princess." Daifuku's face changed and he was about to chase after them. "Daifuku, don't follow us. We don't need a light bulb. Just stay by little Qin Zi's side. He will take good care of you." The white-eyed wolf's voice came from afar. Daifuku stopped and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, somewhat at a loss. "What do you think I can do?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Why were they all so willful? Yun Xiang and the old man in cyan looked at each other helplessly. Everyone else was trying their best to meet up with their companions, but these people were different. Everyone finally gathered together, but they all ran away on their own. Qin Feiyang came to his senses and looked at the golden crow pearl next to him. He wanted to let the golden crow pearl take care of the white-eyed wolf, but when he remembered that Princess Huafeng now had 11 sovereign divine weapons, he gave up on the idea. Everyone has their own fate, and each has their own good fortune. Just let them be. The voice of the ancient castle sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. What else can I do? Qin Feiyang looked up at the old man in cyan and said with a smile, Senior, I haven't asked your name yet. Yun Xiang said, just call him Elder Qing. I don't dare. You are the descendant of the human emperor, and the Emperor of Feathers ordered us to follow your orders. So, you can just call me Azure Dragon. The old man in cyan hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Azure Dragon? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. My true form is the Azure Dragon. The old man in cyan shook his body, and a huge dragon suddenly appeared in the sky. The dragon's aura spread in all directions. Divine Beast Azure Dragon. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. There had always been a rumor in the mortal world that there were 4 divine beasts that guarded the 4 directions. They were the Azure Dragon, the White Tiger, the Vermilion Bird, and the Black Tortoise. He didn't expect the old man in front of him to be the Azure Dragon. Although the rumor might not be true, the fact that the Azure Dragon was a divine beast couldn't be erased. The Azure Dragon shook his body and turned into a human. He sighed and said, Although I am a divine dragon, I have always hated the actions of dragons. Qin Feiyang said with admiration, Elder Qing is righteous. This junior admires you. The Azure Dragon waved his hand and said with shame, Although I have ambitions, I don't have powerful strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been sheltered by the little rabbit for so many years. Qin Feiyang didn't know how to comfort him. Yun Xiang said with a smile, Brother Qin, you may know that Elder Qing has existed longer than the human emperor and the Dragon King. Is that so? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. A long time ago, Elder Qing was the guardian of the Sky Cloud realm for the last century. Yun Xiang nodded. There's nothing to mention about the past. The Azure Dragon quickly looked at Yun Xiang and said. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, It's because it's in the past that this junior is curious. Elder Qing shook his head and smiled bitterly. Yun Xiang continued, Elder Qing, Elder Bai, Elder Xian, and Elder Zhu, these 4 seniors were once the guardians of the Sky Cloud realm. They protected the peace of this place. The rumors of the 4 divine beasts in the secular world came about because of them. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. He didn't expect the rumors to be true. Yun Xiang said with a smile, knowing the origin of Elder Qing, Elder Bai, Elder Zhu, and Elder Xian, you should have already thought of them. White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. Yun Xiang nodded. They are also in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure? Qin Feiyang was curious. Yes. Yun Xiang nodded again. I really didn't expect that I would have the chance to see these 4 guardian beasts in my lifetime. Qin Feiyang was filled with emotion. The most important thing was that it was exactly the same as the rumors. What legendary guardian beasts, those are all exaggerated by the later generations. The Azure Dragon shook his head. Chapter 3772. Even if it's an exaggeration, your contributions to the Sky Cloud realm can't be erased. However, this junior has a question. What does the previous era mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. We cultivators have a very long lifespan, especially creatures with our cultivation base. It's basically equivalent to eternal life. Therefore, later on, everyone came up with the word era to measure time. An era is equivalent to 100 million years. Azure Dragon explained, 100 million years? Qin Feiyang was stunned. In fact, 100 million years is not a long time. Think about it, many people go into seclusion for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. So 100 million years is nothing at all. But because everyone's time in seclusion is basically in the time array, 100 million years seems particularly long. Azure Dragon smiled. Makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. Not to mention others, just himself. Now, in the Black Tortoise realm or in the Time Array, he could casually cultivate for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. So, if there was no Time Array in the world, 100 million years was really nothing. Azure Dragon shook his head and sighed. There is no calendar day in the mountains, no one knows the year in the cold. Speaking of which, it's also the sorrow of us cultivators. This sentence deeply touched Qin Feiyang. Mortals envied cultivators for having an endless lifespan, but how could cultivators not envy the peaceful life of mortals? For cultivators, a peaceful life was completely an extravagant hope. Every day, they lived in mutual deception and intrigue. If they were not careful, they wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate. Were there many powerhouses in the previous era? Qin Feiyang was curious. Of course there were. But the overall level at that time couldn't be compared to today. The strongest in the previous era should be the person who mastered the strongest law. At that time, no one could take out the ultimate law. As the saying goes, the new generation excels the old. After the doomsday battle of the last century, many peerless geniuses emerged from both the human race and the other races. For example, the Human Emperor, the Feather Emperor, the Blood Ancestor, the Dragon King, Feng Hu, the Qilin Master, and the Little Rabbit are all super experts who have risen up in this era. Azure Dragon said with a smile. Doomsday battle? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. Yes. Every battle is for the sake of benefits. The Doomsday War that broke out in the previous era almost wiped out all the races. Although people like the Human Emperor and the Blood Ancestor were born in the last century, they were still children, just like you are now. Of course. Their cultivation back then was definitely not as high as yours now. They only grew up after the Doomsday Battle. Speaking of which, this old man has watched the Human Emperor and the others grow up. Azure Dragon smiled, his eyes filled with gratification. That's not all. Yun Xiang interrupted. Qin Feiyang looked at Yun Xiang. Master once mentioned to me that the Human Emperor and the Feather Emperor were groomed by the four of them. In the eyes of the Human Emperor and the Feather Emperor, the four of them are their teachers. Therefore, although the Human Emperor and the Feather Emperor are the leaders of the human race, they are still very respectful to the four of them. Yun Xiang said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded, his heart filled with respect. Just the fact that the old man in front of him had taught the Human Emperor and the Feather Emperor was enough to respect him. What teachers? We just gave them some advice. It's because of their outstanding talent that they have today. Let's talk about it later. The strong are revered. No matter how old we are and if our cultivation is not as good as theirs, we still have to bow down to them. However, even if we bow down to them, we have never regretted it, because what they have done for the human race is indeed worthy of the title of leader of the human race. Azure Dragon smiled with gratification. Elder Qing, don't think so. Master has said many times that although you are now under the Human Emperor and the Feather Emperor, the two of them have never treated you as their subordinates. And he told me and my senior brother to respect you. Yun Xiang said. This is because the Human Emperor and the Feather Emperor don't despise us old things. Azure Dragon shook his head. If the Feather Emperor hears your words, he will definitely be angry. Yun Xiang was helpless. This is an unchangeable fact. Although we used to be the guardian beasts of the Sky Cloud realm, the dragons, the foam people, and the Kirin clan rose. If it weren't for the Human Emperor, the Feather Emperor, and the Blood Ancestor at the critical moment, the four of us wouldn't have been able to protect the Sky Cloud realm. The people you should respect the most are them. Azure Dragon smiled faintly. Whether it's them or you, as the younger generation, we should respect them. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Azure Dragon heard this and smiled cheerfully. You are indeed the descendant of the Human Emperor. Whether it is talent or character, you are the best. Aren't you afraid that I will be proud? Qin Feiyang scratched his head. You have the right to be proud. The Human Emperor has fallen. Now, only the Feather Emperor and the Blood Ancestor are left. So, the young people of your generation should work hard to become the pillars of the human clan and share some of the pressure. As for us old guys, don't count on us. With our talent, We will be satisfied if we don't drag you down. Azure Dragon smiled. You can't say that. You have worked hard for so many years. It's time to put down your burdens and enjoy a quiet life. Junior, don't worry. No matter what the future holds, no matter what the relationship between the Divine Kingdom and the Qin clan is, as long as it concerns the safety of the human clan, I will not shirk my responsibility. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and solemnly made a promise. In the past, he didn't dare to say this. Because the Divine Kingdom and the Qin clan indeed had an inseparable familial relationship. But at this moment, when he met Azure Dragon and heard these stories, he was quite moved. As the former guardian beasts, they must be supreme beings. But now, they were willing to lower themselves to the human emperor, the feather emperor, and the blood ancestor. Why did they do this? Wasn't it for the Sky Cloud realm and the human clan? As the four divine beasts, they had nothing to do with the human clan, but they had always been protecting the human clan. They even trained the human emperor and the feather emperor to be the leaders of the human clan. Was this greatness worth waiting for? Even the four divine beasts, who had nothing to do with the human clan, came to protect the human clan of the Sky Cloud realm. As a real human, how could he stand by and do nothing? So at this moment, he finally sat down and made a decision. No matter what happened in the future, he would stand with the human clan of the Sky Cloud realm. Hearing this promise, the old man in blue was very surprised. But at the same time, he was very moved. Because this was the hope of the human clan, and the hope of the entire Sky Cloud realm. I will also work hard. Yun Xiang smiled. Good, good, good. In the future, the human clan will be proud of you. Azure Dragon nodded and laughed heartily. He never thought that Qin Feiyang would make this promise because of him. One must know. Qin Feiyang's weight in the Sky Cloud realm was not ordinary. Even Feng Hu, the Dragon King, and the Qilin Master had to consider Qin Feiyang first before making any decision. Moreover, there was no intersection between him and Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang could completely ignore this old man, but Qin Feiyang did not. What did this mean? This showed a person's character and personality. Who wouldn't like such a young man? Daifuku, who was next to him, also revealed a sincere smile. As long as Qin Feiyang chose a good position, then Feng Hu should not make things difficult for Qin Feiyang for the time being. Because this was what Feng Hu was looking forward to. Yun Xiang looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Then what's your next plan?" The next plan. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, turned to look at the old man in blue, and asked, "Senior, where is the rendezvous point of the land of buried gods?" Tianfeng Mountain Range. It's more than 2 years away from here. Azure Dragon said. Qin Feiyang thought again, looked at the two and said, "Then let's go to the Tianfeng Mountain Range to meet up with everyone, so that we won't worry about each other, and then go find the Sea Lion Emperor and the others." The Sea Lion Emperor and the others are also in the Tianfeng Mountain Range. Azure Dragon smiled. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. It's like this. Feather Emperor and Little Rabbit have discussed it, and we have more chances to work together, so the rendezvous point is set at the Tianfeng Mountain Range. Elder Qing said. You all know the rendezvous point. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yun Xiang nodded and asked suspiciously, "You don't know?" "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. There was no mention of the rendezvous point at all. "You don't know?" Yun Xiang was stunned. Is there a need to think about it? Feather Emperor and Little Rabbit clearly want to take special care of them. Elder Qing smiled hoarsely. This special care really makes me a little overwhelmed. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Everyone else knew about the situation with the Heavenly Bell Divine Treasure. Only him and the White-Eyed Wolf, senior brother Feng Zi, knew nothing about it. Fortunately, it was Feather Emperor and the Little Rabbit. If it were anyone else, they would definitely suspect that they were harboring evil intentions. Then let's go. Azure Dragon smiled slightly and looked at the sovereign divine weapon beside Qin Feiyang. He didn't hide the smile on his face. It seemed that this kid had gained a lot from this trip to the Skybell Divine Treasure. Ancient Castle, Horsetail Whisk, Blood Dragon Blade, Grim Reaper's Sword, Golden Crow Pearl, Golden Dragon Spear, white dragon sword, black dragon mirror, ice phoenix sword, heavenly star sword. There was also the void mirror, edgeless heavy sword, cauldron of all things, golden sun divine sword, silver moon divine sword. The white-eyed wolf also had the divine king throne and crimson dragon shield. Just Qin Fei Yang and the white-eyed wolf had 18 sovereign divine weapons. In addition to the blood ancestors' illusory demon orb and demon vanquishing staff, there was also the yin-yang mirror in Yun Xiang's hand. The fire Qilin and Tan Wu had the thunder god's hammer and the black battle axe. Finally, there were the sovereign divine weapons of the land of the buried gods. In terms of numbers, they had more sovereign divine weapons than the three major races. When they returned to the Sky Cloud realm, even without Little Rabbit's protection, the three major races wouldn't dare to do anything to them. Brother Qin, thank you. Yun Xiang was very happy. He never dreamed that he would have a sovereign divine weapon of his own in this life. Chapter 3773. Why are you thanking me? You should thank Elder Qing. Qin Fei Yang smiled. Thank Elder Qing? Yun Xiang was stunned. Did this have something to do with Elder Qing? Azure Dragon himself had a suspicious look on his face. It's a simple reason. If it were the reclusive old antiques of the three major clans, do you think they would give you the control of the yin-yang mirror? Qin Fei Yang asked. Definitely not. Yun Xiang said without hesitation. Given the characters of the three major clans, how could they give the control of the Dominator divine weapon to their juniors? So, shouldn't you thank Elder Qing? Qin Fei Yang asked with a smile. Yes, of course. Yun Xiang nodded again and again. If Elder Qing really wanted the yin-yang mirror, he really had to give it to him. Daifuku said with a wry smile, Brother Qin, can you not always compare us Feng people? It makes me a little embarrassed. Qin Fei Yang smiled and said, of course, there are also good people in Feng people, such as you. I don't deserve it. Daifuku quickly waved his hand. Everyone had selfish motives, and he was no exception. If he were the patriarch of the Feng people or the reclusive old antiques, he would definitely snatch the control of the Dominator divine weapon. Wait. Since the 5 dead spirits have the inheritance of the strongest law, they should not be lacking in law miniatures, right? Suddenly, Yun Xiang patted his head and looked at Qin Fei Yang. Yes. Qin Fei Yang finally reacted and looked up at the yin-yang mirror. Don't look at me. I only know those Dominator divine weapons, but I don't know those dead spirits. The yin-yang mirror said. Then you should know where their nest is. Yun Xiang asked. Yes. It's not far from the Black Mountain Canyon. The yin-yang mirror said. If they don't carry it with them, it must be in their nest. But if they really do carry it with them, Yun Xiang mumbled as he lowered his head to look at the 5 corpses. At that time, the blood ancestor had only devoured their souls, not their bodies. At this moment, they were all lying quietly in a pool of blood on the ground below. Go down and look for him. Qin Fei Yang put away the sovereign's divine weapons and dove down with the Azure Dragon, Yun Xiang, and Daifuku. They landed in front of the 5 corpses. Yun Xiang immediately checked the 5 people's fingers. The other 4 did not have anything in their hands, but the black-robed old man had a broken universe ring on his index finger. Why is he the only one with an interspatial ring? Yun Xiang was suspicious. Elder Qing said, the other 4 people's interspatial rings should have been destroyed during the fight. What a pity. Yun Xiang shook his head. He took off the black-robed old man's universe ring and immediately stood up to check it. Very soon. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. What's wrong? Qin Fei Yang and the other 2 looked at Yun Xiang expectantly. Yun Xiang looked up at the 3 of them and said, there are a lot of herbs and many divine elixirs in there. Herbs? Qin Fei Yang was slightly stunned. He quickly looked at the black-robed old man and frowned. Can these undead also refine elixirs? With their strength, as long as they have the talent, it's not difficult for them to refine elixirs. Azure Dragon whispered. In that case, he might be an alchemist. Qin Fei Yang quickly released his divine consciousness into the black-robed old man's sea of qi. There was a hint of disappointment on his face. There was no alchemy fire or furnace in this person's sea of qi. He must have taken it from other undead. Why do you seem to think that he is an alchemist? Yun Xiang looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. I do think so. Qin Feiyang nodded and explained, because now I want to refine a kind of elixir, but I don't have alchemy fire or furnace, and I don't have any herbs. Then where are your alchemy fire and furnace? Yun Xiang was puzzled. In the castle. Qin Feiyang said. Castle? Yun Xiang was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, didn't you bring the castle in? Yes. It's in my Sea of Qi now. Qin Feiyang nodded. Because the castle had been in Qin Feiyang's Sea of Qi, Yun Xiang and Elder Qing didn't know about it. Yun Xiang said in surprise, since you brought it in, why are you still looking for alchemy fire and furnace? Just let the castle give it to you. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He suddenly slapped his head. This brain was really slow. That's right. The castle wasn't in the Black Tortoise world right now, it was in his body. He could just let the castle take it out and give it to him. Was this really what? Riding a donkey looking for a donkey. He was clearly riding on the back of a donkey, but he was still looking around. If not for Yun Xiang's reminder, I think you would never have realized. The castle's voice sounded. It's because you've always been in the Black Tortoise world, so I instinctively thought that you couldn't take out the alchemy fire and furnace. You too. You knew that I needed alchemy fire and furnace, but you pretended to be deaf and didn't even remind me. Qin Feiyang was helpless. I'm not your nanny. Why should I remind you? The castle snorted. Fine. It's my fault. I didn't think about it. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He had never made such a stupid mistake. I think it's not just you. The white-eyed wolf, the mad scientist, the blood ancestor, and the others are all stupid. None of them thought of this. Looking at you guys worrying about alchemy fire and furnace, I can't help but worry about your intelligence. The castle looked down on him. Ha! Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. The castle flew out of Qin Feiyang's body and floated in the air, instantly becoming a huge castle. Boom! The door slowly opened. This is the world inside the castle. Yun Xiang and the azure-robed old man looked around the castle's hall curiously. There were all kinds of furniture. Wasn't this a home? Go ahead. Qin Feiyang said with a smile and went straight into the cultivation room. Looking at the netherworld demonic flame and furnace floating above the altar, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was clearly right next to him, but he was still looking around. He was really stupid. He walked in front of the furnace and grabbed a cosmos bag. There were all kinds of pills inside, all of which were refined by Dan Wangcai. However, there was no undead barrier breaking pill, and he couldn't find the herbs. He had the furnace and alchemy fire, but he couldn't find the herbs. I can't help you with the herbs. You can only find them yourself. The castle said lightly. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and walked out of the cultivation room. He saw Yun Xiang and the others sitting in front of the tea table in the hall, drinking tea and chatting. They looked very comfortable. Seeing Qin Feiyang come out, Yun Xiang smiled and said, "Your castle is really convenient. No matter where you go, you can sit down and rest." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "Let me see the black-robed old man's cosmos ring. I didn't find the epitome of laws." Yun Xiang threw the cosmos ring to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took the cosmos ring and checked it carefully. Before long, his eyes lit up and he took out more than 10 herbs. Among them, there were a few strange flowers that emitted an undead aura. The rest were pieces of wood of similar length and thickness that also emitted an evil aura. Those were the undead flowers and yin-yang wood. Furthermore, they were the oldest undead flowers and yin-yang wood he had ever seen. That's quite a lot. Qin Feiyang smiled in joy and immediately entered the castle with the undead flowers and yin-yang wood to refine pills. Although there were many undead flowers and yin-yang wood, there was only one cluster of extreme young thunderfire. Therefore, he could only refine one undead barrier-breaking pill. However, he couldn't fail or he would have to look for extreme young thunderfire everywhere. He was a little rusty after not refining pills for a long time. After opening the furnace, he took every step carefully. About 100 breaths later, the undead barrier-breaking pill was finally out. There were 7 dragon-shaped core chi on it. Seems like I didn't fall behind even after not refining for so long. Qin Feiyang smiled smugly. What are you thinking about? Dan Wangcai is almost able to refine 10 dragon-shaped core qi divine pills. Jiyu Fu despised him. Dan Wangcai's alchemy room was upstairs, so Jiyu Fu naturally knew about it best. What? Why don't I know about it? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Have you ever cared about this? Jiyu Fu asked back. Okay. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Everyone seemed to have a lot of opinions about him giving up alchemy. Wait. Didn't the pills Dan Wangcai gave us all have 7 dragon-shaped core qi? Suddenly. Qin Feiyang frowned. Jiyu Fu said, that's because he wanted to give you a surprise when he really refined 10 dragon-shaped core qi. If he didn't go to Sky Cloud Island to cultivate, he would have succeeded by now. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. However, for Dan Wangcai to have such an achievement, it was actually not surprising. Because with Dan Wangcai's obsession and love for alchemy, it was hard for him not to make progress. Subsequently, Qin Feiyang took the undead bottleneck-breaking pill and walked out of the cultivation room. This is the pill you want to refine? Yun Xiang looked at the undead bottleneck-breaking pill in Qin Feiyang's hand, his eyes full of suspicion. He had never seen it before. Qin Feiyang sat opposite Yun Xiang, took a sip of tea, and said with a smile, don't underestimate this pill, because this pill may play an unimaginable role. Is that so? Yun Xiang expressed his doubts. You will know in the future. Qin Feiyang took out a jade box and carefully put it away. He would see the effect when he encountered the undead who had condensed a body. Yun Xiang glanced at the jade box, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I didn't find the law miniature in the black-robed old man's ring, so it should be hidden in their nest. Do you want to take a look? Of course. Even if there isn't, we have to confirm it. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then shall we set off now? Yun Xiang asked. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then looked up at the castle and asked, Shadowless, is there still a time array in the castle? The time array has been integrated into the Black Tortoise realm, so of course there isn't one here. Jiyu Fu replied. I was careless. Before the blood ancestor left, he should have left a time array for us. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. Without the time array, the yin-yang mirror was useless. Chapter 3774. The yin-yang mirror had been beaten too badly. Without the time formation, it wouldn't be able to repair itself even after leaving the Skybell Divine Treasury. There's no need to worry about the time formation. Azure Dragon shook his head. You also control the law of time? Qin Feiyang looked at Azure Dragon and asked. Azure Dragon smiled and said, I don't, but there are so many people in the land of buried gods and the heavenly cloud sea. There must be a few who control the law of time. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked at the three and said, then there's no time to lose. Let's return to the Black Mountain Canyon now. He didn't know about the yin-yang mirror, but the Phoenix Bell and the other sovereigns would definitely know if the black-robed old man and the others had a law miniature. He didn't consider the white-eyed wolf, the madman, the blood ancestor, Tan Wu, the fire Qilin, or the Cerberus. In any case, they were all on the same side. It didn't matter who had the law miniature. But Qi Shaoyun and the white-bearded old man had to consider it. No one knew what the future would be like. What if Qi Shaoyun chose to become his enemy in the end? Taking a step back. Even if Qi Shaoyun chose to be on good terms with him in the future, he was still an outsider. Of course, he couldn't let an outsider benefit from a law miniature. And Qi Shaoyun knew where the Five's nest was. Even if he didn't have the Sovereign's divine weapon to tell him, he would most likely run back to check. After all, they had already snatched an inheritance from the Five. Since there was even an inheritance, there might be a law miniature as well. If there really was a law miniature, wouldn't it fall into the Qilin clan's hands if Qi Shaoyun arrived first? So, they had to hurry over. All right. Azure Dragon and the other two drank the tea in their cups and stood up. After walking out of the castle, it turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Qin Feiyang's body. This castle is a spatial divine item, right? Yun Xiang asked. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang looked at him in confusion. Isn't it impossible to enter a spatial divine item here? Why isn't it restricted? Yun Xiang was puzzled. Because it has a door. Qin Feiyang smiled and called out the Death God's sword. He had the Death God's sword lead the way. All of Qi Shaoyun's sovereign weapons had been severely damaged. Although the blood ancestor had left them a time formation, it would still take them several years to repair. A heavily damaged sovereign armament was naturally no match for the sword of the Thanatos at its peak. Therefore, even if Qi Shaoyun wanted to go back and check, even if Qi Shaoyun left first, the sword of the Grim Reaper would still arrive before them. Is there a door? Yun Xiang was suspicious. What was the meaning of this? It means that although the ancient castle has a universe within it, it is not a true spatial divine object. That's because true spatial divine items are all sealed spaces inside. Azure Dragon explained. I see. Yun Xiang nodded in realization. Time flew by. Early in the morning, Qin Feiyang and the others finally returned to the Black Mountain Canyon. Just like before, nothing had changed. Of course. Now, it was almost impossible for anyone to come here. Because apart from Qi Shaoyun and the white-bearded old man, the Qilin clan had been completely annihilated. Ask the yin-yang mirror where we should go next. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Yun Xiang and said. Okay. Yun Xiang nodded and secretly asked the yin-yang mirror. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, it's said to go northeast. It will take about half a day. Fortunately, it's not far. Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. The Skybell Divine Treasury couldn't open space-time tunnels and teleportation divine artifacts, so it would be troublesome if it was too far away. Whoosh! The sword of the Grim Reaper continued to bring the four of them southeast. The journey was very peaceful. Because the aura emitted by the sword of the Grim Reaper was enough to make all the skeletons retreat. Half a day later, they entered the sky above a lake. This lake was still normal. The lake water was very clear, and there were many weeds and trees growing on the shore. This was the most lively place they had seen since coming to the Skybell Divine Treasury. Around the lakeshore were 5 ancient palaces. Although they were old, they were still intact. According to the yin-yang mirror, these 5 palaces were the lairs of the black-robed old man's group. There aren't even any traces of battle. How did Qi Shaoyun and the others obtain the inheritance of the law of destruction? Yun Xiang looked at the lake full of vitality and the 5 intact palaces with a doubtful expression. The 5 of them are so strong, and they even have 5 sovereign divine weapons. They definitely can't take them by force. They have to rely on their brains. That's right. It should be a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. I believe that with Qi Shaoyun's brain, it will be easy for him to do so. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Yun Xiang nodded and said with a smile, your evaluation of Qi Shaoyun is quite high. How can I look down on someone I can't see through? Qin Feiyang said. What about me? Can you see through me? Yun Xiang looked at him mockingly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, not in the past. But now, I can. Because now, I know everything about you. Is that so? Yun Xiang smiled meaningfully and flew toward one of the palaces. Daifuku and Azure Dragon hurriedly followed. Qin Feiyang looked at Yun Xiang's back and wondered why that smile was so strange. Boom! When Yun Xiang landed in front of the palace, he smashed the door with a punch. Qin Feiyang recovered from his shock and also landed in front of the door. He looked inside. The palace was several hundred zhong wide. There were no lights, so it was rather dim. There was nothing in the hall. There were several stone doors on the left, which should lead to several rooms. Let's split up. Qin Feiyang said. Daifuku, if you find anything, you can't hide it. Yun Xiang looked at Daifuku and said jokingly. In fact, he didn't trust Daifuku because Daifuku was from the Feng people. I want to, but in front of you, I don't have the guts. Daifuku shook his head and smiled bitterly. Qin Feiyang had so many sovereign divine weapons. Who would dare to go against him? Although the old man in green didn't have a sovereign divine weapon, he had mastered the ultimate meaning and couldn't be offended. As for Yun Xiang, although they didn't have much contact and didn't know much about him, this person hunted the Feng people in the Death Glacier. Just from this, it was enough to see what kind of young man Yun Xiang was. In short, Princess Huafeng wasn't here. He couldn't afford to offend anyone. On the contrary, if he was more honest and well-behaved, he might even get some benefits. Next, the four of them carried out a carpet search in the palace. After searching the hall, Qin Feiyang entered one of the rooms. There was an old futon inside. It should be the place where the five of them usually cultivated. But there was nothing else except the futon. After a while, Qin Feiyang walked out of the room and saw Yun Xiang and Azure Dragon coming out of the other two rooms. He immediately asked, "How is it?" "I only saw a bed made of stone." Yun Xiang shook his head in disappointment. "There is not even a stone in my room, let alone a stone bed. But there is a lot of dust. It seems that no one has been here for a long time." Azure Dragon smiled bitterly. "I found something here. Come over quickly." Suddenly, Daifuku's voice came from another room. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and hurried into the room. There was nothing in this room, but it was very clean. Looking at the empty room, the three of them looked at Daifuku. Daifuku was standing in the center of the room at the moment, looking down at the solid ground with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang and the other two were puzzled. Daifuku did not answer. He stomped hard on the ground, and an empty echo suddenly came from the ground. "There is a secret room." Qin Feiyang and the other two's pupils shrank. Azure Dragon immediately scanned the room and chose the mechanism. "Why are you still looking for the mechanism? Just blast it open." Yun Xiang walked over and slapped the ground with his palm. Immediately, the ground cracked inch by inch. "Be careful. Don't break the things below," Daifuku reminded. "Don't worry." Yun Xiang slapped again. The cracked ground immediately turned into ashes with a bang, drowning the whole room. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. A gust of wind appeared, and the dust in the room immediately rushed out. Then, the four of them surrounded the hole in the ground and looked down at the secret room below. The secret room was about 10 feet long. On the left, there was a stone table with more than a dozen divine artifacts. Qin Feiyang and the others could tell at a glance that they were all incredible divine artifacts. In addition, there were several universe rings. On the other side, there was a stone table more than 1 meter wide, on which 5 iron boxes were neatly placed. Could this be the treasury of one of them? The four of them looked at each other and jumped into the secret room. Yun Xiang grabbed a divine artifact, glanced at it slightly, and frowned. "There seems to be a seal aura." "Seal?" Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. They also grabbed a divine artifact one after another. Using their divine consciousness, they found that there was a seal. The four of them took action and forcibly shattered the seal. As the seal shattered, the artifact spirits of the 4 divine artifacts woke up. When they saw Qin Feiyang and the others, they asked in surprise, "Who are you? What do you want to do to us?" "Don't be nervous. We're just passing by." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Passing by?" This answer made the artifact spirits of the 4 artifacts quite startled. Wasn't this the territory of the undead? How dare they barge in? Qin Feiyang asked curiously, "Why are you sealed here?" One of the divine artifacts said resentfully, "That damn old man wants us to submit to him, but we don't want to, so he sealed us here." "Damn old man?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "It should be the black-robed old man." He asked suspiciously, "Doesn't he have a sovereign divine weapon? Why does he want to subdue you? What? Are you looking down on us? Didn't the sovereign divine weapon evolve step by step from a sovereign divine weapon?" The 4 divine artifacts were dissatisfied. "That's not what I meant." Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. "Then you're free now, quickly leave." "Really?" The 4 divine artifacts couldn't believe it. "En." Qin Feiyang nodded. He wasn't that interested in sovereign divine weapons anymore. Although sovereign divine weapons had the possibility of evolving into sovereign divine weapons, there were already enough of them in the Black Tortoise world. Although the more the better, the more origin energy there was. Furthermore, the sovereign weapons in the castle would need to absorb more origin energy to evolve in the future. Therefore, He didn't want any of the heaven-defying weapons now. Chapter 3775. Thank you, thank you. The 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts were overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly before leaving the dark room and disappearing without a trace. As for the remaining heaven-defying divine artifacts, Qin Feiyang helped them break the seals one by one and let them leave. He had killed too many people in his life. This time, he would be a good person and accumulate blessings for the future generations. Besides, these heaven-defying divine artifacts could also evolve into sovereign-level divine artifacts in the end. If a descendant of the Qin clan entered the Tianzhong divine treasure in the future, he might be able to meet them. This was also a kind of good karma. Following closely, the 4 of them checked the Qian Kuan rings. There were some herbs and elixirs inside. Basically, they were all extremely rare herbs. If he had encountered these herbs in the ancient world, Qin Feiyang would have been overjoyed. Because this was comparable to a treasure. But for the current him, it didn't mean much. What kind of herbs didn't the Black Tortoise world have? It was completely unattractive. So, he put down the Qian Kuan rings and looked at the 5 metal boxes next to them. These 5 metal boxes were about the same size and were completely black. They were simple and unadorned and looked very inconspicuous. However, when they looked carefully, Qin Feiyang and the others unexpectedly found that the 5 metal boxes actually had seals. Since there was a seal, the things inside the metal boxes were definitely not ordinary. Azure Dragon grabbed one of the metal boxes and forcefully shattered the seal. The moment the seal shattered, a terrifying flame power suddenly surged out like a tide. This is the aura of the law of fire. The 4 of them trembled. If there was the aura of the law of fire, then it was very likely that there was a law of fire inside. Azure Dragon's hands trembled as he slowly opened the metal box with a face full of anticipation. A flame-like law of fire immediately entered the sight of the 4 of them. It is indeed a law of fire. Daifuku's eyes trembled. He had mastered the law of fire. Back then, when Qin Feiyang gave Princess Huafeng the law of fire and the inheritance of the law of fire, he was actually very eager. But he knew that he was not qualified to enjoy this kind of treatment. But unexpectedly, now that he had encountered another miniature of the laws of fire, the desire in his heart was aroused once more. However, apart from Qin Feiyang, Azure Dragon and Yun Xiang did not notice this, because they were all dazzled by this pleasant surprise. Let's take a look at the other 4 boxes. Yun Xiang urged, his breathing becoming rapid. Since this iron box contained a miniature, then the remaining 4 iron boxes were most likely the same. Azure Dragon came back to his senses, put down the iron box in his hand, and quickly shattered the seals on the other 4 iron boxes. The 4 of them each grabbed a metal box and slowly opened it. Boom! The metal box in Qin Feiyang's hand emitted an astonishing sharpness. It was as if countless sword qi had appeared in front of him in an instant, causing him to be extremely shocked. This is the epitome of the laws of sword. A strand of sword qi floated within the metal box, emitting a dazzling divine light. Looking at this wisp of sword qi, Qin Feiyang was extremely excited. Boom! Next to them, Daifuku also opened the metal box, and a wisp of milky white flame appeared. It was like a wisp of moonlight, emitting a sacred aura. The epitome of the laws of light. Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked even more excited. Didn't he master the laws of light? And the laws of light was the first law he comprehended in his life. But later on, as other laws were comprehended one after another, he gradually ignored the laws of light. Of course, he didn't mean to ignore it. It couldn't be helped. For example, the laws of wind, force, war, and slaughter were all comprehended from the 6-word divine formula. These 4 laws were closely related to the 6-word divine formula, so he naturally had to comprehend these 4 laws first. As for the laws of lightning, it was purely a condition advantage. Because Qin Feiyang and Frenzy often transcended tribulations, and every time they transcended a tribulation, their laws of lightning would improve. Boom! At the same time, the metal boxes in Yun Xiang and Azure Dragon's hands also emitted a terrifying aura. And it was even more terrifying than the 2 miniatures in Qin Feiyang and Daifuku's hands. because the two metal boxes respectively emitted a space-time force and destruction force. Could it be? Qin Feiyang and Daifuku quickly looked over and saw a wisp of ice crystal-like flame and a wisp of black-gray flame floating in the metal boxes in their hands. How is this possible? It's actually the miniatures of two supreme laws, Daifuku exclaimed. The miniatures of space-time and destruction laws. Wasn't this too exciting? Among the 5 miniatures, there were actually 2 supreme laws miniatures. Qin Feiyang naturally couldn't say. First, it was the miniatures of the laws of light, and now it was the miniatures of the laws of destruction. This was simply tailor-made for him. Looking at Yun Xiang again, staring at the miniatures of space-time and destruction laws, he was also very excited. This was because he too had mastered 2 supreme laws of nature. For him, it was equivalent to tailor-made for him. Azure Dragon took a deep breath, turned to Qin Feiyang, and said with a smile, although it's not as good as Qi Shaoyun's inheritance, these 5 miniatures can also be considered a great treasure. Yeah. Qin Feiyang nodded. This was an unexpected windfall. It was completely unexpected. Originally, they were just hoping for a fluke. They didn't expect so many miniatures to be hidden. Fortunately, they came with such a mentality. Otherwise, they would have brushed past these 5 miniatures. By then, it would be too late for regrets. Daifuku recovered from his shock and looked at the 3 of them, urging, hurry up and go take a look at the other palaces. There might also be miniatures of laws. Yes. Yun Xiang nodded. The 5 of them lived together and had such a good relationship. Since the black-robed old man had so many miniatures of laws, the other 4 would more or less have some as well. Azure Dragon looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, then you keep them first. Is this okay? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Of course. Didn't Lord Feather Emperor say that we have to listen to you? When the time comes, if you are willing to give them to us, we will accept them. If not, we won't force you. Azure Dragon nodded. Old Azure, is this fair? Yun Xiang was somewhat dissatisfied. This is Feather Emperor's order. Do you dare to disobey? If you dare to disobey, even if Feather Emperor agrees, this old man won't agree. Moreover, don't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Qin Feiyang isn't such a selfish person. Azure Dragon said. But I am still the disciple of the princess of the divine kingdom, Yun Xiang mumbled. Can a disciple be compared to a descendant whose blood is thicker than water? Let's talk about it later. It is precisely because you are the disciple of the princess of the divine kingdom that you should support Qin Feiyang and believe in Qin Feiyang. Also, your Yun clan has been taken care of by Qin Feiyang all these years in the Black Tortoise world. Shouldn't you be grateful? Azure Dragon reprimanded. Fine. I am narrow-minded. I admit my mistake. Yun Xiang sighed helplessly. It was indeed different for people who had a backer. Qin Feiyang didn't stand on ceremony. He put away the 5 iron boxes and the interspatial rings into the ancient castle. Then the 4 of them left the secret room and ran toward the other 4 palaces. Although there were no treasures in the interspatial rings, there was a saying that it would be a waste not to take them. Soon, they found another secret room. There was no heaven-defying divine artifact sealed inside, but there were several interspatial rings and 3 iron boxes. Daifuku checked the interspatial rings. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 checked 1 iron box each. There were seals on the iron boxes too. After the seals were broken and the iron boxes were opened, the miniature versions of the 3 laws appeared in front of them. They were the miniature versions of the Earth Law, the Metal Law, and the strongest law, the Death Law. There are too many of them. The 2 of them have the miniature versions of 8 laws. Yun Xiang was exhilarated. Qin Feiyang turned to Daifuku and asked, "What's in the interspatial rings?" "They're all useless things." Daifuku shook his head. "Keep them too. Let's go to the next place." Qin Feiyang put away the 3 iron boxes and the interspatial rings and rushed to the other 3 palaces without stopping. About a few hundred breaths later, the treasuries of the 3 palaces had been looted by them. In these 3 palaces, there were a total of more than a dozen interspatial rings, more than a dozen heaven-defying divine artifacts, and 7 iron boxes. It was the same as before. The heaven-defying divine artifacts directly helped them break the seals and let them go. If it was any other time, Yun Xiang, Daifuku, and Elder Qing would definitely leave these heaven-defying divine artifacts behind. But now, they really weren't in the mood to care about the heaven-defying divine artifacts. Because in these 7 iron boxes, there must be another miniature version of the 7 laws. However, in order to save time, they didn't have time to check the 7 iron boxes. Out of the main hall, Yun Xiang looked at Qin Feiyang anxiously and urged, "Let's go to the castle." Calm down, calm down. Qin Feiyang smiled. "I want to be calm, but I can't help it." Yun Xiang howled, showing signs of losing his mind. What a joke. More than a dozen miniature versions of the laws, who could stay calm? Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, saying, "Castle, let us in." But the castle hadn't appeared yet. Boom. In the distance, a terrifying aura rolled over like a tidal wave. Qin Feiyang and the other 3 were shocked. There was actually someone. Azure Dragon's eyes turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "This aura is very strange, let's hide first and see the situation." Qin Feiyang nodded and quickly activated the concealment technique. The 4 immediately hid in the void and retreated to the top of a giant mountain not far away, looking up ahead. Whoosh. Soon, a black figure came into their line of sight. This was a middle-aged man in black. His body was quite thin, his eyes were dark, and he exuded a gloomy aura. "It's not someone from our Sky Cloud realm." Daifuku's heart trembled. Since it's not from the Sky Cloud realm, it must be the undead of the Skybell Divine Treasure. Yun Xiang transmitted his voice. The undead who condensed a body, at the very least, mastered the ultimate meaning of an ordinary law. Such a person must not be underestimated. The middle-aged man in black broke through the air and stopped above the lake, glancing at the 5 palaces below. He didn't seem to be unfamiliar with this place. Suddenly, the middle-aged man in black said, "I came with the order of the Dark Devil King. The 5 of you come out quickly." Dark Devil King? Qin Feiyang and the other 3 were stunned. Wasn't this the Dark Devil King, one of the 10 great Devil Kings under the Divine King of Primal Chaos? This person actually came with the order of the Dark Devil King? What order? Chapter 3776. Yun Xiang secretly said, "Why don't we go and get some information from him?" "How?" Daifuku was suspicious. "Pretend to be the subordinates of those 5 and get the order from the Dark Demon King." Yun Xiang transmitted his voice. Daifuku was taken aback, shook his head, and said with a smile, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. Just capture him directly." Even if this person had mastered the ultimate meaning of the strongest law, it was nothing to them. Yun Xiang secretly said, "It's not impossible to capture him, but I'm afraid that if we provoke him, he will self-destruct." The undead didn't self-destruct. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yun Xiang nodded and explained, "When I first came to the Skybell Divine Treasure, I encountered an undead who had condensed a body and was forced to self-destruct by a horsetail whisk. It seems that apart from their undead bodies, they are no different from us." Qin Feiyang looked at the middle-aged man in black. Wasn't this a good test subject? He could use him to test the effect of the undead barrier-breaking pill. If the undead barrier-breaking pill was really useful, then he would have the capital to face the Primal Chaos Divine King and the 9 Demon Kings in the future. It won't work even if you pretend to be an undead. Because the undead and living beings are more or less different, such as our aura. If you look carefully, you will find that even the undead who have condensed a body also have a death aura in their body. Azure Dragon secretly said. Daifuku smiled and said, "So, just directly attack and don't give him a chance to self-destruct." "Yes." Azure Dragon nodded and turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang. Regardless of whether or not this undead had grasped the ultimate profundity of the strongest laws, only Qin Feiyang could get rid of it. Although Yun Xiang now had the sovereign divine weapon, the yin-yang mirror was damaged and couldn't make a move at all. Needless to say, Daifuku. If it was in the Sky Cloud realm, Daifuku's strength was still okay, but in the Skybell Divine Treasure, he was basically at the bottom. As for the Azure Dragon, although he had grasped an ultimate profundity, It was not the ultimate profundity of an ultimate law. Even if the ultimate profundity that the other party grasped was only an ordinary law, the Azure Dragon could not achieve absolute suppression. If the other party had grasped the ultimate profundity of an ultimate law, then even he would only be sending himself to his death. But Qin Feiyang was different. With more than a dozen sovereign divine weapons by his side, dealing with an undead was as easy as blowing off dust. The black-robed middle-aged man frowned when he saw that there was no movement from the 5 palaces below. In the next moment, he released his divine sense downward. No one. Looking at the 5 empty halls, the black-clothed middle-aged man was stunned. Why isn't anyone here? Suddenly, a faint laugh rang out. Who? The black-clothed middle-aged man was startled. He immediately raised his head to look at the top of the mountain. However, his expression immediately froze. There was not even a shadow on the top of the mountain, let alone a person. What was going on? A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said angrily, "I'd like to see who's playing tricks on me." His divine sense surged toward the peak of the mountain. But his divine sense had not arrived yet. Qin Feiyang and the other 3 walked out from their invisible state. The black-clothed middle-aged man was surprised. Appeared out of thin air? And these 4 people were so unfamiliar. Who are you? The black-clothed middle-aged man looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 3 with a cold light in his eyes. Take a guess. Yun Xiang chuckled. When the black-clothed middle-aged man heard this, a trace of hostility crept up between his brows. He sneered and said, "Then do you know who I am? How dare you play tricks in front of me? Who are you?" "We really don't know. However, we know that you will be in a very bad situation from now on." Daifuku laughed hoarsely. "Ha ha," the black-clothed middle-aged man laughed loudly. What a ridiculous joke. But the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank as he stared at Qin Feiyang and the other 3. He actually did not feel the undead aura. Wait a minute. This face, the black-clothed middle-aged man suddenly stared at Qin Feiyang's face. His eyes were full of surprise as he exclaimed, "You are Qin Feiyang." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He actually knew him. Yun Xiang and the other 2 were also quite stunned. Obviously, it was also beyond their expectations. The Skybell Divine Treasure actually knew Qin Feiyang. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not believe it even if they were beaten to death. Swish. The next moment, the black-clothed middle-aged man turned around without any warning and left without looking back. The 4 looked at each other. Why did he escape? Could it be that he knows my means? Qin Feiyang frowned. This was too strange. He said in a deep voice, "Sword of the Grim Reaper, help take him down." Clang. After the Sword of the Grim Reaper brought Qin Feiyang and the other 3 here, it had already returned to Qin Feiyang's Sea of Qi. At this moment, it immediately appeared and attacked the black-clothed middle-aged man like lightning. However, the black-clothed middle-aged man did not show any panic when he saw this. He waved his hand. Accompanied by a monstrous divine aura, an iron rod as thick as an arm appeared. This iron rod was more than 3 meters long and completely red as if it was made of magma. The aura it exuded was the divine aura of a sovereign. He actually has a sovereign weapon. He definitely has the ultimate meaning of a supreme law. Daifuku exclaimed. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the all-creation cauldron and the void mirror appeared. He shouted, "Help chase after him." The fact that the other party had a sovereign weapon was somewhat unexpected. Without a sovereign weapon, it would be easy for the Sword of the Grim Reaper to kill the other party with its speed. However, with a sovereign weapon, it was a different story. Moreover, the other party's sovereign weapon was also in its peak state. Its speed would not be slower than the Sword of the Grim Reaper. Therefore, if they did not quickly find a way to stop him, it would drag on forever. So many sovereign weapons. As expected of the human who escaped from the Black Flame Demon King. 9 Flames Divine Rod, quick. The black-clothed middle-aged man turned his head and looked at the Sword of the Grim Reaper, the Void Mirror, and the All-Creation Cauldron. His pupils shrank slightly as he shouted at the sovereign weapon next to him. Hearing this, the 9 Flames Divine Rod immediately wrapped around the black-clothed middle-aged man and its speed doubled. Not good. Azure Dragon's eyes dimmed. With the same speed, there was no way to catch up with the other party. Where do you think you're going? However, at this moment, a burst of laughter sounded. This voice, Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. They looked up and saw two figures, one old and one young, charging over at lightning speed. Senior brother? Ancestral patriarch? Qin Feiyang was stunned. They had encountered the blood ancestor and the mad scientist here? But that was not right. He remembered that the blood ancestor and the mad scientist had gone in another direction. Blood ancestor. At the same time, the black-clothed middle-aged man also exclaimed when he saw the blood ancestor. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. Not only did he recognize him, but he also recognized the blood ancestor. At the same time, the blood ancestor was also shocked, but he quickly came back to his senses. The illusory demon orb appeared and surged towards the black-clothed middle-aged man. The mad scientist also took out his whisk and red sword. The appearance of the three divine weapons made the black-clothed middle-aged man's expression change. Wait. Let's talk. He hurriedly stopped and looked at Qin Feiyang's group as well as the blood ancestor's group. You're quite smart. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The sword of death, the cauldron of all things and the void mirror immediately rushed forward and surrounded the black-clothed middle-aged man. Old Qin, what a coincidence. The mad scientist chuckled. Cut the crap. Why are you here? Are you also here for the treasures of the five of them? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. There really are treasures here? The mad scientist and the blood ancestor looked at each other in shock. I knew it. Qin Feiyang mumbled. The demon vanquishing wand must have told the mad scientist and the blood ancestor. The mad scientist hurriedly said, Don't be silent. Tell us, are there a lot of Dharma miniatures? Yes. But you're one step too late. They've all fallen into my hands. Qin Feiyang smiled smugly. Fuck. We came all the way here, but you beat us to it. No. How did you know there were treasures here? The yin-yang mirror doesn't seem to be familiar with the five of them. The mad scientist frowned. We're just here to try our luck. I didn't expect to be so lucky. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then didn't we come all the way here for nothing? The mad scientist turned to the blood ancestor and asked. The blood ancestor bitterly smiled. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Not long after we separated from you, the demon vanquishing staff suddenly told us that the five of you were hiding many lore miniatures, so we rushed over without stopping. We thought that you didn't know, but we didn't expect that you would beat us to it. If I knew this, I wouldn't have come. The mad scientist glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. Then there's nothing we can do. Who told us to be smart? Yun Xiang laughed and didn't hide his smugness. The mad scientist glared at Yun Xiang angrily, then glanced at the void behind Qin Feiyang and the others. Why don't I see the white-eyed wolf and the others? He asked suspiciously. After you left, the two of them also ran away. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then they won't come back later, right? The mad scientist was surprised. Because the Frost Sparrow Sword and the Phoenix Bell were in Princess Huafeng's hands. The Frost Sparrow Sword and the Phoenix Bell were the sovereign divine weapons of the five of them, so they must know everything about the five of them like the demon vanquishing wand. It's not impossible. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. It seems that we've been tied together by the heavens. There's no way to hide. The mad scientist shook his head. Ahem. The black-clothed middle-aged man, who was surrounded in the middle, coughed dryly. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, and said helplessly, Can you guys respect me a little? I'm not heir. Ah. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man in shock. He was complaining. This undead was a bit interesting. All right, we'll respect you. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. If you cooperate with us, we might even give you a fortune. Fortune? The black-clothed middle-aged man was taken aback. What fortune could a kid who hadn't even comprehended the ultimate intent give him? Qin Feiyang asked, Why do you know me and the patriarch? The black-clothed middle-aged man hesitated. You don't want to cooperate? Murderous intent surged in the blood ancestor's eyes. Cooperate? Cooperate. The black-clothed middle-aged man quickly nodded and smiled. It's because of the Demon Kings. The Demon Kings? They looked at each other and the confusion on their faces grew. Chapter 3777. The black-clothed middle-aged man said, "Half a month ago, the Demon Kings ordered all the undead and sovereign weapons in the Skybell Divine Treasury to kill anyone who sees you." What? Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. It seemed that the Divine King of Chaos and the 9 Demon Kings had decided to take the initiative to attack. Qin Feiyang asked, "So you came here to inform the demon vanquishing rod and the others to kill us?" "Yes. Other than me, there are many others who are spreading this news. After all, it's an order from the 10 Demon Kings. We don't dare to disobey, so we have no choice." The black-clothed middle-aged man sighed. "You're saying this because you want me to let you go, right?" Qin Feiyang chuckled. Yes. The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded. He cursed his bad luck in his heart. He had encountered these people as soon as he left. Qin Feiyang laughed and comforted him. "Don't be nervous. I won't hurt you for now, and I said I would give you a fortune." "What fortune?" The black-clothed middle-aged man was puzzled. Qin Feiyang took out a jade box and took out the undead barrier-breaking pill. "Huh! When did you refine this thing?" The madman was surprised. "After you left." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Where did you get the pill, fire and furnace?" The madman was puzzled. "I didn't find it. I used the netherworld demonic flame." Qin Feiyang shook his head and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. His senior brother and the ancestral patriarch were even slower than him. "What? You can enter the Black Tortoise world now?" The madman and the blood ancestor were shocked. Cough. Yun Xiang choked when he heard this. They still didn't understand. What kind of brain did they have? Daifuku and Azure Dragon also smiled speechlessly. "What's with your expressions?" The madman raised his eyebrows. Yun Xiang said helplessly, "Brother, the castle isn't even in the Black Tortoise world, so why go there?" "Ah!" The madman looked at Yun Xiang. His mind hadn't thought of this. The blood ancestor also lowered his head and pondered. Suddenly, the blood ancestor smacked his head with a chagrined expression. How could he have overlooked this? To think that his illustrious reputation had been ruined just like that. Yun Xiang and the others must be laughing at him now. "Your sister. Our brains must have short-circuited. How embarrassing." Madman finally came to a realization and cursed angrily. The middle-aged man in black looked at the group of people. He felt helpless and ignored him again. Qin Feiyang looked at the blood ancestor and the mad scientist with a wry smile. "I only realized it because of Yun Xiang's reminder." 2 words, utterly stupid. Madman shook his head and sighed. "That's 4 words. Yun Xiang reminded him out of goodwill." "I know." Madman glared at him angrily. Yun Xiang didn't get angry at Madman's attitude. Instead, he felt even more proud. Qin Feiyang, Madman, and the blood ancestor, what kind of people were they? It could be said that there was no one in the Sky Cloud realm who wasn't afraid of them. Especially Qin Feiyang, who claimed to be flawless, but now he had made such a low-level mistake. Looking at their angry expressions, it was really pleasing to the eye. Ahem. The middle-aged man in black coughed and tried to make his presence known. He was very depressed. Was his presence so weak? Qin Feiyang and the others finally reacted. Looking at the depressed middle-aged man in black, they couldn't help but laugh. "Take this pill." Qin Feiyang threw the undead barrier-breaking pill to the middle-aged man in black. "What is it?" The middle-aged man in black grabbed the undead barrier-breaking pill, feeling a little nervous. This undead barrier-breaking pill emitted an extremely terrifying pure yang qi. Pure yang qi was the nemesis of the undead. Because the bodies of the undead were filled with evil yin qi. "Don't be afraid. Maybe it will be good for you." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Maybe." The middle-aged man in black had a sad face. Why did these words sound so unreliable? What's there to hesitate for a man? "At most, you will die." The 9 Flames divine staff despised him. "If you can do it, then do it." The middle-aged man in black glared at the Nine Flames divine staff. If I have a mouth, why would I talk nonsense with you? The Nine Flames divine staff snorted. Then stop talking nonsense. The middle-aged man in black glared at it angrily. You don't want me to say a few words to you? You are too arrogant. The Nine Flames divine staff laughed angrily. Why are you quarreling? Qin Feiyang and the others were speechless. I'm too lazy to argue with you. The middle-aged man in black snorted and looked down at the undead barrier-breaking pill. Finally, he gritted his teeth and threw it into his mouth. Yes, yes, yes. This is the courage of a man. That Qin Feiyang, if he accidentally dies, you have to let me go. I'm actually not familiar with him. That Primal Chaos Divine King, the 10 Great Demon Kings, they have nothing to do with me. The Nine Flames divine staff said to Qin Feiyang. You bastard, if I die, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. When the middle-aged man in black heard this, he was so angry that he roared. You think you are a human? No, you are not a human. You are an undead, no different from a ghost. The Nine Flames divine soul laughed. You bastard, the middle-aged man in black was about to go crazy. When Qin Feiyang and the others saw this scene, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. Why were the sovereign weapons of this Sky Bell divine treasure all like this? None of them were reliable. The middle-aged man in black who was mad with anger suddenly let out a scream. Not only did he scare the Nine Flames divine staff into retreating, even Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but shudder. They hurriedly took a few steps back and looked at the middle-aged man in black. The middle-aged man in black held his head, his entire face twisted and deformed, as if he was suffering from inhuman torture. He roared in pain, What kind of pill did you give me? Qin Feiyang didn't answer. His gaze was firmly fixed on the middle-aged man in black. On the surface, the middle-aged man in black didn't seem to have any changes, but he could sense that the undead aura hidden in the middle-aged man in black was being devoured by the energy of the undead breakthrough pill. Soon, the middle-aged man in black also noticed this. Although it was still very painful, his heart couldn't help but be filled with disbelief. It was actually devouring the death aura in his body. What kind of pill was this, to actually have such a terrifying ability? And immediately after, he became excited. If the death aura in his body was devoured by the energy of this pill, then wouldn't he be able to get rid of his undead body and become a real living person? If that was the case, it would really be a good fortune for him. Then, he sat cross-legged in the air, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain that made him wish he was dead. Qin Feiyang wasn't unfamiliar with this situation. Back then, when the Fire Lotus took the undead breakthrough pill, it was also the same situation. Moreover, there might be a heavenly tribulation later. It seems to be effective. The blood ancestor walked to Qin Feiyang's side and looked at the middle-aged man in black with anticipation. We can't make a conclusion until the end. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Of course. He was also looking forward to it. Because this was related to the capital to negotiate with the Divine King of Chaos in the future. The madman frowned and said, even if it's really useful, it might not be able to reconcile with the Divine King of Chaos. After all, we have already killed the Queen of Flame. What? You have already killed the Queen of Flame? The Ju-Yang divine staff accidentally heard this and immediately exclaimed in shock. The middle-aged man in black sitting cross-legged in the air didn't have the heart to care about anything else, but the voice of the Ju-Yang divine staff was too loud. It was hard not to hear it and he almost lost his mind. Was this for real? It could actually kill the Queen of Flame? The madman looked up at the Ju-Yang divine staff and raised his eyebrows slightly. Don't look at me. I didn't hear anything. It's true. The Ju-Yang divine staff hurriedly exclaimed. Looking at the madman's eyes, one could tell that he wanted to silence them. Don't let it escape. The madman secretly transmitted his voice to the Sword of Thanatos and the other Dominator divine weapons. Before confirming that the undead barrier-breaking pill was useful, the death of the Queen of Flame must not be exposed. Otherwise, the plan that they had originally set would not be able to be carried out. Their original plan was to let the magic Sword of Flame rescue Li Feng and the 3 Dominator divine weapons. And this plan had to be brought forward because the Divine King of Chaos still didn't know about the death of the Queen of Flame. Not necessarily. No matter how strong the Queen of Flame is, she's just a subordinate of the Divine King of Chaos. Taking a step back, even if the Queen of Flame has some weight in the heart of the Divine King of Chaos, I believe that if the Divine King of Chaos were to choose, there's a high chance that he would choose the undead barrier-breaking pill. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Ju-Yang Divine Staff and pondered. Since the Ju-Yang Divine Staff already knew, then there was naturally nothing to hide. However, one thing was certain. The fate of the Ju-Yang Divine Staff was already determined. It would either submit or be destroyed. Because Qin Feiyang would not allow such a hidden danger to exist. Boom. A moment passed. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Blood clouds surged forth, causing the originally dim world to instantly turn blood red. Heavenly tribulation? The Ju-Yang Divine Staff was shocked. Qin Feiyang and the others also looked up at the sky. The heavenly tribulation had descended. Did that mean that the undead barrier-breaking pill really worked? However, why was this heavenly tribulation different from the Fire Lotus's heavenly tribulation? Qin Feiyang remembered that the heavenly tribulation of the Fire Lotus back then was fire thunder, but now it was blood thunder. Moreover, the heavenly power and destructive power it emitted were far from what the Fire Lotus's heavenly tribulation could compare to. Why is there a heavenly tribulation? The black-clothed middle-aged man was also shocked. The moment the heavenly tribulation appeared, the terrifying heavenly power firmly locked onto him, indicating that the heavenly tribulation appeared because of him. Don't panic. Maybe after the heavenly tribulation, you can get rid of your undead body. Qin Feiyang shouted. Can you stop saying things like maybe and maybe? Can't you be more certain? The black-clothed middle-aged man was about to cry. He couldn't even stand the pure yang qi of the undead barrier-breaking pill, let alone the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation could destroy all evil things. The undead were most afraid of the heavenly tribulation. Now, he was actually asked to face the heavenly tribulation. What was the difference between this and courting death? In the past, someone around me tried it and indeed succeeded in getting rid of her undead body. However, the situation of the undead in the Skybell Divine Treasury is a little different from her, so I can't be sure. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Anyway, they are all undead, right? As long as they are undead, it should be effective. In order to get rid of my undead body, I will go all out today. The black-clothed middle-aged man gritted his teeth and roared at the sky. Chapter 3778. Crack. Accompanied by a loud sound, a blood-colored lightning tore through the clouds and roared. Although the middle-aged man in black was prepared, he couldn't help but panic when he saw the lightning descending. This was because lightning was the scariest thing for the undead. There was no other thing like it. But at this moment, he had no way out. The heavenly tribulation wouldn't disappear because of him. He could only brace himself and wait for the lightning to descend. Boom. In an instant, the heavenly tribulation descended and drowned him. I'm not afraid. Before the lightning descended, the middle-aged man in black roared as if he was emboldening himself. Ah! Just as he was drowned by the lightning, a scream rang out. It was too painful. His entire body felt like it was being cut by a knife. His skin was lacerated and blood flowed out. In fact, the pain of the physical body wasn't much, especially his soul. The soul of the undead was even more afraid of the heavenly tribulation. It wasn't an exaggeration. No matter how strong your soul of the undead was, it couldn't block the attack of the heavenly tribulation. Because the heavenly tribulation was your greatest nemesis, and it was to erase an existence like you. In the past, when Fire Lotus took the undead barrier-breaking pill, the little brat repeatedly stopped her. Because the tribulation of the undead was equivalent to defying the heavens and changing one's fate. Although in the end, with the help of Qin Feiyang and the ancient castle, Fire Lotus succeeded in transcending the tribulation. But to them, the entire process of transcending the tribulation was something they didn't want to recall anymore. Because it was too terrifying. Just thinking about it made their scalps tingle. The first heavenly tribulation caused the middle-aged man in black to suffer an indelible injury. The second and third heavenly tribulation didn't give him the slightest chance to breathe and descended. About 10 breaths passed. The ninth heavenly tribulation ended. Haha, it's nothing much. Although the middle-aged man in black was covered in wounds and dripping with blood, he couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. What's going on? Qin Feiyang looked at the middle-aged man in black in confusion. How far had he gone and he was already so proud? Wait. He can't be thinking that there are only 9 heavenly tribulation, Lunatic said with a strange expression. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Looking at the middle-aged man in black's expression, he probably really thought that there were only 9 heavenly tribulation. Don't heavenly tribulations usually only have 9? Daifuku was suspicious. A normal heavenly tribulation indeed only has 9 bolts, but is an undead's tribulation an ordinary heavenly tribulation? Madman chuckled. How many heavenly tribulations are there? Daifuku was suspicious. 99. Madman bared his teeth. What? Daifuku was dumbfounded. There were actually a total of 99 heavenly tribulations. Yun Xiang's mouth twitched. 99 streaks of heavenly tribulation. Not to mention an undead, even living people like them would find it difficult to bear. He looked at the middle-aged man in black again. He thought that the heavenly tribulation had really ended. He stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. He chuckled and said, "A mere heavenly tribulation is nothing. It's no big deal." Haha, Qin Feiyang and the madman were amused. This person was indeed a little cute. The middle-aged man in black proudly walked towards Qin Feiyang and the others. Don't go there. Seeing this, Shuezu, Daifuku, Azure Dragon, and Yun Xiang's expressions suddenly changed as they hurriedly reached out to stop him. What a joke. The heavenly tribulation wasn't over yet. They didn't want to be struck by the heavenly tribulation. What? The middle-aged man in black was puzzled. See for yourself. Yun Xiang pointed to the sky, speechless. Didn't he see that the tribulation clouds hadn't disappeared yet? The middle-aged man in black looked up suspiciously. He didn't know if he didn't look, but when he saw it, he was shocked. Not only did the tribulation clouds not disappear, but it was also brewing an even more terrifying heavenly tribulation. What's going on? The middle-aged man in black looked at the sky in a daze. Wasn't there usually 9 heavenly tribulations? Why didn't the tribulation clouds disappear? Why was there still a 10th heavenly tribulation? The undead tribulation has a total of 99 heavenly tribulations. You can slowly endure it. The madman smiled mockingly. 99. The middle-aged man in black's eyes widened as his expression became extremely ugly. He thought it was over. 9 heavenly tribulations was the end. But he didn't expect there to be 99. There were 99 heavenly tribulations, and he had only passed the 9th one. In other words, he had only passed 1/10 of it. Don't play with me like this. 9 heavenly tribulations should be enough. The middle-aged man in black had a bitter expression as he hurriedly sat down cross-legged to face the 10th heavenly tribulation. Boom! The 10th heavenly tribulation finally fell, and its power had changed. Compared to the 9th heavenly tribulation, its power had increased exponentially. When the heavenly tribulation fell, the middle-aged man in black immediately screamed as he was blasted into the ground below. His body was almost torn into pieces. Crack! The 11th heavenly tribulation followed. The middle-aged man in black was extremely terrified. There were only 11 heavenly tribulations, and there were still more than 80. How could he survive it? Come and help. He hurriedly looked at the 9 flames divine rod. I don't know you. The 9 flames divine soul replied indifferently. You're really a bastard. The middle-aged man in black was extremely angry. Boom. As the heavenly tribulations continued to fall, his body gradually shattered, leaving only his undead soul. Qin Feiyang, Shuezu, help me. I really don't want to die. The undead soul was extremely terrified. Compared to helping you, I'm more interested in your undead soul. The blood ancestor laughed as a blood-red vortex appeared between his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang looked at the blood ancestor's forehead and couldn't help but smile bitterly. If it weren't for the fact that the middle-aged man in black was his test subject, the blood ancestor would have already devoured the middle-aged man's undead soul. Boom! Another heavenly tribulation fell, carrying with it the power to destroy the world as it headed straight for the undead soul. No, the undead soul roared. Qin Feiyang looked at the sovereign's divine weapons and said, "Help him." He didn't want the process, but the final result. The middle-aged man in black had to succeed. After all, only then could he prove whether the undead soul blade-breaking pill was effective on the undead. Clang! The divine weapons awakened and hovered above the undead soul. "Thank you. If I can really be reborn in the end and get rid of my undead body, I'll definitely repay you." The undead soul roared in joy. "We'll talk about it when the time comes." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "From your tone, it sounds like you're looking down on me. Let me tell you, don't underestimate me. I'm an expert who has mastered 2 ultimate mysteries." The undead soul said proudly. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. How could he still be in the mood to show off at a time like this? "You don't believe me? I'm really not lying to you," the undead soul said. Not only Qin Feiyang, but even the divine weapons like the sword of Thanatos were speechless to the extreme. "Can't you see the situation clearly? Can you be a little more serious when you're undergoing a tribulation? I'm really not lying to you. The ultimate mysteries I have mastered are the law of slaughter and the law of time. If you don't believe me, I'll show you later." The undead soul seemed to be very concerned about everyone's distrust. "Cut the crap. Hurry up and focus on the tribulation." The sword of Thanatos shouted. "Don't you guys help me?" The undead soul smiled awkwardly. "If you keep talking nonsense, do you think we'll still help you?" The sword of Thanatos coldly snorted. Okay, I'll shut up. The undead soul nodded repeatedly. Why does he sound like a chatterbox? Madman frowned. He's always been a chatterbox. Yun Xiang shook his head. It was the first time he heard such words during a tribulation. With the help of the various divine weapons, the tribulation became easy. No matter how strong the tribulation was, it seemed to be unable to break the defense of the various divine weapons. Back then, when you helped the Fire Lotus transcend the tribulation, was it also so easy? Madman was suspicious. Of course it wasn't easy. I'm not a divine weapon. But back then, when the last tribulation was in the heaven realm, it was the castle that helped. At that time, the castle was sealed by the small beast. He wanted to use this tribulation to shatter the seal. But in the end, it only tore a crack. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Then it seems that with the strength of a divine weapon, it can indeed help others easily transcend the tribulation. Madman whispered. The sealed castle could easily withstand the last tribulation and use the power of the tribulation to tear the seal. From this, it could be seen that as long as it wasn't their own tribulation, they could easily deal with it. The process was very smooth. Finally, the 99th tribulation arrived. The heavenly might emitted by this tribulation seemed to be able to destroy the world. Boom! As the tribulation fell, accompanied by a loud bang, the defense set up by the sword of the Grim Reaper and the other divine weapons shattered on the spot. What? Qin Feiyang and the others' expressions changed. In the next instant, the tribulation struck the bodies of the divine weapons. Accompanied by an earth-shaking bang, cracks appeared on the bodies of the sword of the Grim Reaper and the other divine weapons at the same time. However, in the end, the sovereign's divine weapons managed to block the heavenly tribulation. After the mission was completed, the divine weapons were brought to Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang, the blood ancestor, and Madman immediately asked with concern, "How is it? Are you okay?" It wasn't just the sword of the Grim Reaper, the cauldron of all things, and the void mirror that helped. There was also the horsetail whisk, the red sword, and the illusory demon orb. One had to know. These were the 6 divine weapons of the divine weapons. The defense set up by the 6 sovereign divine weapons was unable to withstand the last bolt of tribulation. Instead, the 6 sovereign divine weapons were severely damaged. One could imagine. How terrifying was the power of the last tribulation. It's nothing serious. Just cultivate for a while. The sword of the Grim Reaper replied. That's good. Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. But this tribulation is really scary. If there were only 1 or 2 divine weapons, I'm afraid they would be destroyed on the spot. The illusory demon orb said with lingering fear. Although they were all divine weapons of the divine weapons, they had never experienced such a tribulation of the dead. Qin Feiyang sighed. Actually, I'm worried about the tribulation when you evolve in the future. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the group of divine weapons fell silent. In the past, in Qin Feiyang's opinion, no matter how strong the tribulation was, there was definitely a way to block it. But now, when he saw the power of the last tribulation of the heavenly tribulation, his confidence couldn't help but waver. The last tribulation of the dead was already so terrifying, let alone the divine weapon's own tribulation. I'm afraid the tribulation of the divine weapon's evolution wouldn't be weaker than this. He wanted to say that he would help these divine weapons when the time came, but now it seemed that with his flesh and blood body, how could he help? Chapter 3779. It's useless to think so much now. Let's wait until their heavenly tribulation descend. Madman shook his head. Qin Feiyang looked at the silent death god sword and other sovereign divine weapons and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Evolution? Which sovereign divine weapon wouldn't want to? But it was precisely because they didn't have the confidence to face the heavenly tribulation. Anyway, since these sovereign divine weapons had already followed him, then he had the responsibility and obligation to help them. At this moment, the tribulation clouds in the sky dissipated and were replaced by golden auspicious clouds. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang became more and more expectant. Voila! Not long after, a golden auspicious light descended from the sky, emitting a holy aura and drowning the soul of the undead. Qin Feiyang and the others' gazes all swept towards the soul of the undead. A magical scene soon appeared. The shattered body of the soul of the undead actually began to rapidly reconstruct. Moreover, they could clearly feel that the death aura contained in the soul of the undead was also rapidly being purified by the golden divine light. About 10 breaths passed. The body reconstructed and the middle-aged man in black's body flickered with golden light. Not only could they not feel the slightest bit of undead aura, but it was as if a god had descended, emitting a holy aura. It should be a success. Madman looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. It seems so. Qin Feiyang nodded, still a little uncertain. Looking at the middle-aged man in black again. At this moment, he was standing in the void with his eyes closed. His entire body was shining with divine light and his expression was calm, as if he was bathing in the warm sunlight. In the sky, the golden auspicious clouds also gradually dissipated. Swish! As the golden auspicious light on his body disappeared, the middle-aged man in black finally opened his eyes and immediately checked his own situation in surprise. Slowly, he discovered there was no trace of undead aura in his body anymore. Did this mean that he had successfully washed away the undead aura and turned into a living person? How is it? Qin Feiyang and the others surrounded him. It seems to be a success, but it also seems like the middle-aged man in black wasn't sure either. He felt like he was dreaming. Seems like what? Just tell me, is there any undead aura in your body? Madman looked at him unhappily. I'm sure of this. There's no undead aura now. The middle-aged man in black said. Are you sure? Madman asked. Yes. The middle-aged man in black nodded. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Because this meant that the undead barrier breaking pill was effective. Qin Feiyang turned to the blood ancestor and smiled. Patriarch, why don't you try and see if the blood ancestor can devour his soul? Right. That secret technique of yours can only devour souls of the dead. If he can be devoured, then he is still an undead soul. But if he can't, then he'll be just like us, a soul. This also means that he's already become a living person. Madman nodded repeatedly. The blood ancestor felt that this made sense, and a blood-colored vortex appeared in his heart. Better not. Seeing this, the middle-aged man in black immediately retreated. He felt that this was a little dangerous. Madman said, Don't you want to confirm whether or not you're an undead now?
I do.
But there must be another way, the middle-aged man in black said. This is the most direct and convenient way. Hurry up, don't force us to attack. Show us your soul. Madman urged impatiently.
No.
The middle-aged man in black shook his head. If he was still an undead soul, wouldn't that be the same as sending his soul to the blood ancestor's mouth?
Are you crazy? Do you want to die?
Madman's eyes flashed coldly. Hearing this, the black-clothed middle-aged man sized up Qin Feiyang and the others. He chuckled and said, "It won't be that easy for you to kill me now. After all, your sovereign divine weapons have been severely damaged."
Huh?
Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. Was he planning to burn the bridge after crossing it? Seeing that you helped me transcend the tribulation, I'll pretend that I didn't see you this time and won't tell the Divine King and the 10 Demon Kings. But next time, you won't be so lucky. The middle-aged man in black laughed. Are you really going to burn the bridge after crossing it? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly and he asked with a smile, "So we have to thank you?" "No need, no need." The middle-aged man in black quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, "Just treat it as repayment for helping me. This favor is really valuable." Qin Feiyang slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Favors are valuable to begin with. The middle-aged man in black didn't hear the mockery in Qin Feiyang's words at all. He laughed and landed beside the Joyen divine staff. "You're smart." The Joyen divine staff smiled. "Of course." The middle-aged man in black smiled proudly. "Smart." Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned and looked at the middle-aged man in black and the Joyen divine staff suspiciously. "What do you mean?" "It's very simple. It's me who didn't let the Joyen divine staff help me transcend the tribulation. Because I was worried that the tribulation would hurt it. And I also expected that you wouldn't watch me die under the tribulation and would definitely help. In the end, just as I expected, everything was as I expected." At this moment, the middle-aged man in black's eyes flashed and he looked like an old fox. Qin Feiyang said with realization, "So you've been acting all along, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. You don't have to say that. After all, you have so many sovereign divine weapons. I have to think of a way out in advance. For example, now that your sovereign divine weapons have been damaged by the tribulation, do you think you can stop me and the Juyen divine staff with your own strength?" The middle-aged man in black looked at Qin Feiyang and the others proudly. "Not bad, not bad. As expected of an old fox. However, you seem to have chosen the wrong target to play the pig to eat the tiger. Because we're not paper tigers, we're real tigers." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Except for the ancient castle, all the sovereign divine weapons in his body appeared. Clang! In an instant. The sovereign divine weapons surrounded the middle-aged man in black and the Juyen divine staff. "What?" The middle-aged man in black and the Juyen divine staff's expression changed. There were so many sovereign divine weapons. "Aren't you very smart? Are you very calculative? Now, let me interview you. Did you calculate this?" Madman looked at the middle-aged man in black with ridicule. The middle-aged man in black rolled his eyes and laughed. "You guys really took it seriously. I was just joking with you guys to liven up the atmosphere. Yes, yes, yes. It's just a joke. You guys can't be angry at a few jokes, right?" The Joyen divine staff also said. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. These two guys really knew how to change the helm with the wind. "Since it's a joke, of course we won't be angry. But we're not joking with you guys. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and take out the divine soul for me," Madman said coldly. Okay. I also want to confirm it." The middle-aged man in black nodded with a flattering smile, but his heart was bitter. Why did he have to meet these fierce people? He was really unlucky. In desperation, he could only take the initiative to show his divine soul. A bloody hand immediately stretched out from between the blood ancestor's eyebrows and grabbed the middle-aged man's divine soul. Qin Feiyang and Madman both looked at the bloody hand expectantly, unable to devour. After a while, the blood ancestor looked at the two and shook his head. Hearing this, the two were overjoyed. unable to devour, then it was a real divine soul. They realized that the middle-aged man in black was now a real person like them. When the bloody hand released the divine soul, it immediately returned to his body. The middle-aged man in black was also very glad. At the same time, he couldn't help but be excited. He finally got rid of his undead body. In the future, who would dare to say that he was an undead? But soon, he noticed that the atmosphere was not right because it was too quiet. He quickly looked at Qin Fei Yang and the others. He noticed. At this moment, Qin Fei Yang and the others were looking at him silently. His heart trembled and he quickly said with a flattering smile, "Everyone, let's talk nicely. We are all reasonable people. If we can talk clearly, please don't fight." Qin Fei Yang and the others still didn't say anything. "Brothers, please, I finally got rid of my undead body and haven't had a good taste of being a living person. Please be merciful. In fact, you have also seen my difficulties. It's really not easy for me. Please give me a chance. At least let me leave a child or something in this world to help me pass on my legacy." The middle-aged man in black cried with snot and tears, looking very aggrieved. When Qin Fei Yang and the others heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched fiercely. He had just gotten rid of his undead body and he was already thinking about having a child. It really made them speechless. Seeing that it was useless to act pitiful, the middle-aged man in black hurriedly said, "How about this? I have 3 law miniatures here, I will give them to you." Qin Fei Yang and the others finally reacted. Seeing this, the middle-aged man in black also saw hope. He immediately took out 3 iron boxes from his interspatial ring, took the initiative to break the seals on them, and personally handed them to Qin Fei Yang and the others. He didn't even need to open the iron boxes. After the seals were broken, 3 auras surged out. Judging from the aura, they should be the miniatures of the law of wood, the law of gold, and the law of darkness. As expected, when Qin Fei Yang and the others opened the lids one by one, they saw the miniatures of the 3 laws. "This gift is not bad, right?" The middle-aged man in black smiled obsequiously. Qin Fei Yang and the others looked at each other, put away the iron boxes without hesitation, and then raised their heads to stare at the middle-aged man in black silently. The middle-aged man in black's smile froze. He gritted his teeth, took out 2 more iron boxes, and said with red eyes, "This is all I have. I will give it to you." As the seals were opened, 2 powerful auras emerged. The aura of the law of time and the law of devouring. Qin Fei Yang and the others were shocked. They quickly took the iron boxes and opened them. As expected, they were the miniatures of the 2 strongest laws. Not bad. The miniatures of the 5 laws. Madman transmitted his voice, calm down, calm down. We are all people who have seen the world. We can't give up our principles because of this small favor." "Yes, yes, yes, principles are very important," Yun Xiang secretly replied. Then, Qin Fei Yang put away the miniatures of the 2 laws and looked at the middle-aged man in black. "This is really all I have. Why don't you find it yourself?" The middle-aged man in black bitterly took out the interspatial ring and handed it to Qin Fei Yang. Chapter 3780. Qin Fei Yang glanced at the universe ring and didn't take it. Since he was willing to take the initiative to show him the universe ring, then there must be no other law miniatures. "Then what do you want? Even if you kill me now, I can't take out anything else." The black-clothed middle-aged man lowered his head bitterly. The more he thought about it, the more sullen he felt. In any case, he was someone who had mastered the ultimate meaning of the ultimate law. In any case, he was also someone who had a sovereign weapon. But now, he was reduced to such a state. It was sad and lamentable. "Do you know what our principles are?" Madman suddenly spoke. "What?" The black-clothed middle-aged man looked at him in confusion. Madman said, "Anyone who wants to harm us, we won't let them go. This is a huge misunderstanding. I didn't want to harm you at all. Moreover, you all heard it with your own ears. I didn't plan to tell the primal chaos divine king and the 10 demon kings your whereabouts." The black-clothed middle-aged man hurriedly explained. "But you schemed against us." Madman said. Yes. This is my fault. I apologize." The black-clothed, middle-aged man nodded. If apologies are useful, what do we need law enforcers for? Madman smiled coldly. The black-clothed middle-aged man wanted to cry. He could clearly live well, so why did he have to court death? Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. He smiled flatteringly. I thought of an undead. He must have law miniatures on him. Really? Madman asked. How would I dare to lie to you? According to my guess, the law miniatures on him shouldn't be less than mine. The black-clothed middle-aged man smiled sinisterly. Are you sure? Madman and Qin Feiyang looked at each other and asked the black-clothed middle-aged man. I swear to the heavens. If not, you can do whatever you want with me. The black-clothed middle-aged man said solemnly. He. Madman smiled and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. Actually, things like principles can be discussed. So realistic. Yun Xiang secretly despised him. All right, then you and this swindler can make an oath. Madman looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man and the Nine Flames godly staff. My name is Nine Flames Godstaff, not Godstaff. The Nine Flames Godstaff cautiously reminded. It's all the same. Madman waved his hand indifferently. Which one? The Nine Flames divine staff didn't understand. Where did all this nonsense come from? If you want to live, hurry up and swear. Madman shouted angrily. Okay, we swear. The middle-aged man in black nodded. Stop first. The oath that your daddy wants you all to swear is not an ordinary oath. I'll teach you. Just do as I say. Madman already knew how to make a blood oath. He asked the middle-aged man to take out a drop of essence blood and the middle-aged man did as he was told. How about me? The Nine Flames divine staff was suspicious. It didn't have a body of flesh and blood, so how could he extract its blood essence? Use your artifact spirit as a guide. Now, all of you follow me. Don't miss a single word. Madman's eyes were filled with threat. Understood. The middle-aged man in black nodded and smiled. Madman said, I swear to the heavens that I will forever be loyal to Qin Feiyang and will never betray him. I will also unconditionally listen to Qin Feiyang's orders. If I violate this oath, I will be destroyed by the heavens and will never be able to reincarnate. Loyalty? The Nine Flames Godstaff was stunned. Wasn't this oath supposed to lead them to find the epitome of the laws? How did it become loyalty? The middle-aged man in black said indifferently, loyalty is loyalty. Anyway, it is just pretending to save my life. Do you really think that I will be destroyed by the heavens? That's true. The Nine Flames Godstaff smiled. Hence, the middle-aged man in black and the Nine Flames Godstaff made a blood oath without missing a word. When the last word landed, blood clouds rolled in the sky. Two oaths descended and merged into the bodies of the middle-aged man in black and the Nine Flames Godstaff. What is going on? Looking at this scene, the middle-aged man in black and the Nine Flames Godstaff were shocked. Two fools. You don't even know that you have been schemed against. The void mirror looked down on them. Schemed against? What do you mean? The middle-aged man in black looked at the void mirror suspiciously. This is a blood oath. It will come true. And it can kill our sovereign divine weapon. Otherwise, do you think we will willingly accompany them to run around? The void mirror sneered. What? Hearing this, the middle-aged man in black's expression changed. The Nine Flames Godstaff was also in disbelief. It was actually an oath that would come true. The void mirror laughed and said, with your brains, you still want to play tricks with them? Save it. Two brothers, you can't trick us like this. We are so kind, how can you bear to do this? The middle-aged man in black hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang and Frenzy, as if he was an aggrieved little wife. Can a grown man not disgust us? Looking at the middle-aged man in black's eyes, they had goosebumps all over their bodies. As for what kind, to hell with it. If you are still kind, then there are no evil people in this world. Let's discuss it. The middle-aged man in black smiled. There's no room for discussion. Frenzy waved his hand and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, saying with a sneaky smile, the harvest this time should be quite good, right? It's all right. How could Qin Feiyang not know what Frenzy was thinking? But he didn't say it and just played dumb. Is it interesting? Hurry up, let us take a look. Frenzy urged. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and shook his head with a smile. He then called out the ancient castle. The ancient castle floated in the air and opened its door. Frenzy immediately ran in and saw that there were actually 15 iron boxes in the hall. His saliva almost flowed out. Don't move. This isn't just for me alone. Everyone has a share, Qin Feiyang hurriedly said. Hearing this, Yun Xiang's face revealed a trace of a smile. It was fine as long as they didn't forget about him. Daifuku also looked forward to it. If everyone had a share, did that mean he also had a share? The group entered the hall one after another and sat around the table. Qin Feiyang placed the 5 iron boxes that the middle-aged man in black gave him on the coffee table. There were a total of 20 iron boxes, which were the epitome of 20 laws. This was really a big harvest. Yun Xiang looked at Qin Feiyang and urged, hurry up and see what kind of epitome of laws are in the 7 boxes we found. Why are all of you so anxious? Qin Feiyang was helpless. Do you think everyone is as calm as you? Yun Xiang pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. To be honest, he couldn't be calm either. It was just that he was relatively calm. After all, it was epitome of 20 laws. And it was obtained in one go. Such a good thing would probably only appear in their dreams. But now, it was right in front of them. Sometimes, one had to admit that luck was really wonderful. This is another sovereign weapon. The middle-aged man in black stood outside the door and sized up the ancient castle. He was even more shocked. They had actually subdued so many sovereign weapons in the Skybell Divine Treasure. No wonder even the Divine King of Primal Chaos personally ordered to hunt them down. He thought. All of the sovereign weapons were subdued by Qin Feiyang and the others in the Skybell Divine Treasure. In the hall, Qin Feiyang opened the iron boxes one after another. He was pleasantly surprised to find that among the 7 epitome of laws, there were actually 2 supreme laws. They were the law of fire, the law of darkness, the law of light, the law of sword, the law of slaughter, the law of devouring, and the law of time. Let me calculate. At first, in the black-robed old man's treasure vault, we found the law of fire, the law of light, the law of sword, the law of destruction, and the law of space-time. Then, we found the law of earth, the law of gold, and the law of death in another person's treasure vault. Just now, the guy who schemed against us gave us 5 epitome of laws, the law of wood, the law of gold, the law of darkness, and 2 supreme laws. Finally, with these 7 epitome of laws, this means that this time, we obtained 2 epitome of the law of fire, 2 epitome of the law of darkness, 2 epitome of the law of light, 2 epitome of the law of sword, 1 epitome of the law of slaughter, 2 epitome of the law of metal, 1 epitome of the law of wood, and 1 epitome of the law of earth. These are the epitome of the 13 ordinary laws. The epitome of the supreme laws is the law of space, the law of destruction, the law of time, the law of devouring, and the law of death. The remaining 2, Yun Xiang calculated until here, then turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, take a look at the 2 epitome of supreme laws he gave us just now. Qin Feiyang opened the jade box, and the epitome of the law of life and space-time appeared. Now, there are 2 epitome of space-time and 1 epitome of life. The epitome of the 7 supreme laws is really exciting. Yun Xiang was very excited. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, now, let's discuss how to distribute them. I don't need them for the time being. The blood ancestor said. Understood. Qin Feiyang nodded. In any case, the blood ancestor could rely on devouring the souls of the dead to strengthen his laws. The most important thing was that at this moment, except for Daifuku, no one was an outsider, so the blood ancestor naturally wouldn't fight for it. As for the future, when the blood ancestor left the Skybell Divine Treasure, if he needed the epitome of the laws, Qin Feiyang would definitely give it to him. After all, the Skybell Divine Treasure had a time limit, and the blood ancestor couldn't keep devouring the souls of the dead here. 1,000 years wasn't enough for him to upgrade all his laws to the ultimate level. In short, sooner or later, the blood ancestor would need the epitome of the laws. The Azure Dragon hesitated for a moment, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, This old man won't hinder the growth of young people like you. Just give this old man a epitome of the law of sword.
Huh?
Qin Feiyang looked at the Azure Dragon and asked, "You must have mastered the supreme laws as well, right?"
That's for sure.
But you guys can keep it. You guys are young and have greater potential. The epitome of the laws can only be used on you guys to truly display their value. The Azure Dragon smiled slightly. As soon as these words came out, the Blood Ancestor couldn't help but give the Azure Dragon a thumbs up. Although the Azure Dragon didn't cultivate him in the past, in terms of seniority, he was still Azure Dragon's junior. Moreover, because of the relationship between the Human Emperor and the Feather Emperor, he had always respected the 4 guardian beast gods. "Then what kind of supreme law do you master?" Qin Feiyang asked. "It's not worth mentioning." The Azure Dragon waved his hand. Because if he said it, Qin Feiyang might force it on him. The Blood Ancestor looked at Elder Qing and hesitated for a moment, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "If this ancestor remembers correctly, the supreme laws he mastered should be the Devour Law and the Life Law." "Blood Ancestor, you..." The Azure Dragon looked at the Blood Ancestor with some dissatisfaction.